Good morning, everybody. You're watching Live Now from Fox. It is Thursday, April 14th. Thank you so much for starting off your morning with us as we bring you all of the top stories, breaking news, and live events from not only here in the United States, but across the globe as well. My name is Regina Gonzalez with you live from Orlando, Florida. I'll be with you for the next several hours to do just that. So we're going to give you a look at the main top stories that we are following this morning, as always here. And this is a video of the suspect who was officially arrested yesterday after the subway shooting that took place in Brooklyn just days ago. So a sigh of relief for New Yorkers after the NYPD arrested the subway shooting suspect Frank James. Now, police arresting the 62-year-old in Manhattan's East Village neighborhood just yesterday in the afternoon. It was news that we first broke to you here on Live Now from Fox. A man working security cameras in the area actually spotted him walking down a street corner. He alerted police, who arrested James without incident. Police have charged James with federal terrorism offense, which carries a sentencing of life in prison. However, investigators say there is no indication James has any ties with any terror groups. The motive for the shooting remains unclear. So obviously this is something that we are going to continue following for you on Live Now from Fox. Be sure to stick around because at 6:45 a.m. Eastern Time and 7:45 a.m. Eastern Time, we will be touching base live with our reporters at Fox 5 New York, who have been following every development since the news first broke the other day. Meanwhile, bringing you the latest on the Russian invasion of Ukraine as it officially enters day 50. President Biden announcing another $800 million in military assistance to Ukraine. This all while Ukrainian forces claim a strike on this key Russian naval vessel operating in the Black Sea. Again, the invasion officially entering day 50. We're going to have more on that for you here in just a couple of minutes. Also continuing to monitor severe weather. Unfortunately, these systems claiming the life of at least one person in Arkansas yesterday and causing widespread damage across a very weather-weary Mid-South. The system is now shifting east, where isolated severe thunderstorms are expected to linger from parts of New England and the Mid-Atlantic all the way to the southeast. We can actually show you that system here on Live Now from Fox. You can kind of see that moving green line. We do know that damaging wind gusts are the main concern. Hail also possible in some of these areas. The Storm Prediction Center highlighting the area, as you see, from the Mid-Atlantic to New England as possibly seeing the greatest likelihood of severe storms. Cities such as Philadelphia, Trenton, New Jersey, New York, and Hartford, Connecticut are in the enhanced zone for seeing storms. So again, we also plan on bringing you lots of other stories and live events here throughout our day, but these are the main stories that we are following this morning. We actually do have a Live Now look of New York City this morning as the sun is beginning to rise, and that is where we are going to start with this first report for you. Like I just mentioned, police arresting the man suspected of shooting 10 people in a New York City subway on Tuesday morning in the height of rush hour. So we do have Fox News senior correspondent Laura Ingle with more on this story and what exactly happened just yesterday.
Police took 62-year-old Frank James into custody Wednesday. He was escorted in handcuffs after he allegedly fired 33 rounds on a subway train, prompting a massive 30-hour manhunt. Officials say James posted several menacing videos on social media in the weeks before Tuesday's shooting. Investigators say their probe will ramp up in the coming days as questions still remain regarding the motive behind the attack.
First and foremost, we wanted to take him off the street. The investigation is continuing into the motive, into his social media postings.
Law enforcement sources have told Fox News that James reported himself to the NYPD's Crime Stoppers unit before his arrest. Police say James had multiple run-ins with the law, with a dozen prior arrests dating back to the early 1990s. He's being charged with a federal terrorism offense, though there is no indication James had ties with any terror groups.
This is a beautiful day for New York. We begin to heal, we turn the page and say no more hate in our state ever.
10 people were struck by the gunfire, more than a dozen others were injured. 5 of those hurt are reportedly in critical condition. Subway service has resumed at the 36th Street station, and police have stepped up security throughout the nation's largest subway system.
I noticed that there are fewer people this morning. So I don't know if it's because of what happened, but, you know.
Frank James will make his first court appearance in a Brooklyn federal court Thursday. If convicted, he could face life in prison. In Brooklyn, New York, Laura Ingle, Fox News.
Again, be sure to stick with us because at 6:45 a.m. and 7:45 a.m. Eastern Time, we are going to be touching base with our Fox 5 New York team, talking more about this arrest that you're seeing in front of your face, as well as his arraignment in a Brooklyn court that is expected to happen this morning. Meanwhile, we do have witness reaction from just yesterday to this arrest of the man accused of carrying out the subway attack in Brooklyn. Let's listen into this man, Alexei Korobo, who says he saw 62-year-old Frank James being taken into custody in Manhattan's East Village.
He didn't resist from what I saw, which I guess is the best case scenario. There were a lot of cops, but he seemed just didn't say anything, took the handcuffs as it were, and, they escorted him into the car.
All right, so that was some witness reaction to that arrest that happened in New York's East Village yesterday afternoon. We broke it to you here live, raw, and unfiltered on Live Now from Fox, and we are going to continue following this story here. So be sure to stick with us because we are expecting some live reports from our Fox 5 New York team later on in our show. Meanwhile, I do want to continue on with the latest involving the Russian invasion into Ukraine. In order to do that, we're actually going to head out live to a look at the White House we have right now on this Thursday morning. President Biden announcing another $800 million in military assistance to Ukraine. This comes following a remote meeting with Ukraine's President Volodymyr Zelensky. Fox News White House correspondent Jackie Einrich has all the details for you this morning.
Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky made his weapons wish list public before speaking today with President Biden.
Artillery, 155 millimeters. Artillery shells, 152 millimeters, as many as possible. Multiple launch rocket systems, Grad, Smersh, Tornado, or M142 HIMARS. Armored vehicles, APC, infantry, fighting vehicles, others, tanks.
The White House answering with $800 million more in aid, including, for the first time, 18 howitzers and 40,000 rounds of artillery to go with them, plus counter-artillery and surveillance radar systems, 300 Switchblade drones, 500 Javelins, hundreds of armored personnel carriers, 11 Mi-17 helicopters, and unmanned sea drones, which U.S. troops will need to train Ukrainians on how to use.
We tailored this list specifically to meet the needs that they have asked for with respect to what's going on in eastern Ukraine. That's what's really driving this.
The new aid comes as Biden administration officials clarified the president wasn't declaring U.S. policy when he called Russia's war genocide.
In order to make a formal U.S. government policy decision with regard to genocide, we have a process of collecting evidence over time, and we are continuing to do that.
The White House confirming Biden said the word his administration had to date resisted off the cuff.
He's the President of the United States and the leader of the free world, and he is allowed to make his views known at any point he would like.
So it was not scripted then? It wasn't pre-planned?
Again, I think we shouldn't misunderstand who he is and where he stands in the totem pole, which is at the top.
This is the third time the White House has had to clarify that the president's comments were an expression of his personal opinion and not a declaration of U.S. policy. The first was when he called Vladimir Putin a war criminal. The second was when he implied there should be regime change in Russia. The White House rejects concerns that world leaders in the future may have to question whether it's opinion or policy coming out of the president's mouth. At the White House, Jackie Heinrich, Fox News.
All right, thank you to Jackie Einrich for that report. Meanwhile, as always, we do want to bring you out on the ground in Ukraine as the invasion officially enters day 50. We've got international authorities investigating mass graves in Bucha as they continue to monitor the humanitarian crisis and violation that this has caused on innocent civilians. So Fox News international correspondent Trey Yanks did take some time off. He's back on the ground in Ukraine to show us just that. So let's listen into his latest report.
The rigid, frozen corpse of a man is examined by a war crimes prosecutor. The body pulled from a mass grave on the outskirts of Kyiv this morning. One of 65 victims buried there after being killed by Russian soldiers, according to Ukrainian officials.
During Bucha's occupation by the Russian forces, people were shot just because they spoke Ukrainian, helped out as volunteers, or supported our armed forces. Russian forces killed peaceful civilians.
The Austrian chancellor met this week with Russian President Vladimir Putin to confront him on the killing taking place. He described the talk as tough and unfriendly. Today, 4 other European leaders traveled to the Ukrainian capital by train in a show of solidarity amid the backdrop of these Russian atrocities. The presidents of Poland, Lithuania, Estonia, and Latvia meeting with President Volodymyr Zelensky in Kyiv as the Ukrainian leader pushes for more Western military support. The meetings about Russia come amid news that Ukrainian pro-Russian politician Viktor Medvedchuk was arrested this week after escaping house arrest during the war. Zelensky offered to release the Putin-friendly oligarch who was captured wearing a Ukrainian military uniform, but only under certain conditions.
Well, if Medvedchuk chooses a military uniform for himself, he falls under the rules of wartime. I offered the Russian Federation to exchange this guy of yours for our boys and our girls who are now in Russian captivity.
Russian officials called the offer dangerous, as those same officials continue to support Russian President Putin's broad invasion of Ukraine. Fears are growing that the atrocities committed so far in the war near Kyiv may only be a fraction of what's happening in other places like Mariupol.
About 150,000 people have been able to leave Mariupol. Sadly, there are still over 100,000 people still in Mariupol waiting for evacuation.
There are still millions of civilians at risk amid this conflict as Ukraine enters day 50 of the war. In Kyiv, Trey Yingst, Fox News.
Meanwhile, Ukrainian forces claim a strike on a key Russian naval vessel operating in the Black Sea, which we actually have pictures for you here, courtesy of Maxar Technologies. Odessa, Ukrainian officials say that Ukraine's military hit the guided missile cruiser called Moskva, which is the flagship of Russia's Black Sea fleet. Now, the Ukraine officials say the Moskva was struck by 2 Neptune missiles, and Russian officials acknowledged damage to the ship, but claim it happened from ammunition detonating on board the ship. The 612-foot ship has a normal crew of 500, and Russian officials say that crew was evacuated. The date of the claimed strike isn't clear right now, but we did have these images coming in here this morning, so we wanted to bring it to you here on Live Now from Fox. Meanwhile, thousands of Ukrainians are flying to Mexico and then crossing into the U.S. near San Diego. For many, it's actually the easiest way to apply for asylum after escaping the war. Now, volunteers are actually running a makeshift camp for about a month now to greet the refugees as they cross. So I actually do want to bring you this next report coming from Fox News multimedia reporter Ashley Soriano as she reports from Isidro, port of entry.
You can see tents and people behind me. This is where Ukrainian refugees are crossing into the U.S. from Tijuana, Mexico. Many of them meeting with friends and family already in the country. Volunteers greeting them with clapping and cheers, food and water, blankets. They're coming in one after the other, each with a similar story, an exhausting journey, multiple days of travel, and worry about the future.
Добрый день, как поживаете?
Alana Bastis welcomed her sister Irina to the U.S. this week. Irina spent multiple days on planes and in a processing center in Mexico.
There is no words to describe what we feel.
Elena Fetisova greeted her teenage sister in Tijuana on day 5 of the trip from Ukraine.
My sister is 15. She's just coming over right straight from Ukraine.
And 22-year-old Natalie Povod was on a study abroad trip in the Czech Republic when the war started. Her program ended this month.
I had to go home, but I understood that there is no way to go home.
Since the war started, 4.6 million people have escaped Ukraine, many to nearby European countries. Churches, nonprofits, and other organizations are helping people on both sides of the border, providing food, water, hot drinks, blankets, and even books and toys for kids. They're also offering transportation, temporary housing, and free legal services. Alina Gordon says she immigrated to the U.S. from Ukraine with her parents in 1994.
They left everything behind, but the difference back then versus what's happening now is that we had a year to prepare. for the immigration. Most of the families that I'm meeting right now, 99.9%, left overnight. And they have a backpack with them, and most of their belongings are still back in Ukraine.
Immigration lawyers say strict visa requirements, missing documents, and pandemic restrictions have made it difficult for Ukrainians to legally enter the U.S. Crossing through Mexico and then applying for asylum at the border is quicker.
I feel that I'm in the right place right now.
Asylum claims in the U.S. can take years to be resolved, but for many, just making it to American soil is a victory.
Slava Ukraini. Героям слава. That's a glory to Ukraine.
Volunteers we spoke with say they've seen the number of Ukrainians crossing go from just a few dozen in mid-March to thousands now, and many of them women and children. Now, President Joe Biden has announced that the U.S. would accept up to 100,000 Ukrainian refugees, but hasn't given much more detail on that. In San Diego, Ashley Soriano, Fox News.
Meanwhile, going from the U.S.-Mexico border out to a live now look of the sun rising over the Capitol building in Washington, D.C. That is because we want to bring you the latest on Russia hitting back at the U.S. with its own set of sanctions. The Russian government has put most of all members of the U.S. Congress, 398 members total to be exact, on a stop list on a permanent basis. Russia says it's in retaliation for similar sanctions on Russian lawmakers. Now, two Republican House members, Elise Stefanik of New York and Maria Elvira Salazar of Florida, called it an honor. In southeast Ukraine, however, analysts say Mariupol could fall to Russian forces despite Ukraine's resistance. So be sure to stick with us as we bring you the very latest on the Russian invasion into Ukraine, out on the ground in Ukraine, as well as how it is impacting us here in the United States. It is officially entering day 50. Meanwhile, some of you are going to see a quick 2-minute commercial break. When you return, we are going to get the latest when it comes to the weather that we are watching today. We had severe weather claim the life of at least one person in Arkansas yesterday, and now as these systems push east, we are on a severe thunderstorm watch for much of the East Coast. We're going to give you the latest on all the damage that we've seen across the Mid-South and what we can expect. You are streaming live now from Fox, everybody. It is Thursday, April 14th, and as promised, we are back with the latest on severe weather systems that are now threatening the East Coast. For those of you from the Mid-Atlantic, well, I should say parts of New England and the Mid-Atlantic to the southeast, you could see and expect some isolated severe thunderstorms that might linger over your area. Now, damaging wind gusts are the main concern. However, hail is also possible in some of these areas. Now, the Storm Prediction Center has actually highlighted the area that you see right here, like I said, from the Mid-Atlantic to New England, as possibly seeing the greatest likelihood of severe storms. Now, cities such as Philadelphia, Trenton, New Jersey, really all major portions of New York and Hartford, Connecticut are in the enhanced zone for seeing storms. Now, this is all happening as we saw very severe weather impact the Mid-South over the last several days. This is actually some of the damage that we have seen there in the last 24 to 48 hours. So that is actually what I want to bring you the latest on right now. We do know that at least one person was killed yesterday after severe storms moved specifically through Arkansas and other states. So our Fox News correspondent Ashley Strohmeyer is bringing us a closer look at the damage that was seen across several areas.
Cleanup is underway across parts of Texas, Minnesota, and Iowa after tornadoes touched down in several communities on Tuesday. Roughly 24 people are recovering in the Lone Star State after an EF3 tornado slammed neighborhoods north of Austin, bringing with it wind speeds of up to 165 miles per hour and damaging more than 60 structures. At least 10 twisters also tore through northern Iowa, with Minnesota reporting severe damage from 4 confirmed storms.
Everybody else said they heard a train coming through, and looks like a train went through.
Meanwhile, ferocious wildfires continue decimating New Mexico. The McBride fire sparked Tuesday and is one of at least 5 infernos being stoked by roaring winds. To date, more than 100 structures have been destroyed as roughly 4,000 people were forced to evacuate. An icy blast, on the other hand, is targeting North Dakota. Blizzards expected to last through Thursday are dumping more than a foot of snow in some areas. A strong gust of wind create even higher piles, causing businesses to close. Meantime, hurricane season isn't expected to start until June, but officials from FEMA and NOAA telling all people in Florida Wednesday, don't be complacent, start preparing your emergency plans now.
The most valuable resource we have is time.
Forecasters at Colorado State University predict this hurricane season will be above average, estimating roughly 19 named storms and 9 hurricanes could slam coastal communities from June through November. Ashley Strohmeyer, Fox News.
Meanwhile, we do have some more video to bring you here this morning, weather-related on Live Now from Fox. This is some pretty wild video of a tornado that touched down near Gilmore City, Iowa, tearing across farmland and causing damage to property surrounding this town. The National Weather Service confirming the tornado and describing the event as a life-threatening situation. The National Weather Service meteorologist said up to 10 tornadoes were reported across northern Iowa over the last 2 days. This video was taken by Cody Farrow, who said he filmed it near Gilmore City and shows this cyclone just really picking up speed and intensity as it moves across these areas. So we also do have some more video of another tornado that was looming over Louisville, Kentucky.
What? There's either lightning in there or power flashes. Did you watch that? Did you see that just a minute ago?
That's crazy looking right there.
Looks like it's exploding and coming.
Okay, so wanted to just let you listen in to the people that were filming this video. You could hear them commenting on what they were seeing right in front of their faces. This footage was actually shot by a Twitter user, AA in the Ville, showing a large wall of rotating clouds in the Louisville suburb of Oklahoma. The National Weather Service issuing a severe weather warning and a tornado watch for the region, cautioning of wind gusts up to 80 miles per hour, possible hail, and large tornadoes. Hazardous weather was set to continue early into this morning. We've also got some more video coming in today from Arkansas. And you could see these strong winds blowing a chair across a porch in southeast Arkansas just yesterday as the National Weather Service issued multiple stormy weather advisories for parts of the state. Advisories included severe thunderstorms and flood warnings, as well as tornado watches and multiple high wind advisories. This footage was filmed by another Twitter user showing the windy conditions at their home, specifically in Star City, Arkansas, just yesterday. And talking about more stormy conditions, we've got this video coming in from Richland, Mississippi, just yesterday as severe weather warnings across central portions of the state were issued. The National Weather Service said severe thunderstorms and tornadoes would be likely in the areas throughout yesterday evening and into this morning, with some thunderstorms potentially producing winds up to 70 miles per hour and golf ball sized hail. This video was actually filmed by CJ Matthews in Richland, showing storm clouds with possible funnel clouds forming. So again, we do have our XRAD radar here this morning showing you the fact that these systems that have impacted the Mid-South are now expected to impact much of the East Coast. You could literally see it moving right in front of your face. Now, the Storm Prediction Center saying that the Mid-Atlantic to New England is actually expected to possibly see the greatest likelihood for severe storms. Like I mentioned earlier, cities such as Philadelphia, Trenton, New Jersey, basically the whole state of New York and Hartford, Connecticut are in the enhanced zone for seeing storms. So we will be bringing you some Fox weather coverage, as well as touching base with Fox weather reporters out on the ground in impacted areas throughout the day. So be sure to stick with us for any updates on the conditions if you are joining us from these areas. Some of you are going to see a quick 2-minute commercial break. When you return, we are going to bring you some more top stories that we are following here this morning, including the fact that the CDC has extended travel mask mandates for a little while longer. I know some of you are probably getting sick of wearing masks on airplanes. Well, we'll bring you the very latest on that story when you return. Fox. My name is Regina Gonzalez with you here from Orlando, Florida. Officially a little past 6:30 a.m. Eastern time here, and we are continuing to bring you all of the major top stories and developments that we are following here on this Thursday, April 14th. To the side of your screen, you could take a look at the main top stories we are following, and be sure to stick with us because in a little more than 10 minutes, we are going to have a live update from Brooklyn, New York on the arraignment of the shooting suspect that police believe is responsible for for the subway car attack that happened early Tuesday morning in the height of rush hour. We're also following the latest developments out of Ukraine as the Russian invasion enters day 50. And we're also on a severe weather watch. If you were tuning in before that quick 2-minute commercial break, we've got severe weather systems anticipating some thunderstorms and hail along much of the East Coast. So even though we are following these main top stories, we are also bringing you other news here this morning. And in order to do that, I actually do want to head out live to Philadelphia International Airport. This was major news related to the COVID-19 pandemic that we first brought to you just yesterday. Americans are actually going to be required to wear those masks for another 2 weeks on public transportation. Now, this is coming after the Center for Disease Control and Prevention extended that mandate just yesterday for U.S. travel. Fox News correspondent Jonathan Seri is actually bringing us the latest this morning from Atlanta, Georgia.
The Centers for Disease Control and Prevention is extending the current transportation mask mandate for another 2 weeks. This comes after the regulation requiring people to wear masks on airplanes, buses, and other forms of transit was set to expire on April 18th. The mandate will now run through May 3rd. The CDC says the extension was made out of an abundance of caution as they assess the BA.2 subvariant. Health experts say states should expect a slight rise in cases over the next several months, but nothing like what we saw during the winter surge.
We do expect to see outbreaks flaring up where people are not protected.
The same variant is also responsible for a continued lockdown in China, including in Shanghai, where some residents are still unable to leave their homes after more than 2 weeks. Chinese officials have not confirmed when restrictions will lift and say the outbreak is showing no signs of improvement. Meanwhile, here in the U.S., the BA.2 variant now represents 86% of new cases across the country. Sharp increases are being reported in several major U.S. cities, including New York, Philadelphia, and Washington, D.C. Officials are hopeful high vaccination rates and natural immunity will prevent large-scale hospitalizations and deaths.
The best way to protect yourself is to get vaccinated and boosted when recommended.
I think mandates need to go, but I don't think that mitigating strategies need to go. They're two different things.
Federal data released this week confirmed 2021 was the deadliest year in U.S. history, with many of those deaths blamed on COVID-19. In Atlanta, Jonathan Seri, Fox News.
All right, thank you to Jonathan Seri for that report. Meanwhile, more news that we broke to you just yesterday here on Live Now from Fox, heading back out to Washington, D.C., because the first full bus of migrants from Texas arrived in Washington, D.C. yesterday morning. It's all part of Texas Governor Greg Abbott's plan to counter the Biden administration's approach to illegal immigration. So Fox News correspondent Lucas Tomlinson is in Washington and actually spoke to some of those passengers. Let's listen in.
The first busload of migrants arrived in Washington, D.C. Dozens of illegal immigrants, including 19 males, 4 females, and 2 children from Del Rio, Texas. They got off the bus just blocks from the U.S. Capitol.
I want an opportunity to get ahead. I want a job, an opportunity to move forward.
The transport is part of the plan Texas Governor Greg Abbott announced last week in response to the Biden administration's plan to drop Title 42, something both Democrats and Republicans worry will cause an additional surge in migration.
Texas is providing charter buses to send these illegal immigrants who have been dropped off by the Biden administration to Washington, D.C.
Texas provided the free ride to migrants released from federal custody, something the White House called a stunt.
I'm not aware of what authority the governor would be doing that under. I think it's pretty clear this is a publicity stunt.
But others say it's not a gimmick.
It is about the only way that we can sort of grab the attention of the nation and of the federal government and say, meet your responsibilities to control the border.
For these migrants, it's nearly the end of a 4-month journey, walking from Venezuela all the way to the U.S. border. Now they're hoping to leave Washington and head to Miami for the chance at a better life.
Human rights matter here. You get treated like a person.
Everyone who got off the bus has already been processed. They no longer have an obligation to report to ICE, but can do so if they want an asylum hearing. In Washington, Lucas Tomlinson, Fox News.
All right, thank you to Lucas Tomlinson for that report. We are actually working to get you a live update from on the ground there in Washington, D.C. as a second bus made its way to the nation's capital earlier this morning. So we'll let you know if we get you that live report. Meanwhile, I do want to stay in the Washington, D.C. area. We're actually going to head out live right now to Fairfax County, Virginia. Now, a Virginia jury hearing another day of witness testimony in Johnny Depp's libel case against his ex-wife Amber Heard. It's taking place in Fairfax County, Virginia, right here in front of your face, because this is all related to an opinion piece that she posted in the Washington Post, and they are located out in this area. Depp is calling the allegations false and saying that it has tarnished his name and career. In that opinion piece, she alleged that she had suffered physical abuse from the Pirates of the Caribbean actors. So Fox News correspondent David Spunt has more from Fairfax County, Virginia this morning as we witnessed day 3 inside that courtroom just yesterday.
Johnny Depp is back in court for day 3 in the $50 million defamation suit against his ex-wife Amber Heard. Witnesses took the stand Wednesday to answer questions regarding Depp's state of mind and habits over the years. The former Pirates of the Caribbean star is suing Heard after she wrote an op-ed in the Washington Post in 2018, alleging that Depp abused her. Christy Dombrowski, Depp's sister and manager, returned to the stand as Heard's defense team asked a series of questions about old text messages and emails. The lawyers pressed Dombrowski about past concerns over her brother's alleged substance abuse and addiction.
2 days later is when you sent your brother the text messages that said, "Stop booze, stop coke, stop pills," correct?
I'm not looking at it. I don't recall.
Johnny Depp's childhood friend Isaac Baruch also took the stand, explaining what he saw during years of living near the couple.
I fell in love with her just like Johnny fell in love with her. I fell in love with her. She's totally respectful, gracious to me, that she's got great teeth.
The longtime friend testified he only heard the couple argue twice. Baruch said other than those 2 times, the couple seemed loving.
Did you ever see them get physically violent with each other?
Never. They were always loving with each other. They treated each other like gold, you know, kissing and you know, what can I get you type of thing, you know, being kind with each other. Always loving, always a loving situation.
The trial is expected to last 6 weeks. In Fairfax, Virginia, David Spunt, Fox News.
All right, thank you for that report. Meanwhile, we do have an even deeper dive into day 3 of the Johnny Depp defamation trial. We actually have our very own Live Now from Fox's Daytona Everett speaking with a legal expert on everything we saw inside of that Fairfax County courtroom. We also do want to let you know that around 10 a.m. Eastern time, we are expected to get some more feeds for day 4 that will get underway a little bit later here on Live Now from Fox. But in the meantime, here is that segment from our very own Daytona Everett.
Testimony from that childhood friend looking very different from what Amber Heard is alleging. She's saying there were several forms of abuse from Johnny Depp, including physical, emotional, verbal, psychological, and sexual. I want to bring in legal analyst Nicole DeBoard. Nicole, we've had you on the show for several cases and trials in the past, specifically focusing on sexual abuse and violence. And that seems to be a huge part of this case and will continue to be through the rest of the week. We're only on day 3. What are your biggest takeaways so far?
It is really amazing. You know, these absolutely beautiful, famous people are on really display in just the worst sort of way. And to me, the biggest takeaway is that neither of these parties are walking away looking particularly good. And I'm wondering if the jurors are just taking this all in and feeling the same way about both parties.
Yeah, we have several jury members that were selected. They were seated just the beginning of this week. And you're right, they're taking a look at 2 celebrities and more celebrities that are going to be taking the stand and speaking. And we're hearing on behalf of Amber Heard here past relationships, reported relationships that she's had, possibly Elon Musk and James Franco to be taking the stand. What are your expectations on what we could be hearing, not only from family members, but from friends and romantic partners too?
I think we'll continue to hear some incredibly personal testimony. As we've heard through the examination, we're hearing about text messages people sent one another in very personal context, messages that they never expected anyone besides the recipient to see. And I expect that we'll hear the same as each of these witnesses, famous or not, takes the stand.
And of course, Johnny Depp's sister there really kind of taking the show today. I feel like she was the main focus. And they tried to kind of pigeonhole her and get her backed up against a wall because she was deeply involved in Johnny Depp's work, specifically booking certain gigs and being able to star in certain movies. And I'm curious what your thoughts are on what the angle is on that, why they were trying to do that with her.
I think that she knows the case, or she knows the circumstance and how he lived on a day-to-day basis very, very well. And I think the hope was that she could paint a picture of what was and was not going on in their lives and how Johnny Depp treated other people, including the other party in this case. And so I think that they were hoping to accomplish that. And what we can hear from the questions are just the details that they're going into to try to discredit her with personal text messages she ultimately exchanged with her brother.
Yeah, and there he is getting out of the car. His composure, something to note, as well as her composure from inside of the courtroom. Nicole, it's just so honestly great to have cameras inside to be able to capture both of their reactions, to actually hear the testimony firsthand, because that really does make a difference on public perception.
It does, and it's an interesting and very sad thing, quite frankly, to watch. But you know, as we watch them in the courtroom, you have to keep in the back of your mind that these are both trained actors, people who know what it means to be on camera and on display. And I, wonder if the jurors are thinking that that has some significance as well.
Yeah, I haven't even thought about that. But weeks, as you may know, I'll be in Virginia, where I face my ex-husband, Johnny Depp, in court. Johnny's suing me for an op-ed I wrote in the Washington Post in which I recounted my experience of violence and domestic abuse. I never named him. Rather, I wrote about the price women pay for speaking out against men in power. I continue to pay that price, but hopefully when this case concludes, I can move on, and so can Johnny. I've always maintained a love for Johnny, and it brings me great pain to have to live out the details of our past life together in front of the world. At this time, I recognize the ongoing support. I've been fortunate, and she goes on to just express her thankfulness to her fans. But this is becoming a bigger case because you'll remember this was during the Me Too movement, and they're alleging that Amber Heard utilized this to kind of skyrocket her career.
That is exactly what they're alleging. And keep in mind, too, that Amber Heard has sued Johnny Depp now for $100 million.
Right.
So she is coming into this not just as someone answering to an ex-husband, as she said in the public post that we've just read, but she is actually a litigant seeking to gain quite a lot of money.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, there's a lot of money on the line for this. And so I think that both sides are really going to go at it hard. As far as evidence goes, it's tough because you would imagine that we would have seen probably this evidence if there was videos or photos of the said abuse thus far. But do you think maybe they're waiting to present that during trial? This isn't their first go around when it comes to lawsuits, though.
It isn't. And I do wonder if we'll see some photographs. There have been articles and talk of abuse and photographs that allegedly show that there was abuse. And I suspect that if Amber Heard has those, at some point those will come out. But as you pointed out, so far we haven't seen them, and there are no witnesses who can verify that there has been any sort of abuse that anybody else can have seen.
All right, Nicole DeBoard, any last thoughts going into tomorrow? As I said, only day 3 today, day 4, more witnesses to be taking the stand.
You know, my thought is this is a train that really has left the station. And as people consider suing people that they're close to, that they care about in any way, this is what a court battle can look like in just, really horrific fashion. I mean, all of their personal life and detail is on display. And even if you're not famous, you go into a courtroom in this kind of a context, and it can be a real train wreck.
Yep. Well, we appreciate you coming on the show to break it down for us, and we'll be speaking with you as things develop here, and hopefully some pretty explosive testimony to be coming from, like we said, those big names, Elon Musk and James Franco, too.
All right, a great segment there from our very own Daytona Everett, speaking with a legal expert, diving deep into day 3 of the Johnny Depp defamation trial. We do want to let you know that at 10 a.m. Eastern time, we are expected to get some more live feeds from inside of that courtroom in Fairfax County, Virginia. However, I do want to switch gears here entirely to a major story that we have been following here on Live Now from Fox. This man accused of opening fire inside of a Brooklyn subway car will appear in court today. You're looking at Frank James being captured by police yesterday afternoon in the East Village. He could now face a number of terrorism-related charges. So we do want to bring you out live to downtown Brooklyn, where Fox 5's Briella Tomasetti is live near the federal court, where that arraignment is expected to happen in just a couple of hours, I understand. Briella, good morning to you. What can you tell us?
Yeah, Regina, good morning to you. And it just goes to show how intense this entire investigation really is. Within a matter of hours, Frank James, that 62-year-old suspect, he went from first being a person of interest, then to the prime suspect, and then to finally being arrested. Now, as you said, all eyes are on this federal courthouse behind me, where James is scheduled to be arraigned in just a few hours.
Frank! Frank! Frank!
62-year-old Frank James, the man accused of throwing smoke grenades and opening fire on a crowded rush-hour N train Tuesday morning, was led out of the 9th Precinct station house by the NYPD and the FBI after a massive, all-hands-on-deck, 30-hour manhunt.
Literally, hundreds of NYPD detectives worked doggedly during the last 30 hours to bring this together.
Mayor Eric Adams, speaking via video link at a press briefing with law enforcement officials, had this reassuring message for his fellow New Yorkers.
We got him. We got him.
James was the sole suspect in the shooting at Sunset Park's 36th Street station, which sent waves of fear and panic throughout the city. He has 9 prior arrests in New York and is now facing federal terrorism-related charges. He could spend life in prison if found guilty. The NYPD says James, who also has ties to Ohio, Wisconsin, Pennsylvania, and New Jersey, rented this U-Haul van in Philadelphia on Monday night, drove it to Gravesend, Brooklyn, and parked it on Kings Highway the following morning. In this video, you can see him wheeling what appears to be a black cart down the sidewalk before boarding the N train.
This station is 3 blocks from where we recovered the U-Haul truck that he rented in Philadelphia. The key to that truck was recovered at the crime scene.
Detectives traced James's steps to 7th Avenue and 9th Street in Park Slope, but then he slipped under the radar. That is, until several Good Samaritans spotted the wanted fugitive walking down 1st Avenue in the East Village and called police.
I feel very happy because we got this guy.
And I saw him coming right at me, just a few feet away from me. And when I saw him, I knew it was him because I just studied the guy's face.
One thing's for certain, New Yorkers are breathing a collective sigh of relief knowing the suspected gunman has finally been brought into custody.
He didn't resist from what I saw, which I guess is the best case scenario. There were a lot of cops, but he seemed just didn't say anything.
Oh, it's a good thing for New York City.
Now, James posted several videos to his YouTube account criticizing the mayor's policies on mental health and subway safety, but the motive for all of this is still unclear. I also want to note, though, that the gun, the Glock used in that subway shooting, was legally purchased at an Ohio gun shop back in 2011. For now, that's the very latest live here at the federal courthouse in downtown Brooklyn. Regina will send things back inside to you.
Yeah, Briella, thank you so much. Definitely a lot of questions surrounding a possible motive and where we can move from this point on. So we thank you for keeping our viewers up to speed on this very tragic turn of events. We'll be touching base with you again. So in the meantime, have a great day. All right, everybody, Regina Gonzalez with you here on Live Now from Fox. I'm going to send some of you to a quick 2-minute commercial break. But when you return, we have just gotten some breaking news into our desk, and I'm going to bring you the very latest when we come back. We're learning that Tesla CEO Elon Musk is offering to buy Twitter in a deal worth more than $41 million and take the company, Good morning, everybody. You're streaming live now from Fox on this Thursday, April 14th. My name is Regina Gonzalez with you live from Orlando, Florida. Within the last minutes, we've got some breaking news to report for you this morning. Tesla CEO Elon Musk offering to buy Twitter in a deal worth more than $41 billion and taking the social media company private. Now, Musk's best and final offer was to pay $54.20 per share for 100% of Twitter, and it said that his offer was not accepted. If his offer was not accepted, he'd have to reconsider his position as a shareholder. This is all according to an SEC filing. Now, Musk recently disclosed a 9.2% stake in Twitter, but he rejected an offer to join its board of directors and criticized the social media platform in tweets, which is pretty ironic. He wrote in the filing that he'd want to, quote, transform the social media platform into a private company to help it realize its potential to be the platform for free speech around the globe. That is according to the filing as well. Musk wrote that this is not a threat. It's simply not a good investment without the changes that need to be made, and those changes won't happen without taking the company private. So again, this is a breaking news that we have just gotten into our desk this morning. Twitter Inc. saying in a regulatory filing that Musk, who currently owns slightly more than 9% of its stock and is the company's biggest shareholder, provided a letter to the company just yesterday that contained a proposal to buy the remaining shares of Twitter that he doesn't already own. Again, Musk offered $54.20 per share on Twitter stock. So we've been following the Elon Musk Twitter venture for quite some time now. Huge questions concerning why he even wanted anything to do with the social media platform to begin with. So we are working to get you a live report from Fox Business Network. We do know Fox Business Network's very own Kelly O'Grady has specifically been following this story. So again, stay with us for the very latest on Live Now from Fox. Meanwhile, as we do get into some more business-related headlines, let's get the very latest Fox Means Business report.
Consumers aren't the only ones getting squeezed by inflation. Producer prices, which is what wholesalers pay for goods and services before they sell to consumers, jumped 11.2% in March from the same time a year ago. That's the biggest jump on record dating back to 2010. And this is a big deal because these price increases will likely be passed on to you at home. And speaking of rising costs, Amazon is planning to slap sellers who use its fulfillment services with a 5% fuel and inflation surcharge. Now the big question is, will sellers pass that cost along to Amazon shoppers too? Well, hopefully the surcharge won't last too long because gas prices continue to drop. AAA says the national average for regular is now $4.08 a gallon. That's 8 cents cheaper than a week ago. Stocks were popping on Wall Street Wednesday. A mostly strong start to the corporate earnings season put investors in a buying mood, and that overshadowed any concerns about inflation and the war in Ukraine, at least for now. That's business. I'm Jerry Willis.
And as we follow the latest business headlines as well, for quite some time now, we've been following the fact that inflation is definitely eating at people's wallets. So let's get this latest report specifically related to the cost of our groceries.
Food prices are the highest they've been in more than 40 years, and it's really impacting small businesses like this restaurant, Blue Park Kitchen, where they serve customizable salads made right here at the counter. But every ingredient that you see here has increased over the past year. Lettuce up 12% over the year. Salad dressings up about 14%. The meats up almost 15%, and the fresh veggies up about 6%. Now, last August, the owner said she was committed to not raising her prices, not even by a penny. But with rampant inflation, that has recently changed.
About 2 weeks ago with our spring menu change and increased prices anywhere from 10 to 20% across the board. I just want our guests to understand what's going on. I think they want small business, especially, to be around. They want to support us.
A recent survey of small businesses shows 31% of owners say rising inflation is their number one problem. It also shows that inflation has now beat out labor issues as a small business owner's top concern. We're reporting from Manhattan, New York. Lydia Hu for Fox Business. Food prices are the highest they've been in more than 40 years, and it's really impacting small businesses like this restaurant, Blue Park Kitchen, where they...
All right, everybody, good morning. It is Thursday, April 14th. Thank you so much for tuning in to Live Now from Fox as we continue to bring you breaking news, live events, and top stories happening across the nation. My name is Regina Gonzalez. I'll be with you for a little bit longer to do just that. So what do we got going on today? Well, here's a look at a quick view of the top stories that we are following here this morning. So we are actually showing you a video right now of the New York City subway attacked suspect. A sigh of relief in New York this morning after police arrested the shooting suspect here named Frank James. He is 62 years old and was arrested yesterday in Manhattan's East Village neighborhood. A man working security cameras in the area spotted him walking down a street corner. He alerted police, who arrested James without incident. And we've also got some reports coming in that James was at a McDonald's and basically alerted authorities about himself. So we will be continuing to bring you live reports throughout the morning from Fox 5 New York. He is expected to be arraigned in a Brooklyn federal courtroom in just a couple of hours. We're also following the latest on the Russian invasion of Ukraine. It has officially entered day 50. President Biden just announcing yesterday another $800 million in military assistance to Ukraine, and this all coming as Ukrainian forces claim a strike on this key Russian naval vessel right here in front of you. Those are photos that we got courtesy of Maxar Technologies that operates in the Black Sea. We've also gotten some breaking news just within the last couple of minutes to our desk here on Live Now from Fox. Twitter Inc. saying that Elon Musk is offering to buy Twitter just days after the Tesla CEO said that he would no longer be joining the social media company's board of directors. They said in a regular filing this morning that Musk, who currently owns slightly more than 9% of its stock and is the company's biggest shareholder, provided provided a letter to the company just yesterday that contained a proposal to buy the remaining shares of Twitter that he doesn't already own. He offered $54.20 per share of Twitter stock. So in total, that would cost him about ballpark $41 billion. Yes, billion with a B, which is probably some chump change to Elon Musk. He's worth about $290 billion. He said recently, quote, "I invested in Twitter as I believe in its potential to be the platform for free speech around the globe, and I believe free speech is a societal imperative for a functioning democracy. However, since making my investment, I now realize the company will neither thrive nor serve this societal imperative in its current form. Twitter needs to be transformed as a private company." We already know, according to Fox Business, that shares of Twitter have jumped nearly 12%, even hours before the market has opened. So once we get that Dow Jones board at around 9:30 a.m. Eastern time, we'll be eager to see how the market reacts to this breaking news here this morning. We're also working to get you a live report with Fox Business Network. We do know specifically Kelly O'Grady has been following the Twitter Elon Musk saga of information. And speaking of that saga of information, our very own Daytona Everett was also bringing us a segment about how Elon Musk is facing a shareholder lawsuit over this Twitter stake. So she spoke with a legal analyst, and I actually do want to bring you that segment here on Live Now from Fox.
The testimony from that childhood friend looking very different from what Amber Heard is alleging. She's saying there were several forms of abuse from Johnny Depp, including physical, emotional, verbal, psychological, and sexual. I want to bring in legal analyst Nicole DeBoard. Nicole, we've had you on the show for...
Elon Musk is in some hot water with shareholders of Twitter. They're alleging that he illegally delayed disclosing his new stake in the social media company so he could buy more shares at lower prices. Joining me now to discuss all of that, legal expert Randy Zellen, friend of the program here. Randy, good to see you. This is so interesting. So we know in the past couple of days, over the weekend especially, Musk declined to join Twitter's board. Now this lawsuit underway with Twitter's shareholders. What are we to make of it?
Well, you really have two things going on here, and it does warrant taking a look, because you've got to divide the wrongdoing here. You have the technical wrongdoing where there may have been a violation of the securities laws, because the securities laws say once you get more than 5% share ownership in a publicly traded company, you've got an obligation to file documentation with the Securities and Exchange Commission. It's pretty clear that Mr. Musk did not do that. So that is a technical violation where the Securities and Exchange Commission would bring an action against him. That's a regulator. That's a federal, that's part of our government bringing an action. That is very different from private investors bringing an action, where here the private investors have to show more than anything else an intent to defraud, an intent to deceive, and they have to do so with particularity. And merely not filing that disclosure document in and of itself does not give rise to securities fraud.
So, Randy, you know, the board and Elon Musk must not be very friendly at this point, especially some of the shareholders who are bringing this suit. What would be the advantage, though, in not you know, showing up front or disclosing, rather, the amount of shares and the amount of stake within Twitter that you purchased right up front? The whole stake is 9.2% of Twitter itself. What would be, I guess, the strategic or personal advantage to not doing so?
Well, you might say under normal circumstances that someone wanted to buy the securities at a lower price because it's all about supply and demand. If you start gobbling up, as the lawsuit alleges, as you start gobbling up stock, well, other people say, well, wait a minute, what's going on here? I see buying, maybe I should be buying also. And that's where you get an increase in the price per share. But Elon Musk, I think most people, and the prevailing thought is, he's not doing this for the money. He's not doing this to make money on buying and then subsequently selling his Twitter stock, the man is worth somewhere between 200 and 300 billion dollars. No, he had completely non-monetary, at least with regard to Twitter, motives for doing it. He wants to use Twitter as a sounding board. It's a way to increase his brand. It may be a way to increase his Tesla stock and his other holdings, but not necessarily for Twitter. He wants to use it because he is a huge advocate of free speech, which, quite frankly, having that much of a stake in Twitter would allow him to have influence over Twitter, because Twitter at times has been accused of disregarding free speech. And then, of course, there's this hot button, edit button thing. So that's where I find it's very interesting. You may have a technical issue, and the SEC may have something to say about it from a technical perspective, but from an intent to deceive, an intent to defraud, causing loss to other people, I think that may be a bit more of a stretch, particularly where the federal rules of civil procedure require a fraud, securities fraud, to be alleged with particularity. And I don't see how these investors are able to bridge that gap and make the connection between, hey, wait a second, he had an obligation to tell me that he was gobbling up Twitter stock, and I wouldn't have sold my stock had I known that. Not the same as the technical regulatory violation.
But Randy, shareholders aside, Musk is no stranger to some of these, squabbles with the SEC. Can we go into some of those in the past? Because he has been really, I guess, taken to the woodshed, if you will, by the SEC, not really with Twitter, but with his own entities, his own businesses.
I'm not certain that he's been taken to the woodshed. I think he's actually doing pretty well these days, but there are certain very high-profile people who I think to a certain extent enjoy the war with Twitter. So the war with the Securities and Exchange Commission. Certainly Elon Musk would be one. Mark Cuban would be another. It's like, listen, I don't care who you are. I don't care what part of the government you're from. Go ahead, bring it on. So certainly I think Mr. Musk at times enjoys tweaking Twitter, certainly with some of the more outrageous things that he said. He's been accused of impacting the price per share, literally with just going like that. I mean, he's got what, 90, 100 million followers, but no, I don't believe that the Securities and Exchange Commission is anything more than to Mr. Musk a fly flying around his glass of wine like a little gnat. But sure, they enjoy going after him, and it's a big fish if they can catch him. And he, by the same token, I think enjoys, go ahead, come and get me. Let's see what you got.
Yeah, of course, this lawsuit coming after he's now majority, or he owns one of the largest now stakes in Twitter. What will you be kind of following as this case moves forward? Do you think it has staying power? Do you think it has legs?
I don't think so. Certainly, I could be jaded by the fact that the primary plaintiff right now, I think, invested a total of about $1,300. That in and of itself, I mean, it's kind of hard to keep a straight face when you think about, okay, who's running this show here? It happens to be someone who sold his Twitter stock for like $1,300. That's probably what Mr. Musk leaves at a tip if he were to ever to venture into a pizzeria. Having said that, again, I'm curious to see if this thing even gets past a motion to dismiss, where the defense, Mr. Musk, is going to come in and say, just because I may have technically violated 13D or 13G, that's not securities fraud. You got to prove a lot more than that. You've got to do it specifically. You've got to prove my evil state of mind.
Totally.
You can't do that. You can't prove reliance. And I wouldn't be surprised if we see a motion to dismiss granted.
All right.
All right, everybody, and as we follow the Elon Musk Twitter saga, we do have breaking news for you on this Thursday morning. We are learning just within the last couple of minutes that Tesla CEO Elon Musk offered to buy Twitter in a deal worth more than $43 billion, yes, billion with a B, dollars, and take the social media company private. Now, Musk's best and final offer was to pay $54.20 per share for 100% of Twitter, and said that if his offer was not accepted, he'd have to reconsider his position as a shareholder. This is all according to an SEC filing. Now, Musk recently disclosed a 9.2% stake in Twitter, but he rejected an offer to join its board of directors, and he criticized the social media platform in tweets, which, like I said, is pretty ironic. You're criticizing Twitter on Twitter. He wrote in the filing that he'd want to, quote, transform the social media platform as a private company. He said, quote, I invested in Twitter as I believe in its potential to be the platform for free speech around the globe, and I believe free speech is a societal imperative for a functioning democracy. He also wrote, however, since making my investment, I now realize the company will neither thrive nor serve the societal imperative in its current form. Now, Musk said the takeover attempt is not a threat. It's simply not a good investment without the changes that need to be made. So again, this is breaking news that we have gotten to our desk just within the last couple of minutes. Elon Musk offering to buy 100% of Twitter and take it private. Later on in our show, we will be touching base with Fox Business Network on this news, so be sure to stick with us for that report. Some of you are going to see a quick 2-minute commercial break. When you return, we are going to switch gears back to another major story that we are following. This is the suspect in the New York City subway attack that happened Tuesday morning in the height of rush hour. Frank James facing federal terror charges and expected to be arraigned in a Brooklyn federal courtroom here in just hours. So we're going to bring you that full update from NYPD that they made after
Attorney for the Eastern District of New York, Mike Driscoll, the Assistant Director in charge of the FBI's New York office, John DeVito, Special Agent in charge, ATF. These are the partners who have been working with us from the first moment of this incident, and we have important information to transmit today. First, we'd like to go to the mayor, live from Gracie Mansion.
My fellow New Yorkers, we got him. We got him. I cannot thank the men and women of the New York City Police Department enough, as well as our federal agents, our state police, our first responders, from the 9/11 operators to the various men and women from our medical professions. We got him and said to New Yorkers, we're going to protect the people of this city and apprehend those who believe they can bring terror to everyday New Yorkers. And I want to thank everyday New Yorkers who called in tips, who responded, who helped those passengers who were injured. 33 shots, but less than 30 hours later, we're able to say, we got him. Thank you, Commissioner, for your leadership and job well done.
And now, Police Commissioner of the City of New York, Keisha Sewell.
Good afternoon, everyone, and thank you for being here. I am truly fortunate to stand here among these extraordinary investigators and federal partners to make this announcement. Moments ago, Frank Robert James was stopped on the street and arrested by members of the New York City Police Department. Officers, in response to a Crime Stoppers tip, stopped Mr. James at 1:42 p.m. at the corner of St. Mark's Place and First Avenue in Manhattan. He was taken into custody without incident and has been transported to an NYPD facility. He will be charged with committing yesterday's appalling crime in Brooklyn. I want to commend all of the investigators and analysts who took part in this all-hands-on-deck investigation. Literally, hundreds of NYPD detectives worked doggedly during the last 30 hours to bring this together. They did so in tandem with a vast number of our law enforcement partners, including those from the FBI NYPD Joint Terrorism Task Force, the ATF NYPD Crime Gun Intelligence Center, and the Regional Task Force led by the United States Marshal Service. We hope this arrest brings some solace to the victims and the people of the city of New York. We used every resource at our disposal to gather and process significant evidence that directly links Mr. James to the shooting. We were able to shrink his world quickly. There was nowhere left for him to run. I'd like to turn it over to Chief James Essick for details of the investigation.
Good afternoon, everybody. I'd like to update the public on yesterday's incident on the subway in Brooklyn on a Manhattan-bound N train. Through the course of this investigation, we developed additional information and evidence. Mr. Frank James, our person of interest, now became a wanted individual for yesterday's horrific incident. Mr. James is a male, 62 years old. He is known to us and has ties in Wisconsin, Ohio, Pennsylvania, New Jersey, and New York City. His arrest history in New York is 9 prior arrests, dating from 1992 to 1998. Those include possession of burglary tools 4 times, criminal sex act, theft of service 2 times. He was arrested on a New Jersey warrant. He also has a criminal tampering. He has 3 arrests in New Jersey, in 1991, 1992, and 2007. They are for trespass, larceny, and disorderly conduct. So yesterday, we recovered video of him prior to the incident entering the Kings Highway subway station. He has the same black cart that he has later recovered on the crime scene. The pictures are to my right over here. This
We'll make these available electronically after this.
This station is 3 blocks from where we recovered the U-Haul truck that he rented in Philadelphia. The key to that truck was recovered at the crime scene. This jacket, the distinctive orange jacket, was also recovered, as well as his construction helmet he was wearing, and we recovered that in a garbage bin in transit. We believe, but this is still early in the investigation, that after firing his weapon 33 times at innocent New York City subway riders, Mr. James boarded an R train that had pulled into the station, went 1 stop up, and exited at 25th Street Station. We also have a picture of that. The gun used in this, a 9mm Glock, which was recovered at this crime scene, was purchased by Mr. James in 2011 in Ohio. We tracked Mr. James, and his last known whereabouts was 7th Avenue and 9th Street in Park Slope, entering the subway. Minutes ago, thankfully, NYPD patrol officers from the 9th Precinct responded to St. Mark's and 1st Avenue, where they apprehended him without incident. This case was quickly solved using technology, video canvassing, and then getting that information out to the public. So I can't speak highly enough of the partners we had, the FBI, Mike Driscoll, ATF, John DeVito, U.S. District Attorney from Easton, Breon Peace, and the coordination and within the Detective Bureau, Tommy Galati from Intel, our Transit Bureau, our Patrol Services Bureau. Phenomenal job, less than 30 hours later to arrest this individual. So with that, I'd like to turn it over to Breon Peace.
Good afternoon. Thank you. Yesterday was a dark day for all of us, but the bright spots of the incredible heroism of our fellow New Yorkers helping each other in a time of crisis, the quick response by our first responders, and the hard work by all of our law enforcement partners that has been ongoing is truly a bright spot here. Today, Frank James has been charged by complaint in Brooklyn Federal Court with one count of violating 18 U.S.C. sections 1992 A7 and B1, which prohibits terrorist and other violent attacks against mass transportation systems. He has been apprehended. He will be arraigned in federal court in Brooklyn, and if convicted, he will face a sentence of up to life imprisonment. My office is prepared to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that on April 12th, 2022, in Sunset Park, Brooklyn, in the Eastern District of New York, Frank James did knowingly and without lawful authority and permission commit an act, including the use of a dangerous weapon, with the intent to cause death and serious bodily injury to passengers and MTA employees on the New York City subway system. The government will prove, among other things, that James traveled across state lines in order to commit the offense and transported materials across a state line in aid of the commission of the offense. We, in the Eastern District of New York U.S. Attorney's Office, are working closely with all of our law enforcement partners, the FBI, NYPD, ATF, U.S. Marshal Service, and others, including the Kings County District Attorney's Office. And my office and our law enforcement partners will use every tool at our disposal to bring this individual justice and bring justice to New Yorkers and restore safety and peace of mind to all. And we'll continue to do so as this case proceeds. Thank you.
Good afternoon, and thank you all for being here today. As Mr. Peace just discussed, Mr. James is now facing a federal charge for his actions, a terrorist attack on mass transit. We have two ways that you can get in contact with us, because I want to be very clear that this is still an ongoing investigation. If you have additional information regarding Mr. James's activity, or if you have digital information, please reach out to us. Contact the FBI, 1-800-CALL-FBI, or you can provide digital media through fbi.gov/Brooklyn shooting. We need to hear from you so we can fully understand all the events that have occurred over the last 30 hours. It's crucial that we receive the assistance of the public as we piece this case together. There has been some reports that FBI holdings to date had a tie to Mr. James. I want to be very clear that to date we have found no record of an investigation of Frank R. James by an FBI office before the shooting yesterday. Reports that FBI's New Mexico field office previously investigated him are inaccurate. I want to thank our partners in this case, the NYPD, the ATF, the U.S. Marshals, and the U.S. Attorney's Office, and all the members of the FBI NYPD Joint Terrorism Task Force. We've had such a tremendous response from all of our partners in this case that have led us to this moment now. I also want to take a quick moment to highlight the work of the JTTF. I'm fortunate I get to work with them every day. It's truly an outstanding group of people, led by SAC Kerry Farley, who spearheaded this investigation. They've done an outstanding job on this, as they have every time New York has faced a threat of this nature. So thank you, and I'd like to turn it over to John DeVito from the ATF.
Good afternoon, everyone. Again, my name is John DeVito. I'm Special Agent in Charge for ATF here in New York State. One of the key points that Dick Driscoll pointed out was that we could not have done this without the public's help. First, let me say our thoughts and prayers and actions for the past 2 days have been with the victims as well as all New Yorkers. The men and women of ATF have been working side by side with NYPD, FDNY, the Marshals, FBI to solve this heinous crime, which we have. Immediately after the attack, New York City Crime Gun Intelligence Center, or CGIC, which is a unit comprised of highly skilled analysts, investigators from ATF, NYPD, as well as a myriad of other vital partners, whose sole purpose is to collect, analyze, and disseminate actionable intelligence regarding gun violence. Just imagine a team of dedicated professionals exploiting every nugget of intel from gun violence, the firearms, and then weaponizing that information to use it against the people that are terrorizing our communities. That's your CGIC. The timeline on this gun's life spans 16 years and 5 states. And I'm very proud to say that late yesterday evening, about 12 hours after this attack, ATF agents were able to close the loop on that extensive time span and determined that Frank James purchased said firearm from a federal firearms licensee in Ohio in 2011. So essentially, we tied that gun, utilizing the shooting, to our target, and now we have our target in custody. Thank you.
Okay, we're going to be in that we've told you almost everything we have to say, able to answer some very limited questions. Tina.
Can you tell us a little bit about the Crime Stoppers? There's some reports they call themselves in. Is that true?
There was a person who called Crime Stoppers. We're reviewing who exactly made that call.
Rocco?
Commissioner, we'll proceed after another one. He alludes in one of his videos to yesterday's date. Does that date have any significance? And is it clear yet what the motivation was for the shooting?
I think first and foremost, we were looking to get this guy off the street before he did any more carnage, brought any more carnage to the city. As to the investigation into the motive, and to look and scouring his social media, that's still part of the ongoing investigation. But again, first and foremost, we wanted to take him off the street. The investigation is continuing into the motive, into his social media postings.
Bloomberg.
You said Mr. James walked into a Park Slope subway station. What time was that, and what was he doing in between then and when you guys called him?
That was 9:15 yesterday. So the incident occurs at 8:24. So he leaves, he exited the 25th Street Station House shortly after 8:24. The R train pulls in. We catch him next going into a Park Slope on 7th Avenue and 9th Street at 9:15. And then we grab him today. But we had literally hundreds of detectives out scouring video throughout the crime scene and beyond.
And so this is 9 a.m.?
Excuse me?
9 a.m. that he goes into Park Slope?
Yes, that was him. Yeah, yesterday at 9:15.
All right, Mark.
And do you have any idea where he was previously today? Any ideas on his whereabouts? Was he being tracked in any way? Did he say anything when he was arrested?
No, his arrest was just literally minutes ago. So we haven't even, he's just arrived at the precinct shortly. As to his whereabouts, that's part of the investigation. Detectives are out going through video canvases, and we're going to backtrack that, and that will take literally weeks.
Katie.
A two-part question. The first is, did the NYPD previous to yesterday's attack have any complaints, or did they look into any of the camera additionally, is there any indication that Mr. James was going to do any more attacks in New York City?
Well,
We'll get back down to cameras after the second part.
yeah, as far as them doing any more attacks, that's, again, that's part of the investigation. Our main focus was to take him off the street immediately.
And do you know how?
Well, go ahead.
Do you know how he purchased the gun? If he had a criminal record?
You can't have a felony conviction to purchase the gun, so he had no felony convictions.
Okay, New York one.
Emily, how are you?
Hi.
Has the mayor's security detail been returned to its typical size and scope?
So we're not going to discuss that. Julia Pop.
Yes, can you take us from the Crime Stopper tip to the arrest? What happened in between? How was he located? And
The Crime Stopper tip today?
Yeah.
Yeah, go ahead, boss.
Hey, Juliet. Good afternoon. Crime Stopper tip comes in, reports that the male is in the McDonald's on 6th Street and 1st Avenue in the 9th Precinct down on the Lower East Side in East Village. Officers respond to the McDonald's. He's not in the McDonald's. They start driving around the neighborhood looking for him. They see him on the corner of St. Mark's and 1st, and they take him into custody. No incident and take him into custody. Yeah, so the camera systems in the subway system are not NYPD cameras. They're owned and maintained by the MTA. We have access to them. We do regularly look and see which cameras are working, which ones are not, but the responsibility for those cameras belongs to the MTA.
Tony.
Are you going to make the officers who made the apprehension available? Are you going to identify them? Or any special
Not at this time. If we do, we'll let you know.
Rocco.
For Chief Desi, Chief, in interviews that took place throughout the day yesterday with any of the surviving victims as well as people who were on the train, have you been able to glean anything about what he said or did on the train that yields a little bit more about his motivation, about what he intended to do?
We have witnesses on the train who said he was sitting in the back corner of the second car, and he popped the smoke grenade. And we have one witness who says, what did you do? He goes, oops, and then he pops the two, brandishes the firearm, and fires 33 times. That we are in the process, and we are asking for anybody's help who is on that subway train or on that platform to reach out to the Crime Stoppers at 1-800-877-TIPS with any information. We're still looking for witnesses and anybody who has information who was on the scene.
Okay, New York Times.
Hi, can you tell us anything more about the clock that this guy used? We heard initially that it had jammed. I know from what experts say that clocks aren't supposed to do that. It's kind of one of the selling points of clock. Can you tell us a little bit more about if that's the case or?
Well, our crime scene is still processing that scene. It goes to the lab, and they'll give us a report. It's still very early in the investigation for that.
All right, Tony.
one for
All right.
Mr.
Okay, go ahead.
U.S. Attorney. The statute that he's being held under, that requires no nexus to any foreign terrorism. This is, in its own, it's a discrete terrorism charge.
That's correct. The statute is titled Terrorism and Other Violent Attacks in Mass Transportation. So if there's a federal interest, of course, in protecting mass transportation hubs and infrastructure, and so that's the jurisdiction. But we're not going to comment further, or we're still investigating the motive and things like that, so can't comment further.
All right, last question to Juliet.
yes, we can talk about his contact with social services, or if he had any here in New York.
That's going to be part of the investigation as well, so we were not able to speak to that at this moment.
So after his arrest in the 90s, and then did he disappear? Was he not in New York City anymore?
That's part of our investigation as well, Julie. Thank you.
One more question. He's 12.
You're the last question.
Thank you. I'm wondering if there's, do we have any motive in terms of Sunset Park? Why Sunset Park, or was it random?
No idea. So just to close, we also want to acknowledge our partners, sometimes jousting partners in the media, for putting all these pictures out, for spreading this story from the time we did the press conference yesterday. That was a critical effect on raising the kind of public awareness that, as the Commissioner said, was able to give him very few choices in terms of where to go. So we appreciate your efforts as well. Thank you very much.
And if you are just joining us, welcome into Live Now from Fox. We just were listening into the latest police update, courtesy of the NYPD, on the Brooklyn subway shooting suspect that has officially been taken into custody yesterday. Here's a live look at New York City on this Wednesday, or Thursday actually, Thursday, April 14th. 2022. And yes, just yesterday on Wednesday, the Brooklyn subway shooting suspect Frank James was taken into custody. We just heard that latest police update that does confirm that he is facing federal terror charges. We'll walk through, and I'll walk you through some of the bullet points from this latest police update. This suspect, Frank James, has had 9 prior arrests in New York City, 3 of them in New Jersey. The suspected gun that was used was purchased in Ohio back in 2011. Officers responded to a Crime Stoppers tip that came in. And once again, we can confirm that Frank James now faces terror charges. The suspect is going to face life in prison. We are going to get an update live from our Fox 5 New York team and our very own reporter on the ground, Briella Tomasetti, who is going to touch base with us in just under 5 minutes' time, as Frank James is going to be arraigned today. That, of course, all of those details we'll have for you live, raw, and unfiltered here on Live Now from Fox. We're going to step away for a quick 2-minute commercial break. When we come back, we're going to get you up to speed on all of the top stories and head live to the ground in New York City to get the latest on what we can expect from Frank James, who is expected in court today. We'll see you in 2 minutes. Good morning and welcome into Live Now from Fox. I'm your host, Gabrielle Amato, live now from our Orlando studios, 7:42 here on the East Coast on this Thursday, April 14th, 2022. If you are just joining us, welcome into the show. Our motto is live, raw, and unfiltered news, and we take you out to cover the top stories not only in the United States but around the globe. We'll take you out now to our triple box view of all of the stories that we are monitoring this this morning. The first one, of course, the Brooklyn subway shooting suspect Frank James is officially in custody. He is facing federal terror charges. We are just 2 minutes away from an update from our team live on the ground in New York City to get the latest on what is expected today in court and how this arrest went down. We are going to give you the latest details that have just hit our newsroom. We can also confirm today that the Russian invasion has hit day 50. Ukrainian forces have claimed that they have struck a very key Russian naval vessel. We'll work to get you those details and up to speed as we can confirm that we are monitoring, of course, the refugee crisis that is happening on the ground in Ukraine at the moment. In the upper right-hand box on your screens, we are taking a live look at the Polish-Ukrainian border as the United Nations has confirmed that the refugee count is now at 4.6 million. And today we just broke, just about an hour ago, big news in the tech world. Elon Musk has offered to buy 100% of Twitter in order to take it private. That would be a deal worth more than $41 billion. He wants to take the company private. We have a ton of information to walk you through all of that, including how much each share is worth. And what this would really mean for Twitter as a company. But of course, we do want to get you up to speed on the latest in the Brooklyn subway shooting. We do have our reporters on the ground at the moment. We're working on getting you a live report here on Live Now from Fox. But we'll get you up to speed courtesy of our Fox News senior correspondent, Laura Ingle. She has more on this story. Let's take a listen.
He was escorted in handcuffs after he allegedly fired 33 rounds on a subway train, prompting a massive 30-hour manhunt. Officials say James posted several menacing videos on social media in the weeks before Tuesday's shooting. Investigators say their probe will ramp up in the coming days as questions still remain regarding the motive behind the attack.
First and foremost, we wanted to take him off the street. The investigation is continuing into the motive, into his social media postings.
Law enforcement sources have told Fox News that James reported himself to the NYPD's Crime Stoppers unit before his arrest. Police say James had multiple run-ins with the law, with a dozen prior arrests dating back to the early 1990s. He's being charged with a federal terrorism offense, though there is no indication James had ties with any terror groups.
This is a beautiful day for New York. We begin to heal, we turn the page and say no more hate in our state ever.
10 people were struck by the gunfire, more than a dozen others were injured. 5 of those hurt are reportedly in critical condition. Subway service has resumed at the 36th Street station, and police have stepped up security throughout the nation's largest subway system.
I noticed that there are fewer people this morning. So I don't know if it's because of what happened, but you know.
Frank James will make his first court appearance in a Brooklyn federal court Thursday. If convicted, he could face life in prison. In Brooklyn, New York, Laura Ingle, Fox News.
And we are now taking a live look at New York City after the Brooklyn subway shooting suspect Frank James was taken into custody. Today, he is facing federal terror charges, and we do have our reporters live on the ground. Fox 5's Briella Tomasetti is live near the Brooklyn Federal Court in downtown Brooklyn with the very latest. Briella, walk us through what can be expected today.
Yeah, Gabby, good morning to you. And Frank James, that 62-year-old suspect, is expected to be arraigned at some point today. We're not sure if it's going to happen this morning or this afternoon, but we can go into some of the details. He was taken into custody yesterday, as you mentioned, after police started getting calls and tips from people who recognized him out there walking on the street. Police also saying that he called into the Crime Stoppers, the NYPD Crime Stoppers hotline himself, from an East Village McDonald's, and that is what ultimately may have led to his arrest. 2-year-old Frank James, the man accused of throwing smoke grenades and opening fire on a crowded rush hour N train Tuesday morning, was led out of the 9th Precinct station house by the NYPD and the FBI after a massive, all-hands-on-deck, 30-hour manhunt.
Literally, hundreds of NYPD detectives worked doggedly during the last 30 hours to bring this together.
Mayor Eric Adams, speaking via video link at a press briefing with law enforcement officials, had this reassuring message for his fellow New Yorkers.
We got it. We got it.
James was the sole suspect in the shooting at Sunset Park's 36th Street station, which sent waves of fear and panic throughout the city. He has 9 prior arrests in New York and is now facing federal terrorism-related charges. He could spend life in prison if found guilty. The NYPD says James, who also has ties to Ohio, Wisconsin, Pennsylvania, and New Jersey, rented this U-Haul van in Philadelphia on Monday night, drove it to Gravesend, Brooklyn, and parked it on Kings Highway the following morning. In this video, you can see him wheeling what appears to be a black cart down the sidewalk before boarding the N train.
This station is 3 blocks from where we recovered the U-Haul truck that he rented in Philadelphia. The key to that truck was recovered at the crime scene.
Detectives traced James's steps to 7th Avenue and 9th Street in Park Slope, but then he slipped under the radar. That is, until several Good Samaritans spotted the wanted fugitive walking down 1st Avenue in the East Village and called police.
I feel very happy because we catch this guy.
I saw him coming right at me, just a few feet away from me. And when I saw him, I knew it was him because I just studied the guy's face.
One thing's for certain, New Yorkers are breathing a collective sigh of relief knowing the suspected gunman has finally been brought into custody.
He didn't resist from what I saw, which I guess is the best case scenario. There were a lot of cops, but he seemed just didn't say anything.
It's a good thing for New York City.
Now, not only does James have 9 prior arrests here in New York State, as I mentioned just a short time ago in that package, but he also has 3 prior arrests over in New Jersey for petty larceny and disorderly conduct. So definitely a very long rap sheet there. For now, this is the very latest live here at the federal courthouse in downtown Brooklyn. I'm Briella Tomasetti. We'll send it back inside to you.
Thank you, Briella, for that latest update. We'll be touching base throughout the day as those arraignment details do come to light. We do want to take you back out live to Poland, where we are monitoring the Polish-Ukrainian border this morning on day 50 of the war in Ukraine. Ukraine today has claimed that it has damaged a key Russian naval ship. That is the latest, as the United Nations also confirms that the refugee count has hit 4.6 million. We do want to get you up to speed on the latest video and the latest details coming out of Ukraine. We do, of course, have reporters on the ground who have been covering this situation since the very beginning. The presidents of 4 countries on Russia's doorstep visited Ukraine today. It was a show of support as Russian President Vladimir Putin vows to keep his war until his goals are met. Meanwhile, international experts are reporting what they call clear violations of humanitarian law by Russian troops. Authorities in Bucha are exhuming another mass grave containing dozens of bodies in a city where hundreds are reported slaughtered. Fox News correspondent Trey Yingst, he is back in Kyiv reporting for us, and we do want to let you know that his story features some images and videos that you may find disturbing. Let's take a listen.
The rigid, frozen corpse of a man is examined by a war crimes prosecutor. The body pulled from a mass grave on the outskirts of Kyiv this morning. One of 65 victims buried there after being killed by Russian soldiers, according to Ukrainian officials.
During Bucha's occupation by the Russian forces, people were shot just because they spoke Ukrainian, helped out as volunteers, or supported our armed forces. Russian forces killed peaceful civilians.
The Austrian chancellor met this week with Russian President Vladimir Putin to confront him on the killing taking place. He described the talk as tough and unfriendly. Today, 4 other European leaders traveled to the Ukrainian capital by train in a show of solidarity amid the backdrop of these Russian atrocities. The presidents of Poland, Lithuania, Estonia, and Latvia meeting with President Volodymyr Zelensky in Kyiv as the Ukrainian leader pushes for more Western military support. The meetings about Russia come amid news that Ukrainian pro-Russian politician Viktor Medvedchuk was arrested this week after escaping house arrest during the war. Zelensky offered to release the Putin-friendly oligarch who was captured wearing a Ukrainian military uniform, but only under certain conditions.
Well, if Medvedchuk chooses a military uniform for himself, he falls under the rules of wartime. I offered the Russian Federation to exchange this guy of yours for our boys and our girls who are now in Russian captivity.
Russian officials called the offer dangerous, as those same officials continue to support Russian President Putin's broad invasion of Ukraine. Fears are growing that the atrocities committed so far in the war near Kyiv may only be a fraction of what's happening in other places like Mariupol.
About 150,000 people have been able to leave Mariupol. Sadly, there are still over 100,000 people still in Mariupol waiting for evacuation.
There are still millions of civilians at risk amid this conflict as Ukraine enters day 50 of the war. In Kyiv, Trey Yingst, Fox News.
And thank you to Trey for that report. We're taking you back out live to a triple box view of all of the top stories that we are monitoring this morning. Of course, a live look here at the Polish-Ukrainian border. Also a live look at the White House this morning as the sun is rising here on the East Coast. Just a day after the White House has approved an $800 million package in aid to Ukraine. We also are keeping a very close eye on some breaking news we brought to you this morning. Elon Musk has offered to buy all of Twitter in a mega money deal. We'll walk you through all of those details, but we do want to continue to get you up to speed on the latest out of Ukraine and primarily on the refugee situation. Thousands of Ukrainians are flying to Mexico and then crossing into the United States near San Diego. And for many, it's the easiest way to apply for asylum after escaping the war. Our Fox News multimedia reporter Ashley Soriano, she reports from the San Isidro port of entry. Let's take a look.
You can see tents and people behind me. This is where Ukrainian refugees are crossing into the U.S. from Tijuana, Mexico. Many of them meeting with friends and family already in the country. Volunteers greeting them with clapping and cheers, food and water, blankets. They're coming in one after the other, each with a similar story, an exhausting journey, multiple days of travel, and worry about the future.
Добрый день, как поживаете?
Alana Bastis welcomed her sister Irina to the U.S. this week. Irina spent multiple days on planes and in a processing center in Mexico.
There is no words to describe what we feel.
Elena Fetisova greeted her teenage sister in Tijuana on day 5 of the trip from Ukraine.
My sister is 15. She's just coming over right straight from Ukraine.
And 22-year-old Natalie Povod was on a study abroad trip in the Czech Republic when the war started. Her program ended this month.
I had to go home, but I understood that there is no way to go home.
Since the war started, 4.6 million people have escaped Ukraine, many to nearby European countries. Churches, nonprofits, and other organizations are helping people on both sides of the border, providing food, water, hot drinks, blankets, and even books and toys for kids. They're also offering transportation, temporary housing, and free legal services. Alina Gordon says she immigrated to the U.S. from Ukraine with her parents in 1994.
They left everything behind, but the difference back then versus what's happening now is that we had a year to prepare for the immigration. Most of the families that I'm meeting right now, 99.9%, left overnight. And they have a backpack with them, and most of their belongings are still back in Ukraine.
Immigration lawyers say strict visa requirements, missing documents, and pandemic restrictions have made it difficult for Ukrainians to legally enter the U.S. Crossing through Mexico and then applying for asylum at the border is quicker.
I feel that I'm in the right place right now.
Asylum claims in the U.S. can take years to be resolved, but for many, just making it to American soil is a victory.
Slava Ukraini. Героям слава. That's a glory to Ukraine.
Volunteers we spoke with say they've seen the number of Ukrainians crossing go from just a few dozen in mid-March to thousands now, and many of them women and children. Now, President Joe Biden has announced that the U.S. would accept up to 100,000 Ukrainian refugees, but hasn't given much more detail on that. In San Diego, Ashley Soriano, Fox News.
And thank you very much to our multimedia reporter, Ashley Soriano, for that report. You are now taking a look at the Russian warship that Ukrainian forces claim to have struck down. There are reports this morning that the guided missile cruiser has officially sunk. These, of course, are reports coming out of Ukraine. Russian forces are adamant that that is not the case. It comes as the United States has committed to sending a range of new weapons to help Ukraine fight off this Russian invasion. Our Fox News correspondent Doug Lazater has more this morning from Washington. Let's take a listen.
Now, this cruiser is the flagship of Russia's Black Sea Fleet, and Russia acknowledges that it has been damaged. The Moskva guided missile cruiser, seen here in Russian Defense Ministry footage, was struck by Neptune anti-ship missiles, according to Ukrainian officials. Russia says there was, in fact, a fire on board, but they are not saying it was attacked. Still, if confirmed, it would be a big achievement for Ukraine. But there have been setbacks elsewhere. Russia claims more than 1,000 Ukrainian fighters just surrendered in Mariupol, a city that has been under siege for weeks.
Freedom must be armed better than tyranny.
Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky keeping up his drumbeat for more assistance from the U.S., a detailed list of what he wants.
Artillery, 155 millimeters. Artillery shells, 152 millimeters, as many as possible. Multiple launch rocket systems, Grad, Smersh, Tornado, or M142 HIMARS. Armored vehicles, APC, infantry, fighting vehicles, others, tanks.
Zelensky then spoke to President Biden yesterday, and he will get a slew of new weapons from the U.S., including helicopters.
All we can do is do what we're doing in the moment, talking to the Ukrainians, seeing what they need, and moving things as fast as we can.
And the White House had to clarify President Biden's accusation of genocide, saying it was just his opinion, not a change in U.S. policy.
He's the President of the United States and the leader of the free world, and he is allowed to make his views known at any point he would like.
Now, Russia objected to the genocide accusation and has now sanctioned nearly 400 members of Congress. In Washington, Doug Luzader, Fox News.
And thank you to Doug for that report. We are getting in this feed into our newsroom because this is what we do here on Live Now from Fox. We take you out live, raw, and unfiltered to any events happening right now around the world. And we are getting this interview, of course, this is Jake Sullivan, who's currently the United States National Security Advisor to President Joe Biden. Let's listen in.
Now you're saying, well, we agree with the use of the word genocide, or is there any doubt that genocide is going on, and what are you going to do about genocide being?
Well, the president said, after he said initially, you know, we've got a brutal dictator committing a genocide in eastern Ukraine, he was asked to elaborate on that by the press on the trip to Iowa a couple of days ago. And what he said is what he has assessed over the course of the past week, seeing everything that has come in, which is that the Russians and Putin seem to be hell-bent on erasing the very idea of Ukrainian identity as an independent identity. And when you combine that with the mass acts of killing, from the president's perspective, that's genocide. Now, he also said, that's from his perspective, there is a legal process our State Department goes through. The lawyers look at the terms of the Genocide Convention and make a determination as to whether, in fact, it meets the legal standard. That's something that will take quite a bit of time. But the president was quite deliberate in his own personal use of that term.
How much longer do you think the fighting will continue in Ukraine? Is it a couple of weeks, a couple of months, a year or more? Do you have any idea?
It's very hard to assess. I have said before from the White House podium that we believe there is a good chance that the fighting will be protracted, that this will go on for months or even longer because what you're looking at is a substantial amount of territory in the east that the Russians are now going to see, and in the south that the Russians are going to seek to contest, and they're going to throw a lot at it, and the Ukrainians are going to resist. But, you know, obviously we should all offer some degree of humility in making projections about the course of this war, because it's uncertain as to how exactly it will unfold.
The economic sanctions that the administration has imposed, along with our allies in Europe and other places, are they having any bite on Putin's ability to fight that you can see?
Well, one of the ways in which they are hampering his ability to fight is a lesser focused on part of the economic pressure, which are the export controls. The United States and all of our Western allies, as well as our key allies in Asia, Korea and Japan, have all signed up to export controls on high-end inputs to defense technology. So Russia's ability to retool and replenish, because many of its systems rely on Western microchips and other Western components, has been severely limited, and they are exhausting the stocks of some of those high-end weapons. So that's a very direct way in which you will see that. And then more broadly, reducing the amount of money coming into Russia, reducing the Russian state coffers, and freezing or immobilizing hundreds of billions of dollars in their central bank has an impact on their ability to fund and fuel the war machine.
But as long as the Europeans still need to buy Russian gas and oil, the Russians will still have some money that they can fight this war with. Is that right?
It's fair to say that they're continuing to collect resources. And so I'm not sitting here suggesting we have so starved them of those resources that they literally can't field an army and continue to try to make progress on the battlefield. On the issue of European purchases of oil and gas, first, they just banned the purchases of coal. Second, there's more active discussion in Europe now, and more active discussion between us and Europe about what the future of that energy relationship is. And one thing the United States is doing very aggressively is taking practical steps to help Europe be able to wean itself off of Russian gas by increasing and intensifying the delivery of the supplies of U.S. liquefied natural gas.
Is there any evidence that the Chinese are providing military equipment or financial aid in any way to the Russians that you know of?
On military equipment, we have not seen that yet, but it's something that we constantly monitor. And of course, you know, we don't have complete visibility at all times, so we have to keep intensively looking to see whether that's something that will happen. But at the moment, we have not seen that. On financial aid, that's a complicated question to answer because, of course, Russia and China have an economic relationship, and there is continuing economic intercourse between Russia and China. But have we seen a kind of systematic effort to undermine, weaken, or defang the sanctions? At this point, we have not. But again, day by day, week by week, that's something we watch very closely.
Are there any more economic sanctions left that you can actually impose? It seems as if you've imposed almost every economic sanction imaginable. Are there any more you have in your toolkit?
I mean, what we have done is unprecedented in terms of a major economy. To take this set of steps across financial sanctions, investment bans, the export controls I spoke about before. And what's also quite remarkable is more than 600 major companies leaving Russia of their own accord, American companies, European companies, and we're grateful to the ways in which the private sector has stepped up on behalf of principle and value. And there are now more companies that are making that decision as to whether they're going to leave. And of course, the United States kind of, there's always this
And if you are just joining us, welcome into Live Now from Fox. We were just listening in to an interview with a national security advisor, Jake Sullivan. We are going to listen back in. We did temporarily lose that feed, but it is back for us, so let's return.
Tries to adjust to the fact that it is under this massive economic pressure. What steps do they take to try to evade our sanctions, and how do we crack down on that? And I think we'll have some announcements in the next week or two that identify targets that are trying to facilitate that evasion, both inside Russia and beyond. And then, of course, there's this issue of energy in Europe, and that's an ongoing conversation with Europe.
Every war comes to an end, or at least has an armistice at some point, it seems. So at some point, this presumably will end. I don't know how long that will be. Nobody knows. But when that happens, do you think these sanctions will automatically be lifted as a result of the negotiations, or it's not a foregone conclusion the sanctions would be lifted?
It's not a foregone conclusion. A lot of that depends on what the shape and scope of that diplomatic agreement is, and a lot of it depends on what the Ukrainians, in consultation with us and the Europeans, come to agree to. We're not going to do a deal over the head of the Ukrainians where we give a bunch of sanctions relief to Russia. But if some measure of sanctions relief were built into some credible diplomatic solution led by the Ukrainians, that's something that we would happily discuss with them.
Okay, what about the oligarchs and their yachts and other possessions? Are you likely to give them back as part of a deal as well, or is that off the table? And won't they be available for reparations of some type? In other words, so you can sell those yachts?
I will say one thing that I was not deep on before taking this job was laws on asset seizure and forfeiture. I have come to learn quite a bit about it. There are authorities we have, and there are further authorities that maybe we could develop, and that's something we are actively looking. I'll be careful in what I say today because there's an ongoing kind of policy process around how we end up dealing with that question. But rest assured that the goal is not just to sit on them for a while and then pass them all back.
Okay, so when we are sending weapons over to the Ukrainians, are they trained in the use of these weapons, or do we have to spend a lot of time training them?
So this is one of the factors that we consider in terms of what we supply. They can much more easily integrate Soviet systems into their current operational formations. Just bringing a new weapon system from the United States and handing it over to a bunch of guys who have been working largely with post-Soviet systems could be maybe more disruptive than additive. So some of our things are easily handed over and used, and javelins are a good example of this. We trained the Ukrainians over years on the use of javelins, and so they now have the capacity to pass that training on to others, and that's a pretty seamless process. For other types of systems, they do require some degree of training. In fact, Lloyd Austin was just sort of publicly showing how we are doing a limited amount of training on some of these other systems. But we're trying to do it on systems where you can do it rapidly, not over the course of months or years. For some of the higher end stuff that the United States has, it is a months or years process. And then there's a separate question. It's not just about, can someone point and shoot with a given weapon? It's how is it maintained and sustained and repaired? What is the logistical tail for it? How do you build an entire ecosystem to be able to deploy it in the fight? So there are some systems for which it just doesn't make sense because it would end up being a drag. But that's a constant conversation that we have with the Ukrainians about that piece of the puzzle. The question of, is this actually really usable in any kind of reasonable time frame?
Okay, so is there any red line that the Russians could cross that would force us to go into Ukraine? In other words, let's suppose weapons of mass destruction were imposed in Ukraine by the Russians. Is that a red line that would force us to send troops or other things into Ukraine, or there is no red line?
What we have consistently said with respect to the use of chemical or biological weapons is that there would be severe consequences on Russia, and we've said nothing more than that in terms of detailing them in public. We have communicated directly to the Russians our views on this subject, and we've consulted closely with our allies, and I'm going to leave it there.
Okay, you don't want to give a tip about what you're telling them? No. Okay.
Not today.
Not today. Okay. So is there any ongoing negotiation that's kind of by the Abramowitz or anybody that's trying to negotiate a peace here? Is there anything going on now behind the scenes that you can hint at, or there's nothing really going on?
There is a negotiation that's going on. Putin just spoke to it a day or two ago, where he described it as being at a dead end, but they should keep working. And the Ukrainians have expressed a view that it has been a difficult slog, but they think remaining invested in trying to see if there's a negotiated solution is a good thing. We have not been direct participants in any negotiation. Because we believe this is something where the Ukrainians should be in the lead and we should be in support. But we have regular consultations, and I will have a further consultation today with my counterparts in Kyiv by secure phone on what they're thinking. But we're not actively involved in any negotiation.
But we have intelligence that picks up what they're saying, or we don't know what they're saying?
I mean, we get reports from the Ukrainians, so I don't think this is one where they're trying to hide the ball on it. They're sharing with us the progress or lack of progress at the negotiating table.
So in this administration, what you've done in the war is to release previously classified information that was declassified relatively quickly. So on where the Russian troops were and on theoretically what Putin has been saying. Is that a novel technique? Are you happy with it? Is it had any good benefit that you know of yet? Essentially declassifying things quickly and saying to the Russians, we know what you're thinking and saying and what you're doing.
So we do think it's had a positive benefit. We do think novel might not be the exact right word, because the declassification and public presentation of intelligence has been done before, but the tempo and the manner in which we did it, particularly in the lead up to the war, I'm not familiar with another example of that. And the reason we did it is really twofold. The first was to rob the Russians of the element of surprise, which they had in Crimea, and we did not want them to have here. The second was more important, which was the Russians are masters of making things murky. How did this start? You know, were the Russians forced into it because of some provocation or pretext by the Ukrainians? We wanted to rob them of that as well and show that this was premeditated, long planned, that we knew what the plan was, that we knew roughly what the time frame was. And so when it happened, the world would know that this was a brutal war of choice imposed by Putin and Russia on the Ukrainians, and not some conflict that began because things spun out of control. We believe that we were very successful in that, and actually were able to rally the world to respond, not just aggressively over time as they scrambled to figure it out, but very, very rapidly. Within days of the invasion, we had imposed the most sweeping sanctions in a coordinated fashion with the Europeans, the Japanese, others, that have ever been applied against a major economy, as I said before. And that could not have happened if we had not been painstakingly, systematically doing these declassifications and building this coalition for the moment when the Russians acted.
And when you declassify something, does it have to be declassified by the President of the United States? Does he have to sign off on it? Is that the only way you declassify things?
He has the ultimate power and authority to declassify, and he gave broad strategic direction that we do this. But in terms of the individual pieces, there is a process that involves the intelligence community to ensure that sources and methods are protected. So we deferred to the intelligence community to say, we're okay with that, we're not okay with that.
So when you declassify something that says Putin said this to somebody, doesn't it kind of make Putin wonder whether you have human intelligence right around him, or you're picking up his communications by technical means? Does that kind of make you nervous that when you say this is what he's saying in almost real time, isn't that dangerous a bit?
This is what protection of sources and methods is all about. It's a kind of a seemingly technocratic phrase, but what it really means is, if you put a piece of intelligence into the world, can your adversary readily determine what the source of that information was and shut off that source? And so we will only put pieces of information in the world where we have confidence that they cannot do that. That's what the analysis with the intelligence community is. And that's why they will green light certain things we can say and red light other things. I found myself in a kind of awkward situation of late where it's a common thing for a national security advisor to say, I don't comment on intelligence matters, but we've been commenting very broadly on intelligence matters over the last few months. So maybe the better way to say it is, I don't comment on intelligence matters where commenting on them could harm our national security, and I do comment on them when it can help our national security. And that's been a kind of a careful, very thoughtful, very systematic, very prudent process that has been managed at senior levels across the Director of National Intelligence, the CIA, the NSA, all the different agencies of our government.
So would the president prefer and the administration prefer, when this fighting is over, at some point it presumably will be over, that Putin stay in power or not stay in power?
Well, the president has spoken to his views on this subject quite emphatically. What he said when he was asked about that, he said, look, I'm not going to hold back in expressing just the absolute and utter moral outrage of what this person is doing. I mean, out of nowhere, for no reason, initiating and then leading the industrial scale destruction, devastation, and human toll of this conflict. It's barbaric, it's outrageous. But he also made the point that the future of Russia is going to be decided in Russia by Russians. The United States is not enunciating some regime change policy. But that doesn't change the view that the president has of the absolute brutality that Putin has wrought and what harm he has brought from sitting where he sits.
Now, when we are in kind of opposition to what Russia is doing, how do we deal with Russia on other issues, so on space issues or on other issues where Russia and we might have some common interest, or do we just have no relationship at this point as long as this war is going on?
Well, you know, one example of where, you know, we've had obviously to continue to deal with the Russians is in the context of the Iran nuclear negotiations, where they're a member of the Permanent Five plus one, plus Germany and the European Union. So it's not like American diplomats never come into contact with Russian diplomats, but in no area, in no arena is it business as usual. We do still cooperate with the Russians on the International Space Station. You know, we did that at the height of the Cold War when we had, you know, nuclear weapons on hair trigger. So we have a kind of muscle memory of being able to deal with Moscow, even in a context of extraordinarily heightened tension.
Do you see any likelihood the president will talk to Putin in the near future by video conference or anything like that?
We don't have anything on the horizon.
So, okay. Let's talk about China for a moment. That's an easier subject. Do you see any concern by the Chinese about what the Western allies have done in terms of putting sanctions on Russia, and they're maybe worried about something that they might do in Taiwan, or there's no similarity worth talking about?
Well, certainly we have expressed our concerns about China taking efforts to unilaterally change the status quo, and we think they are carefully looking at what's happening in Ukraine to learn lessons writ large, including with respect to Taiwan. Now, for the U.S. ourselves, the situation with Ukraine and the situation with Taiwan are not the same. Our relationship with Taiwan is governed by the Taiwan Relations Act. Our security partnership with Taiwan is governed by the Taiwan Relations Act. And, you know, one of the things that we have focused on in the past several weeks is actually deep consultations with allies and partners, including in Europe, to say this kind of thing can happen in Europe. This kind of thing can also happen in the Indo-Pacific. And it's incumbent upon responsible countries in the world to send a clear message that any type of aggression is unacceptable wherever it happens.
So if China were to invade Taiwan in some way, is our official government policy is that we would defend Taiwan?
Our official government policy is that we're going to take every step we possibly can to ensure that never happens.
Okay, let's talk about the Iranian negotiations. Where do they stand? Are they anywhere close to getting resolved?
Over the course of the past few months, we've made a fair deal of progress in getting to the point where both Iran and the U.S. could come back into the nuclear deal on a compliance for compliance basis. There are a few issues that have not yet been resolved. We are continuing to go back and forth on those issues, and we'll see where things land. If we get to the point where the president believes that there's a deal on the table that will put Iran's nuclear program back in the box it got out of when the previous president pulled out of the deal in 2018, and that it protects America's national security interest, he'll do the deal. If not, he won't, and the coming days and weeks will be telling.
Okay, so I said
if you are just joining us, welcome into Live Now from Fox. I'm your host, Gabrielle Amato, and a look on your screens keeps you up to date on all of the top stories that we are monitoring on this Thursday, April 14th, 2022. We are listening in live right now as the U.S. National Security Advisor to President Biden is speaking on a slew of topics on Ukraine, on the Iranian nuclear deal. And we are going to jump back in, but I did just want to update you if you are just joining us. A big story today. Subway shooting suspect Frank James is officially in custody. He faces federal terror charges and is going to be arraigned today in New York. Police on Wednesday arrested Frank R. James, the man suspected of shooting 10 people and setting off smoke grenades in a crowded subway on Tuesday. At an afternoon news conference, Chief of Department Kenneth Corey said a tip came into Crime Stoppers saying that James was at a McDonald's on 6th Street and First Avenue in the East Village. The Associated Press reported that James had actually called in the tip himself. What we know is that James is facing a federal charge related to terrorism and violent acts committed against mass transit. This is all according to the U.S. Attorney for the Eastern District of New York. If convicted, James could face a life sentence in a federal prison. And once again, that arraignment is going to happen today. Our Fox 5 New York team is on the ground, and they will keep us updated on that. Today officially marked day 50 of the Ukrainian war, the Russian war in Ukraine, rather. Ukrainian forces are claiming that they have hit a key Russian naval vessel, although the United States cannot independently verify that claim. We did hear that earlier on from Jake Sullivan himself. The United States has confirmed that it is going to send an additional $800 million in aid to Ukraine. We'll be touching base with our reporters on the ground a little bit later on in the show. And a bit of breaking news to start this morning was the news coming out regarding Twitter. Elon Musk back in the headlines, this time for offering to purchase 100% of Twitter in an effort to take the company private. Tesla CEO Elon Musk has offered to buy Twitter in a deal worth more than $43 billion. Yes, $43 billion. And take the social media company private. This is Musk's best and final offer. It comes down to $54.20 per share for 100% of Twitter. He said that if this offer was not accepted, he'd have to reconsider his position as a shareholder. We did break a couple of weeks ago that he became the majority shareholder when he purchased just over 9% of the company. We're going to be touching base with our Fox business team later on in the morning as well to get the details on this mega money move. But for now, let's listen back into the U.S. National Security Advisor Jake Sullivan and the latest on Ukraine, Iran, and beyond. Let's listen in.
I guess maybe the Deputy National Security Advisor has a more intense job, actually, to be fair, but it is really intense. And one of the things that I think makes the job of the American National Security Advisor particularly intense is everything that happens everywhere on every dimension and every geography. Some piece of the U.S. government has something to say or do about that, and that's true from the energy markets to a humanitarian disaster to nuclear proliferation to a terrorist incident to a diplomatic agreement between two countries in a different part of the world and what its knock-on implications are. And the amount of information that you have to process rapidly every day, and then the knowledge of the system to be able to say who actually really knows what's going on here and who needs to be empowered to do something about it. The diversity of that, the sheer diversity of that is the most, is probably the most challenging part of the job.
So how do you relate to the Secretary of State? Historically, the Secretary of State and the National Security Advisor often didn't get along. Sometimes they did, but how do you relate? How many times a day do you talk to the Secretary of State?
Tony Blinken's such a not nice person that it's just very difficult to deal with him. But no, we actually have a tremendous relationship. We've known each other for years. We've worked in government together before. I think we have a similar operating style. We don't always agree on every issue. In fact, we debate a lot of issues, but we do so, I think, in a constructive way that is not just the two of us working through an issue personally. It's the National Security Council and the State Department effectively working through things. And I think it works very well. I talk to Tony every day, sometimes repeatedly. He's in my office a lot. He's over at the White House a considerable amount. His relationship with the president is extremely close and longstanding. And actually, that has been, in my view, a big asset in carrying forward what the president really has focused on, which is to elevate diplomacy and our national security and to give the State Department the kind of position in the U.S. government that it has long deserved and has not always had in previous administrations.
So if you and Tony agree on something, and let's suppose the Secretary of Defense agrees as well, you go to the president, you're united. Does he ever overturn a united recommendation?
Yes.
Really?
Yes, he does.
Does he give you a reason, or he just saes, I don't like
it? No,
it?
yes, of course he gives a reason. Yeah. No, it's every third time he just does it, you know, he actually, you know, I have found this to be one of the kind of humbling things about this job is we can run a whole process that involves multiple layers of review and decision and a lot of people who are pretty smart and very knowledgeable on the subject all coming together collectively around a consensus recommendation. We can take it to the president, who will have spent that day focused on domestic policy or something totally different. And he will look at it, and then he will ask a question that makes you think, oh, wow, we didn't even really get to that. He will get to the heart of the matter and say, you know, I question this underlying premise of the decision you just came out with. That happens more often than you might think. And lest you believe that that is some display of a messed up process or we didn't quite get it right, there is something about having a chief executive who has perspective, experience, the ability to kind of see things from multiple different angles, who just brings a different level of capacity to decision making. And it does mean that we will prepare consensus recommendations. He'll say, I don't buy that, you need to improve that, or I'm on the other side of that. And then, you know, obviously he's the boss. But I think it makes for a more effective decision-making process that he engages in that way.
So how has he changed since you were his national security advisor when he was vice president? Is he smarter than he was before? He's different? How's he changed?
I think just being president is so different from being anything else in the world, let alone vice president. It's really the gravity of feeling about the decisions, the kind of weight of that. I think it gives you an intensity of focus on the stakes and the scope of every outcome that that manifests itself. Like you almost can feel it in the room, how a president is engaging a decision from basically how anyone else, a secretary, a senator, or even a vice president.
So you've worked for Hillary Clinton, you worked for Barack Obama, you worked for Joe Biden. Who's smarter of those people? You're not going to answer that?
No.
Okay. All right. So you worked in the White House under President Obama. How is the national security process different now than it was then, or is it not much different?
Some of it's similar. And in fact, I've learned a tremendous amount from Susan and Tom Donilon and Jim Jones, who were the national security advisors in the Obama era. So the fundamental kind of skeleton of the process is the same. I would say a couple things are different. One is the issue set has expanded over the past decade. Technology and national security, energy and climate and national security are only becoming more relevant. The intersection of foreign policy and domestic policy. COVID, I think, has introduced or elevated the kind of question of biosecurity, pandemic preparedness in a different way from how it existed before. So I've added directorates to the National Security Council. We have a different constellation of actors around the table, a broader constellation of actors around the table than has happened previously. And so I would say that's probably the biggest way in which things have evolved from the time President Obama was in office until today.
Okay, so what time do you have for relaxation or just getting in shape? Do you exercise anymore? Do you have any time for that, or do you have any time for staying just healthy?
Not really. And in fact, I'm not in fighting shape physically. Hopefully I'm still in mentally good and emotionally good fighting shape. I do try to exercise, but I would say that the thing I've probably fallen down on the job most since beginning has been keeping up a really good exercise regimen and a good sleep regimen and a good diet. I mean, honestly, I've reverted to a certain extent to eating like I did in college.
Really?
At late nights at work, yeah.
Okay, so let me ask you about mistakes. Everybody's made mistakes in life, I think. So would you look back in your time now at the National Security Advisor, would you say that you've made any mistakes that you can talk about publicly? Would you do anything differently with the way you handled Russia or Afghanistan in hindsight?
I think anyone who tells you after a year and some months in any job, let alone a job of the kind of complexity of national security advisors, say, no, I don't think I really made any mistakes, they should be fired because they're not, properly assessing either their own performance or how they could improve. So yes, of course, I've made mistakes. I mean, I do think that I will be guarded in kind of bearing my soul here about what I think they were, because I think that has implications. And then, with the question of Afghanistan, I get this question a fair amount. And, obviously, the way things turned out, I wish they had turned out differently. And if I could go back and make them turn out differently, I would. But, there will be time when I leave this job to actually kind of reflect on, was there a moment or a decision or a particular move we made or didn't make that would have dramatically or materially altered the outcome. I try to learn in real time for myself, but in terms of kind of meditating on that publicly, I'll wait for the future.
Okay, so let's talk about for a moment other troublesome spots in the world. Anything new on North Korea?
Well, it has been a period of intense activity by North Korea in terms of the tests that they have conducted. They have conducted a series of shorter and intermediate range tests, followed by a couple of efforts to test longer range systems that they didn't really advertise publicly. In fact, we went out to say, hey, we think they're up to something here. And then finally, a few weeks ago, a test of an intercontinental ballistic missile, which they had not done previously, they had not done since 2017. So yes, they are in a pattern of provocation, a pattern of testing. We expect that will continue. I think you will hear more out of North Korea in terms of its efforts to advance its nuclear program and its missile program in the weeks and months ahead. And we are coordinating closely with both the outgoing and incoming ROK government, with Japan. And I was just in Rome a few weeks ago with my Chinese counterpart, Yang Jiechi. And so we were talking to Beijing about this as well.
But does North Korea today have an intercontinental ballistic missile that's nuclear tipped that can get to the United States?
North Korea has tested an ICBM. They did so back in 2017. They did so again just a few weeks ago. They obviously have nuclear weapons. And the last test they had of a nuke was back in 2017. And we know they have an arsenal of them. The question of whether they can mate a nuclear warhead to an intercontinental ballistic missile, fire it, and actually have it hit a target as they would want to in the continental United States, that is something that is not yet proven.
So far, Israel and India have not been supportive of our positions on Russian sanctions. Is that disappointing to you, or do you think that there's a justification for it and you're okay with it?
I guess our view on this is that we cannot think about quote unquote support for our Ukraine policy or for sanctions or other things as a strict on-off switch. For us, this is an ongoing process, a work in progress. President Biden spoke with Prime Minister Modi earlier this week. We're not trying to beat other countries over the head that have been more reluctant to get on board. What we're trying to do is move steadily towards a greater consensus, both around what Russia has done here and around what the right ways to respond to it are. India has a long-standing relationship with Russia. They're not situated with them the same way we are, or Europe is, or Japan is, but it's something that we're working on. And the same thing is true with Israel. And I think you've seen, particularly out of Israel, an increasingly robust stand on particularly the atrocities that we've seen out of Bucha and Kramatorsk and elsewhere, and we hope to see more of that.
So every morning you wake up, you have to deal with all the problems in the world.
All right, everybody. You are listening in to a press briefing with Jake Sullivan right now, but we do want to take you out to New York City, where we do have another live feed coming into our desk. This one coming in from New York City Mayor Eric Adams. Let's listen in.
Our children are safe because of the action of the chancellor, the teachers, the principals all over the city responded in a heroic manner, as well as the other law enforcement first responders responded correctly. We will provide mental health and trauma support to those who need it, especially those 5 schools in Sunset Park. That includes providing crisis team on top of the social workers and social-based mental health clinics already available in our schools. And I will say it again, our children are safe and secure, and we are going to continue to ensure that that happens. Today's announcement is about securing their future and doing it correctly. The first time there will be a gifted and talented program in every school district in New York City. We are extremely pleased about this. Heard this over and over again, and I cannot tell you how important this day is. For far too long, we had districts in our city that did not have gifted and talented programs. We are giving every child in every zip code the chance that has been denied too often. I heard this over and over again on the campaign trail, and that denial ends today. We have gifted and talented students all over the city. There's no reason these programs were not all over the city. It's time for all our students to have access to the classroom programs that develop their full personhood and their full potential. Today's announcement is about expanding equity. Expanding. The chancellor has stated it over and over again. Let's expand the things that work. And this is a clear opportunity about. It's about reaching every child in New York City. Every year, the fight that parents must go through over a small number of seats, that fight concludes today. It should have never existed in the first place, and today we say no more. We are adding more than 1,000 seats to our gifted and talented programs. It's extremely exciting for us, and this is about our children receiving the opportunity from the earliest possible age. And we are making it easier for families to get access to the program, providing 2 entry points, kindergarten and 3rd grade, for every child in every district. This is how we are giving and allowing our young people the opportunity to grow, to learn, to explore their talents and imagination. We are making sure no child is left behind. I campaign on this, expanding opportunities for accelerated learners in every borough and district. Far too many accelerated learners were being left behind, had to go outside their districts, heard stories of parents leaving their homes early in the morning so their children can go to another district or even another borough just to get the services that they need. I campaigned on this, I fought for this as borough president, and now as mayor, I fulfilled that promise. This is a big and long sought win for parents, families, and students across our city, especially in underserved districts. It is also just one of many steps the Chancellor and I are working on right now to transform our Department of Education. I have a great partner in doing so, and Chancellor Banks, I thank you for this exciting announcement and looking forward to the announcements in the future as we move our educational system in the right direction. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and we all are wishing you a speedy recovery, and we can't wait to get you back out here. We need you in the worst way. So first of all, let me just say good morning, and I want to also join the mayor in taking a moment to recognize the recent senseless acts of violence which have been perpetrated all across the city, too often impacting innocent children. On Monday, I visited the schools of our students who were killed or wounded by the shooting in the South Bronx. On Tuesday, I visited our schools, which were impacted by the attack in our subways. And yesterday, I spoke at a memorial for Cade Lewin, the 12-year-old who was killed while sitting in the backseat of his car with his family. Before our young people can reach their full potential inside the classroom, they must first feel safe inside and outside of our schools. Our educators and school safety agents work hard every day to create a safe and supportive environment where incredible learning can occur. As the mayor just mentioned, as we were making our way here to this press announcement, this terrible incident in the Bronx. And one of our safety agents is now at Jacoby Hospital, recovering, as well as one of our educators as well. So the details are still coming out. But again, as for this, for me, this is personal, not only as the chancellor, but many of you may or may not know that I used to be a school safety agent. And so when I hear people say that we don't need school safety agents, today is a perfect example of why school safety agents are critically important to ensuring the safety of our children. We need a lot of other things as well, more counselors, more support, but we need our safety agents. So let's not be confused about that. So when our young people do not feel safe in their communities, they bring those burdens into the classroom with them. We must end this gun violence. We must ensure that whether our students are walking on the street or sitting in a classroom, that they are safe. Now, we can talk about what we can do when our students do feel safe. And as the mayor just said, we're excited to announce a significant expansion to New York City's gifted and talented programs. In the past, some of our families felt that they might have to fight tooth and nail to even get access or be considered for these programs. Then if families were invited to attend, some were told that their young children would have to travel a long distance because there was no program available in their home district. And today, we are ending that scarcity mindset by offering 2 entry points in elementary school. We are expanding gifted and talented like never before. And we're doing this because we have been listening. We have talked to parents all across the city, and we are delivering on what they asked for. And they've asked the mayor for this throughout the months that he campaigned. He made a promise that he was going to make it happen. It was a promise that was made, and today it is a promise that is kept. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. We currently have 2,400 kindergarten seats for G&T, and we're proud to create 100 additional seats to our kindergarten program so kids in every single district have access to a program that's close to home. Additionally, we're going to continue our successful policy of screening all pre-K students for gifted behavior and not giving 4-year-olds one simple test. This way, a diverse group of young New Yorkers, all students with the potential to thrive under accelerated learning, will be identified and invited to apply and have access to this opportunity. But the big news today is that we are now expanding our 3rd grade gifted and talented pilot program to include all districts across the city. The top 10% of 2nd grade academic performers in every school will be invited to apply to gifted and talented programs, with preference being given to students applying to programs in their home district. By using academic grades from their 4 core subject areas, we're screening students for gifted behavior based off their total academic performance, not just a single test. When you talk to national experts on child development, they identify the 3rd grade as the best time to identify gifted behavior. And we are following that advice by investing in this additional entry point for our students. The expansion of our 3rd grade program is only a beginning. We will have at least one program in every district. Let me repeat that. We will have at least one program in every district. If the district has the interest and the capacity to host more than one program, we will work with that superintendent to make that a reality. So today, we are simply setting a baseline, not the ceiling. What this announcement does today is provide families in Soundview in the Bronx, East Flatbush in Brooklyn, Far Rockaway in Jamaica and Queens, and Port Richmond and Staten Island, with expanded access to gifted and talented programs, fulfilling our commitment to expand accelerated learning in our city. And you can just feel the energy in this room around how excited people are. The doors keep opening, people keep coming in. Welcome to our elected officials, continued CEC members. People are really, really excited about this because it demonstrates that you have a mayor, you have a chancellor who are listening to the people of this city. We're not coming to this with our own ideology. We are responding to what our community and our families have been asking for, and today is the beginning of delivering that. And so, at this time, I want to introduce, to give remarks, our council member, new council member and chair of the Education Committee, Rita Joseph. Thank you.
Thank you, and good morning, everyone. Good morning, Mayor, Speedy Recovery, Chancellor Bank. Thank you so much, and my colleagues in government. My name is Rita Joseph, council member for the 40th Council District. Today is remarkable. Anyone who knows my journey, I've been an educator for 22 years. And today is such an exciting day for gifted and talented. For 22 years, I've been screaming access and equity. And today we stand at that threshold. And I thank you, Chancellor, and I thank you, Mayor, for inviting parents and stakeholders at the table when you make these decisions, and they're so important. So thank you for expanding this. Thank you. I'm looking forward to working with you and making sure as partners in this together to continue to expand and find ways that we can make sure we serve all families in New York City. Go gifted and talented. Yes.
Before I bring up our final speaker, I do want to acknowledge a couple of people that we have here in the room as well. Our first Deputy Chancellor, Dan Weisberg. Our Deputy Chancellor for Family and Community Engagement, Kenita Lloyd. And our Deputy Chancellor for Teaching and Learning Experiences, Carolyn Quintana. And Deputy Chancellor Quintana is really the person that will be driving the work of this gifted and talented program and the expansion and and she is really going to be our leader in the face of this on behalf of our parents and our families. So I want to thank her. And at this time, we couldn't have all of the parents speak, but we asked Mike Garcia to come here he's from Queens, and he's a parent at PS 56 in Queens. Please welcome him. Mike, you want to?
Sure. Good morning. I'm Michael Garcia, Michael Garcia, Garcia, and I'm from Richmond Hill, Queens. So I am very honored to be here today and excited. I'm the proud parent of two students, Maddox and Michaela, who are currently in school participating in Career Day. But I'm really excited about this announcement today, as we just learned that Richmond Hill's PS 56 will be one of the schools who will be getting a gifted and talented program. This is really exciting. You know, currently in Richmond Hill, we did not have an opportunity for a school with that type of program, so I was not eligible. But I'm really excited that this opportunity will now exist for other parents and families, as well as all New York City residents throughout the city. So I'm extremely grateful and excited for that. I also like to take this opportunity to say that I think that these type of programs make it really inclusive to get all the young people in and together. And so again, we're extremely happy to be here. We think when all these things go good, it's good for the school, it's good for the parents, it's good for the kids, and good for the community. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Deputy Chancellor Quintana, if you would just join me here, please. We're going to get ready to open up the Q&A. But before we do, I would just simply like to say this. This is still very much a work in progress. We are continuing to listen to these same families, and they have a whole host of opinions around how this program should be strengthened, the way it should be structured, and where we will continue to listen. That's why we said today is simply a baseline, but we will continue to improve on the program as well. So at this point, I think we've got a few minutes. Whoever's... Okay, Senator Sepulveda, would you please come and say a few words, please? Thank you.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
Good morning, Mr. Mayor. I hope you recover quickly. I come here with some level of sadness and, of course, some level of happiness. The student who was killed last week is a student in my senatorial district. And PS 69, where the incident occurred today, is also in my senatorial district. It's actually one of my better performing schools. So I really am grateful to the school safety agent, and I want to go visit her and thank her in person. I'm also thankful to the mayor, the chancellor, who have spoken with me about providing the resources that we need in our schools. The Bronx has the lowest graduation rate in the state of New York. On a good year, we graduate 75% of our students, where the rest of the city is hovering at 85 to 90%. And the mayor and the chancellor have told me that they are laser focused on bringing the numbers in the Bronx to the level of the rest of the city. And so I'm very thankful for that. But as you can see, PS 69 is in Soundview, where the chancellor indicated a program will be existing. And so I'll be happy to share that information with the students there. Many parents have told me in my district that they will not sign their children up for the program because it was too far of a commute. And so we've resolved that program. So Mr. Mayor, Mr. Chancellor, I really, from the bottom of my heart, I really want to thank the efforts you're making on behalf of the students of the Bronx. We need to bring our numbers up. We need to make sure that that education gap diminishes so that our kids can go on and be productive, great college students in the future. Thank you.
Thank you. Council Member Oswald Feliz, would you please join us?
Good morning, everyone. Thank you so much for being here. I'm Councilmember Oswald Feliz, proudly representing the Bronx, and also co-chair of the Black Caucus. And it is such an honor and a privilege to join our mayor, all of our colleagues in city and state government, including our mayor, our education chancellor, members of the city council and state legislature, to basically announce opportunity for some of our most vulnerable communities. For far too long, some of our poorest communities have been left behind in so many different ways, including and especially in the area of education. And we have to do everything within our power to make sure that we are better serving those students and those children, and we're expanding opportunity. Our children have so much potential. They have unlimited potential. They can become lawyers, doctors. They can become lawyers, doctors, psychologists, and they just need the tools to be able to do so. And that is exactly what we are doing today, giving our poorest, vulnerable New Yorkers and our youngest children, as young as 3 and 4 years old, the tools so that they could be able to achieve their dreams. So it is an honor and a privilege to join all my colleagues, city and state government, and our New York City mayor for this very important announcement. We are expanding opportunity, and we're also teaching our entire country how good futures are built. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Assembly Member Jennifer Rajkumar, would you please join us?
Yeah, you're right.
Okay, yes. How could I have missed it?
Good afternoon. It is a great day to celebrate the expansion of the Gifted and Talented program. And this is personal to me. Let me be clear. The only reason I'm here today as an Assemblywoman is because of education. My mom was born in a mud hut in India. My parents came to this country with little. And it was because of educational opportunity that I was provided, that I'm able to stand here today before you. And now today we are expanding that kind of opportunity to children all around our city. There will be a Gifted and Talented program in literally every single district. This is huge. And we're going to be reaching out to all of the children, making sure that this program is accessible to all. So I want to thank our great mayor, the mayor of Getting Things Done, for this bold and historic initiative. And I would like to say that this is part of the mayor's larger leadership, which is serving as a national leader on educational issues. Because if we as a state and as a country are going to be globally competitive, we need to provide children with the kinds of opportunity. So thank you. Thank you so much, Mayor. Thank you, Chancellor. Thank you.
Thank you, Assembly Member. And finally, Assembly Member David Weprin.
Thank you, Chancellor. I've represented a very diverse district, starting in Eastern Queens in School District 26, going all the way down to Richmond Hill. And we in Eastern Queens have been huge supporters of the Gifted and Talented program for many, many years, and our students have excelled. But there are other areas in my district, other than Eastern Queens, that have not had the opportunity to have Gifted and Talented program. And this is a phenomenal announcement. We were so upset when the programs were being phased out last year. And this is a wonderful opportunity for every district in the city to get a Gifted and Talented program. And I want to thank the mayor for his leadership and the chancellor and for this announcement today. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. So at this time, Deputy Chancellor, if you join me, well, we'll take a few questions at this time.
Chancellor, there have been lots of proposals to change Gifted and Talented education over the years to address the fact that the demographics of the Gifted and Talented program don't look anything like the demographics of the city's school system, which is more than 70% Hispanic and Black. The Gifted and Talented program is essentially reversed. And, you know, there was, they used multiple measures before they used the test. The test was supposed to help. It didn't go that way. How sure are you that these changes will give more equity to the program, and is that of concern to you, the demographics of the program?
Well, certainly the demographics were a concern to the mayor and myself, and it's part of the reason why we've rolled out this new plan, which is to, in fact, have a program in every district. We were working from a scarcity mindset before. And we had parents at each other's throats just to try to get to a handful of seats. And one of the first questions we asked was, why does it have to be so limited? Why can't it be expanded? Why can't you have a gifted and talented program in Ocean Hill, Brownsville, and Bedford-Stuyvesant? And so that's why we're here today to make this announcement. We believe that we will greatly increase the level of diversity in this program. As the mayor said, expanding equity and access is critically important for us. It's a big part of what we believe in as well, and we think that today's announcement does that.
Chancellor, I hear you talking about the scarcity. I guess just looking big picture, so you're moving from about 2,400 to 3,500 seats. Last year, I believe there were 10,000 students who were eligible and entered this lottery. There are 65,000 kindergartners. As you know, the previous administration decided that the only way to really address that was to do away with the separate classes altogether and provide what they described as some enrichment for all 65,000 kids. And so why did you move away from that approach? And can you say that this is addressing the scarcity when it's still such a small number relative to the total?
I appreciate it. It's a great question. We do think that we are, in fact, addressing the scarcity because our approach on this is really going to be, it's not this or that, it's going to be this and that. There have been people who have argued for we need to increase quality across all of our schools, across every single classroom, including those students who are not part of a GNT program. And we are fully committed to doing that. And really, that's where I spend most of my time, effort, and energy. But there are some students who are really accelerated learners. And we've not always addressed their needs. And we wanted to make sure that we ensure that that happens. And we think that there can be an expansion even beyond these numbers. We will look and we will see how it looks this year, how students and families experience this program and its expansion. And we will be guided by the responses that we get. We're watching, we're testing, we will be looking at the data, but I think above all else, we'll be listening to families.
And let me please indicate if you want to ask a question for the Chancellor.
I have a question for both you and the Mayor. I know that you say that you're going to take the top 10% of every second grade class and they can apply to get into this gifted and talented program. Given the fact that there are a limited number of seats, how will those people be selected? I would imagine that the top 10% of every single second grade class is going to be thousands and thousands of kids. You only have 3,500 seats. How will they be selected?
Our Deputy Chancellor, you want to speak to that? Sure. Quintana.
Thank you. Thank you, and I appreciate, Chancellor, thank you for the question, and I appreciate, Chancellor, you suggesting, too, that this is a yes and approach. We want to make sure that we are providing accelerated options across schools, across the city, and we have some principals here whose schools we've already visited and we've seen where they had a GNT program, it impacted other classrooms as well. As far as that question specifically, the way that the enrollment process will work is we'll take the top 10% based on those 4 core grades across at each school, and then those students will receive, the parents can elect to opt into wanting to apply for the program or not, and those children will all be part of a citywide enrollment process. From that citywide enrollment process, we'll give the priority to the children in that particular district. And so we'll have an opportunity for kids who may not have been nominated otherwise to be nominated, and it creates diversity no matter what because you're starting at the school level and then at the district level.
All right, everybody, you are tuning in to a live press conference from New York City Mayor Eric Adams saying that the city will now offer certain mental health treatments for students following a wave of crime throughout the city and impacting young people as well. It is 9:06 here on the East Coast. You are watching Live Now from Fox. We'll be Welcome into Live Now from Fox. Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Mackenzie Stasko, and I'll be with you for about the next hour or so, bringing you up to speed on all of the top stories we are following here. We do want to bring you up to speed, as we mentioned, on what we are covering. This is video right now of the man accused of setting off smoke grenades and shooting 10 people inside of a Brooklyn subway station this week is now in custody. NYPD arrested 62-year-old Frank James in the East Village yesterday after he apparently called in and tipped them off to his whereabouts. James, again, now in custody and faces a federal terror charge. And some other breaking news that we are following: billionaire Elon Musk is now offering to buy 100% of Twitter in a deal that's worth more than $42 billion. Now, the SpaceX and Tesla CEO says he wants to transform the social media giant into a private company. Also, Russia's war in Ukraine is now entering day 50. Ukrainian forces are claiming a strike on a Russian warship in the Black Sea. We have also learned that the United States is providing an additional $800 million in military assistance to Ukraine. President Biden also traveling to Greensboro, North Carolina today to push more Made in America products to try and rebuild our supply chains here at home and bring down costs as much as possible. But first, as we told you, we do want to get back to our top story of the day, where that subway shooting suspect is now in custody. So again, this is a closer look at that video we have here on Live Now from Fox. As we said, Frank James now faces a federal terrorism charge, which carries a life sentence after officials say he allegedly conducted the worst attack on New York's subway system in years. Fox 5 New York's Briella Tomasetti has more.
62-year-old Frank James, the man accused of throwing smoke grenades and opening fire on a crowded rush-hour N train Tuesday morning, was led out of the 9th Precinct station house by the NYPD and the FBI after a massive, all-hands-on-deck, 30-hour manhunt.
Literally, hundreds of NYPD detectives worked doggedly during the last 30 hours to bring this together.
Mayor Eric Adams, speaking via video link at a press briefing with law enforcement officials, had this reassuring message for his fellow New Yorkers.
We got it. We got it.
James was the sole suspect in the shooting at Sunset Park's 36th Street station, which sent waves of fear and panic throughout the city. He has 9 prior arrests in New York and is now facing federal terrorism-related charges. He could spend life in prison if found guilty. The NYPD says James, who also has ties to Ohio, Wisconsin, Pennsylvania, and New Jersey, rented this U-Haul van in Philadelphia on Monday night, drove it to Gravesend, Brooklyn, and parked it on Kings Highway the following morning. In this video, you can see him wheeling what appears to be a black cart down the sidewalk before boarding the N train.
This station is 3 blocks from where we recovered the U-Haul truck that he rented in Philadelphia. The key to that truck was recovered at the crime scene.
Detectives traced James's steps to 7th Avenue and 9th Street in Park Slope, but then he slipped under the radar. That is, until several Good Samaritans spotted the wanted fugitive walking down 1st Avenue in the East Village and called police.
I feel very happy because we catch this guy.
I saw him coming right at me, just a few feet away from me. And when I saw him, I knew it was him because I just studied the guy's face.
One thing's for certain, New Yorkers are breathing a collective sigh of relief knowing the suspected gunman has finally been brought into custody.
He didn't resist from what I saw, which I guess is the best case scenario. There were a lot of cops, but he seemed just didn't say anything.
Oh, it's a good thing for New York City.
Briella, thank you for that report. We do want to switch gears and bring you to some news coming out of Michigan that we do want to tell you about. This is body camera video. Grand Rapids Police released video of a fatal officer-involved shooting. It happened last week during a traffic stop. The video, though, is tough to watch. A white Grand Rapids police officer shoots and kills a black man during a traffic stop. An officer pulled over Patrick Leoya for having a plate that did not match the car. Now, there was a struggle, as you saw in the video, and then a gunshot. Initially, the county prosecutor asked that the video not be released until the end of the investigation, but the police chief decided to make it public after pressure from the public. The suspect and the officer were struggling over the officer's taser at the time the trigger was pulled. Fox 2 Detroit's Randy Wimbley has more on what led up to that deadly encounter.
After mounting pressure from the public, Grand Rapids police released a slew of videos showing one of their officers shooting and killing Patrick Lioya.
Get back!
The 26-year-old's fateful encounter with police happened more than a week ago.
Stay in the car! Stay in the car!
When an officer stopped Lioya a little after 8 a.m. Monday, April 4th.
What do you want? The plate doesn't belong on this car.
Lioya seems confused. The officer tells him to get his driver's license. Lioya initially complies, but then starts to walk away. The officer grabs him. Lioya takes off running. The officer calls for backup as he chases Lioya down. A struggle ensues. The officer tries and fails to use his taser. Lioya grabs it. The officer's body camera is deactivated during the struggle. It comes back on as an officer appears to give Lioya CPR. Cell phone footage from Lioya's passenger shows what happened when the body camera was off.
Let go of the taser!
Lioya is on the ground and the officer is on top of him when he fires a single shot, ending both the struggle and Lioya's life.
Nelson, north of Greg, suspect down.
The entire encounter, from the traffic stop to the fatal gunshot, lasts less than 4 minutes. Lioya was unarmed.
And that was our Fox 2 Detroit team, of course, reporting on this developing story. And this morning, the Grand Rapids police chief says that the officer involved in the shooting will not be identified unless criminal charges are filed in the case. Right now, we're told he is currently on paid leave and has been stripped of his police powers. But for many demonstrators that you see in this video, that is simply not enough. The ACLU pointing out that the Michigan Department of Civil Rights investigated the Grand Rapids Police Department back in 2019 after nearly 24 complaints of discrimination. They also believe the shooting is yet another reason that the community should be allowed to participate in current negotiations for the police union's contract. Our Fox News correspondent Kevin Cork has a closer look.
Dramatic video released by authorities in Grand Rapids, Michigan, captures a deadly altercation involving a police officer earlier this month.
When a life, particularly the life of a black man, is lost during an interaction with law enforcement, there's a great deal of emotion, frustration, and anger.
Police say it started out as a traffic stop, pulling over 26-year-old Patrick Lioya, who was riding with a passenger inside. We're told the officer realized the plate on the car that Lioya was driving didn't match with his vehicle. And after being asked for his license, he turns his back. As the officer tries to grab him, he takes off. Moments later, he's tackled to the ground and a struggle ensues. Stop! Stop! Both men get back up and the officer yells at the suspect to stop resisting. The officer tries to tase him before he's brought back to the ground and shot in the head. Grand Rapids police releasing video of the deadly shooting from multiple angles in an effort, they say, to be transparent with the community on exactly what happened. They say the investigation is still in its early stages and the officer, a 7-year veteran, is on paid leave.
When I saw the video, it was painful to watch, and I immediately asked, what caused this to happen? And what more could have been done to prevent this from occurring?
Civil rights attorney Ben Crump is representing Lioya's family and plans to hold a news conference on Thursday to respond to the recently released video. I'm Kevin Cork, Fox News.
Kevin, thank you for that report. We do want to take you out to this live shot of the Philadelphia airport right now. So just a heads up, if you have travel plans in the near future, the Biden administration announced that the mask mandate for public transportation and airplanes, we are of course talking planes, trains, and buses, that mask mandate will now stay in effect until May 3rd. The CDC extended the order to allow more time to study a sub-variant of COVID-19 that is currently making up the majority of cases in the United States. Our Fox 5 Atlanta's Brooke Zahner is live at Hartsfield-Jackson International Airport in Atlanta, Georgia this morning. Brooke, thank you so much for joining us. I see you're at the airport, of course, masked up. What more can you tell us?
Traveling during the pandemic, they're very used to wearing these masks, but of course that requirement, it was set to expire on Monday. The CDC came out on Wednesday and announced that they would extend it for another just over 2 weeks through the month of April into May, and they say they're doing that, quote, out of an abundance of caution so they can study this BA2 subvariant of COVID-19, and currently that variant makes up about 86% of new COVID cases here in the United States. And health experts say we should expect to see a rise in cases. In fact, we are already seeing that in some states, but it shouldn't be as bad as what we saw this winter when there was a major surge. Now, many airline and hospitality workers, they've been lobbying the White House to overturn this mask requirement. And some of those lobbyists would also like to get rid of the COVID testing requirement that's needed before returning to the U.S. from abroad. So a recent poll that happened in March from the Kaiser Family Foundation also showed a pretty 50-50 split when it came to what travelers think about this mask mandate. We talked to several people here. As you can imagine, a lot of them not even wanting to talk about this because it's such a divisive issue. But either way, that mask requirement for public transportation, if you're heading to the airport, if you have plans within the next 2 weeks that are going to take you on an airplane, you will need to have a mask through at least May 3rd.
All right, our Fox 5 Atlanta's Brooke Zahner reporting live for us again at the Hartsfield-Jackson International Airport. Brooke, thank you so much. We, of course, always appreciate having you on here at Live Now from Fox.
Thanks so much.
And again, we do want to bring you back out to the Philadelphia airport. So just one more time to recap, if you are heading to the airport or traveling by plane, train, or bus, you will have to mask up at least until May 3rd as the CDC studies that sub-variant, that new sub-variant of COVID-19 that again is currently making up a majority of cases in the United States. Time here is 9:20 on the East Coast. You are watching Live Now from Fox. We'll be back in just 2 minutes. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. Thank you so much for joining us. We do want to bring you up to speed on everything that is going on in terms of Russia's war in Ukraine. This is video coming from Ukrainian forces claiming that a strike on a key Russian naval vessel operating in the Black Sea was done by them. Odessa, Ukraine officials say that Ukraine's military it guided the missile cruiser Moskva, the flagship of Russia's Black Sea Fleet. We do want to get this graphic up for you here on the screen describing what this is exactly. The Ukraine officials say that the fleet was struck by 2 Neptune missiles. Russian officials have acknowledged the damage to the ship, but claim it happened from ammunition detonating on board the ship. The 612-foot ship has a normal crew of about 500 people. Russian officials say, though, that the crew was evacuated, and the date of the claimed strike currently is not clear. And there are reports, though, this morning coming in that the guided missile cruiser has in fact sunk. It comes as the U.S. has committed to sending a range of new weapons to help Ukraine fight off the Russian invasion. Our Fox News correspondent Doug Lazater has more this morning from Washington.
This cruiser is the flagship of Russia's Black Sea Fleet, and Russia acknowledges that it has been damaged. The Moskva guided missile cruiser, seen here in Russian Defense Ministry footage, was struck by Neptune anti-ship missiles, according to Ukrainian officials. Russia says there was, in fact, a fire on board, but they are not saying it was attacked. Still, if confirmed, it would be a big achievement for Ukraine. But there have been setbacks elsewhere. Russia claims more than 1,000 Ukrainian fighters just surrendered in Mariupol, a city that has been under siege for weeks.
Freedom must be armed better than tyranny.
Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky keeping up his drumbeat for more assistance from the U.S., a detailed list of what he wants.
Artillery, 155 millimeters. Artillery shells, 152 millimeters, as many as possible. Multiple launch rocket systems, Grad, Smersh, Tornado, or M142 HIMARS. Armored vehicles, APC, infantry, fighting vehicles, others, tanks.
Zelensky then spoke to President Biden yesterday, and he will get a slew of new weapons from the U.S., including helicopters.
All we can do is do what we're doing in the moment, talking to the Ukrainians, seeing what they need, and moving things as fast as we can.
And the White House had to clarify President Biden's accusation of genocide, saying it was just his opinion, not a change in U.S. policy.
He's the President of the United States and the leader of the free world, and he is allowed to make his views known at any point he would like.
Russia objected to the genocide accusation and has now sanctioned nearly 400 members of Congress. In Washington, Doug Lazater, Fox News.
Doug, thank you for that report. And as we initially reported to you yesterday, the death toll in Mariupol now believed to be as high as 21,000 lives lost. That is the latest update coming from the mayor of the southern port city, saying that the Ukrainian forces are heroic but vastly outnumbered and in desperate need of more help. He also said that Russian troops are bringing in mobile crematoriums to try and cover up their war crimes. So some devastating news coming out of the southeastern part of the country. We do want to bring you some tweets that we have coming into our desk right now detailing some other disturbing news about the war in Ukraine. This is a tweet coming in from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Ukraine saying that there is major concern about the illegal adoption of Ukrainian children whose parents were killed in the war, saying that Russians continue to violate the norms of international law and resort to unacceptable actions, including the illegal and forced displacement of Ukrainian citizens, including children, among them orphans, whose parents were killed in this war. So again, that is the latest tweet coming in from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. This one coming in from the International Criminal Court. The prosecutor there from the International Criminal Court, this is a photo of him visiting Bucha, saying that, quote, Ukraine is a crime scene. We're here because we have reasonable grounds to believe that crimes within the jurisdiction of the ICC are being committed. We have to pierce the fog of war just to get the truth. And then this other one coming in from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, showing a door and wall with writing on it, that these writings on the wall and a door in a basement near Chernihiv shows the story of Ukrainians being trapped there for weeks. The writing on the wall is them counting the days and also listing the names of people who died during the Russian occupation in that particular city. And we do want to take you out to the White House right now, where we do know President Biden is announcing another $800 million in military assistance to try and help Ukraine as this war now enters day 50. And this comes following a remote meeting with Ukraine's president. Fox News White House correspondent Jackie Heinrich has the details.
Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky made his weapons wish list public before speaking today with President Biden.
Artillery 155 millimeters, artillery shells 152 millimeters, as many as possible. Multiple launch rocket systems, Grad, Smersh, Tornado, or M142 HIMARS. Armored vehicles, APC, infantry, fighting vehicles, others, tanks.
The White House answering with $800 million more in aid, including, for the first time, 18 howitzers and 40,000 rounds of artillery to go with them, plus counter-artillery and surveillance radar systems, 300 Switchblade drones, 500 Javelins, hundreds of armored personnel carriers, 11 Mi-17 helicopters, and unmanned sea drones, which U.S. troops will need to train Ukrainians on how to use.
We tailored this list specifically to meet the needs that they have asked for with respect to what's going on in eastern Ukraine. That's what's really driving this.
The new aid comes as Biden administration officials clarified the president wasn't declaring U.S. policy when he called Russia's war genocide.
In order to make a formal U.S. government policy decision with regard to genocide, we have a process of collecting evidence over time, and we are continuing to do that.
The White House confirming Biden said the word his administration had to date resisted off the cuff.
He's the President of the United States and the leader of the free world, and he is allowed to make his views known at any point he would like.
So it was not scripted then? It wasn't pre-planned?
Again, I think we shouldn't misunderstand who he is and where he stands in the totem pole, which is at the top.
This is the third time the White House has had to clarify that the president's comments were an expression of his personal opinion and not a declaration of U.S. policy. The first was when he called Vladimir Putin a war criminal. The second was when he implied there should be regime change in Russia. The White House rejects concerns that world leaders in the future may have to question whether it's opinion or policy coming out of the president's mouth. At the White House, Jackie Heinrich, Fox News.
Jackie, thank you for that report. This is video coming into our desk showing the presidents of Poland and the 3 Baltic states traveling to Kyiv, meeting with Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky. This happened just yesterday. The visiting leaders expressed their support for Ukraine's military defense against Russia and toured nearby Borodyanka, which was heavily damaged during the Russian occupation near Kyiv. This footage, released by Zelensky's office, again shows him meeting with the 4 leaders, including the presidents of Lithuania, Poland, Latvia, and Estonia, again in the capital city of Kyiv, Ukraine, where Zelensky has remained since this war started. We do want to mention all 4 countries are members of NATO, and it was a show of support as Russian President Vladimir Putin vows to keep up his war until his goals are met. Meanwhile, international experts are now reporting what they call clear violations of humanitarian law by Russian troops. Authorities in Bucha are exhuming another mass grave containing dozens of bodies in a city where hundreds of people are reported slaughtered. Our Fox News correspondent Trey Yingst reports from Kyiv, but we do want to warn you, his story features images you may find disturbing.
The frozen corpse of a man is examined by a war crimes prosecutor. The body pulled from a mass grave on the outskirts of Kyiv this morning. One of 65 victims buried there after being killed by Russian soldiers, according to Ukrainian officials.
During Bucha's occupation by the Russian forces, people were shot just because they spoke Ukrainian, helped out as volunteers, or supported our armed forces. Russian forces killed peaceful civilians.
The Austrian chancellor met this week with Russian President Vladimir Putin to confront him on the killing taking place. He described the talk as tough and unfriendly. Today, 4 other European leaders traveled to the Ukrainian capital by train in a show of solidarity amid the backdrop of these Russian atrocities. The presidents of Poland, Lithuania, Estonia, and Latvia meeting with President Volodymyr Zelensky in Kyiv as the Ukrainian leader pushes for more Western military support. The meetings about Russia come amid news that Ukrainian pro-Russian politician Viktor Medvedchuk was arrested this week after escaping house arrest during the war. Zelensky offered to release the Putin-friendly oligarch who was captured wearing a Ukrainian military uniform, but only under certain conditions.
Well, if Medvedchuk chooses a military uniform for himself, he falls under the rules of wartime. I offer the Russian Federation to exchange this guy of yours for our boys and our girls who are now in Russian captivity.
Russian officials called the offer dangerous, as those same officials continue to support Russian President Putin's broad invasion of Ukraine. Fears are growing that the atrocities committed so far in the war near Kyiv may only be a fraction of what's happening in other places like Mariupol.
About 150,000 people have been able to leave Mariupol. Sadly, there are still over 100,000 people still in Mariupol waiting for evacuation.
There are still millions of civilians at risk amid this conflict as Ukraine enters day 50 of the war. In Kyiv, Trey Yingst, Fox News.
Trey, thank you so much for that report. Again, we are learning that the United States is now planning to send about $800 million more in security and aid to Ukraine as this war now enters day 50. So that is the latest news coming out of Ukraine. And right now, we do want to take you out to stocks where you can see just opened about 5 minutes ago. The New York Stock Exchange currently at about 232 points up right now this morning. We, of course, will continue to track this as we go throughout the day. It is about 9:35 here on the East Coast. We are going to take a quick 2-minute commercial break, but when we come back, we will have the latest business news. We're actually going to be speaking live with Fox Business's Kelly O'Grady about billionaire Elon Musk now offering Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. I'm Mackenzie Stasko. Thank you so much for joining us. The time here on the East Coast is 9:38 in the morning. Stocks just opened about 8 minutes ago. So we do want to take you out to the board right now. The New York Stock Exchange up about 316 points. Of course, that is fluid and will continue to move throughout the morning. But we do have some breaking news that we brought you here on Live Now from Fox just a few hours ago. Billionaire Elon Musk now offering to buy Twitter to try and take it private. We do want to bring in our expert, Fox Business's Kelly O'Grady, who we have had on several times here on Live Now from Fox, of course, to try and bring us the latest and give us a interesting perspective on this situation. So again, we do want to bring in Fox Business's Kelly O'Grady. Kelly, Elon Musk trying to buy all of Twitter. Your initial thoughts on this?
I can't wait for the movie to come out, Mackenzie. I mean, this has just been a soap opera going back to a week or so ago. You know, he bought that initial stake. The stock jumped 27%. People were excited across, you know, you had conservatives saying, oh, he's going to bring back all of these people that have been banned on the platform. Now, fast forward to now, he's rejected a board seat. And this morning it came out that he is looking to buy Twitter and take it private. Initial reactions, it's a lot of money. Okay, so this deal is going to be valued at $43 billion. He offered $54.20 to buy the remaining shares. Keep in mind, he already owns about 9% of the company. He's their largest shareholder. And so the big question is, okay, one, how is he going to finance this, right? I mean, he may be the biggest or the richest man in the world, but he doesn't have that much cash lying on hand. And two, is the Twitter board going to approve this? Now, they've said that they're going to review it. They are meeting within the next hour, I believe, to review it. But this is just a continuation of the drama that I've been loving so far.
And Kelly, I wanted to ask you, you know, what sort of regulatory challenges could he face when it comes to, you know, buying 100% of this social media giant?
It's a great question, Mackenzie. I mean, he's already been in the crosshairs of the SEC for comments that he made a couple years ago about trying to take Tesla private. He actually missed the deadline to disclose this ownership share with the SEC, so they're investigating that. There's a class action lawsuit that has been brought against him by Twitter shareholders because of the money that they could have lost, or that they did lose, when they could have kept the shares and not sold them and benefited from the increase in the price that we saw. So those are the headwinds that he's facing there. Now, if he were to take this private, he were to buy 100% of it, there's also a number of other challenges that he's going to face as the leader of Twitter. I mean, over the past couple of years, we've seen a push against big tech, Twitter, Facebook, now Meta, you know, TikTok and whatnot, to regulate what's on the platform more. And I want to highlight one piece which we haven't been talking about of late, but Section 230. This a couple years ago, back when President Trump was president, he wanted to amend that. And that could really meaningfully impact how these platforms are forced to regulate. They could be responsible for everything that's posted on their platform, which could be very, very problematic. So if he becomes the head of this, he's going to have to worry about that. He's going to have to worry about a number of other lawsuits, you know, investigations. So it's not going to be a cakewalk, but he is obviously one of the most innovative and richest men in the world. So perhaps anyone can take it on. It's Elon.
And Kelly, I did want to ask, you know, we did, as you mentioned, report that he recently disclosed a 9.2% stake in Twitter, but offered to reject that offer to join its board of directors, and has criticized the social media platform in tweets in the past. So why now? You know, again, a billionaire, owns SpaceX, Tesla, of course, now interested in Twitter. So why does he want to do this?
Oh, isn't that the question of the day? I think we're all asking ourselves. So it did seem like he was going to accept that board position that was offered to him at the beginning of the week. I can't believe that feels like forever ago. So much has happened since then. And there were a lot of speculation around whether They couldn't come to an agreement on his tweeting etiquette, that he would be held to a different standard as a board member, wouldn't be able to criticize publicly. And so in his filing, he said, you know, Twitter no longer fulfills the social imperative when it comes to free speech, and that they need to be transformed. So I think the why is that he's saying, okay, you know, free speech is essential to democracy, and in his view, Twitter is not upholding their obligation to act as the, you know, proverbial online town square, if you will. When it comes to whether it makes sense for him to own this, I mean, you mentioned he owns Tesla, he, you know, runs SpaceX, he has a number of tech investments. There's not a lot of synergy when it comes to Twitter, right? Like Twitter, Tesla, SpaceX, there's not a lot of overlap there. So there's a lot of question in my mind around execution. I mean, yes, he might be able to buy this from a financial standpoint, but is he actually going to be able to change the company? Does he have the expertise? Is he going to be able to work with the employees that are already there? There's so much backlash that was coming from within the company. Unclear whether it was a majority or minority of Twitter employees, but he's going to face a lot of headwinds in aiming to change that free speech future that he's looking for.
And Kelly, this is a mega deal. We are talking $43 billion to try and buy Twitter and take the company private. You did mention those employees, that class action lawsuit, employees threatening to walk out if he does in fact become the primary owner of Twitter. Is there any reason why Twitter wouldn't accept this offer? I mean, $43 billion, this is massive.
Yeah, and that's really, it's going to come down to the board and their responsibility to shareholders from a financial standpoint. The board is not going to be able to say, oh, you know, no, we don't like Elon, right? They have to look at this. Is this a financially attractive offer for their shareholders? And as of now, it is that $54.20 offer price that I quoted at the beginning. That's a 38% premium over the share price the day before Elon disclosed. I think right before we got on, Twitter's trading around $47 a share right now. So it would be very attractive for shareholders. The one thing that could potentially stop this is maybe someone else gets into the mix. Maybe there's another bidder that Twitter is able to, you know, pull out of thin air, or maybe someone looks at this and says, you know, okay, all right, I want to do this. I want to get involved in Twitter. And so they could offer a higher price. That being said, I mean, Elon's the richest man in the world. He thinks the offer is fair. He did state in the SEC filing, this is his only and final offer, and that if it is not accepted, he will have to rethink his position as a shareholder. And let's just play that out. Imagine if he sells all of his stock. How is the stock? How are shareholders going to react if someone like that says, okay, I'm done with Twitter? That could be very interesting.
And Kelly, we do have the stock board up right now, up 205 points. You did just mention the share price. I did want to ask, you know, final question, how soon could we see this happen?
So the board is meeting today at 10 a.m. Eastern, so probably in just under a half an hour. I think we're going to see more news develop throughout the day. For anyone that is on the edge of their seat, like I am with this, Elon is actually speaking at the TED Talks conference, so we're not going to have to wait long for more from Elon. But I think we're going to see some more developments throughout the day that will indicate whether Twitter's board of directors is, you know, actually going to accept this.
All right, Fox Business's Kelly O'Grady, always so great to have you on, and of course offering such great insight into business news. So thank you for joining us.
Oh, thanks for having me, Mackenzie. Always love joining.
Thank you. And again, we do want to bring you out to that stock board right now, which is open, as you can see, up about 207 points at this very moment. Time here is 9:47 in the morning. You are watching Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. We're taking a look at the stock board right now. The New York Stock Exchange up about 166 points this morning. Right before the break, we did speak with Fox Business's Kelly O'Grady about billionaire Elon Musk offering to buy Twitter for about $43 billion. But he is also facing a class action lawsuit. Let's listen in.
Elon Musk is in some hot water with shareholders of Twitter. They're alleging that he illegally delayed disclosing his new stake in the social media company so he could buy more shares at lower prices. Joining me now to discuss all of that, legal expert Randy Zellen, friend of the program here. Randy, good to see you. This is so interesting. So we know in the past couple of days, over the weekend especially, Musk declined to join Twitter's board. Now this lawsuit underway with Twitter's shareholders. What are we to make of it?
Well, you really have two things going on here, and it does warrant taking a look, because you've got to divide the wrongdoing here. You have the technical wrongdoing where there may have been a violation of the securities laws, because the securities laws say once you get more than 5% share ownership in a publicly traded company, you've got an obligation to file documentation with the Securities and Exchange Commission. It's pretty clear that Mr. Musk did not do that. So that is a technical violation where the Securities and Exchange Commission would bring an action against him. That's a regulator. That's a federal, that's part of our government bringing an action. That is very different from private investors bringing an action, where here the private investors have to show more than anything else an intent to defraud, an intent to deceive, and they have to do so with particularity. And merely not filing that disclosure document in and of itself does not give rise to securities fraud.
So, Randy, you know, the board and Elon Musk must not be very friendly at this point, especially some of the shareholders who are bringing this suit. What would be the advantage, though, in not you know, showing up front or disclosing, rather, the amount of shares and the amount of stake within Twitter that you purchased right up front? The whole stake is 9.2% of Twitter itself. What would be, I guess, the strategic or personal advantage to not doing so?
Well, you might say under normal circumstances that someone wanted to buy the securities at a lower price because it's all about supply and demand. If you start gobbling up, as the lawsuit alleges, as you start gobbling up stock, well, other people say, well, wait a minute, what's going on here? I see buying, maybe I should be buying also. And that's where you get an increase in the price per share. But Elon Musk, I think most people, and the prevailing thought is, he's not doing this for the money. He's not doing this to make money on buying and then subsequently selling his Twitter stock. The man is worth somewhere between $200 and $300 billion. No, he had completely non-monetary, at least with regard to Twitter, motives for doing it. He wants to use Twitter as a sounding board. It's a way to increase his brand. It may be a way to increase his Tesla stock and his other holdings, but not necessarily for Twitter. He wants to use it because he is a huge advocate of free speech, which, quite frankly, having that much of a stake in Twitter would allow him to have influence over Twitter, because Twitter at times has been accused of disregarding free speech. And then, of course, there's this hot button, edit button thing. So that's where I find it's very interesting. You may have a technical issue, and the SEC may have something to say about it from a technical perspective, but from an intent to deceive, an intent to defraud, causing loss to other people, I think that may be a bit more of a stretch, particularly where the federal rules of civil procedure require a fraud, securities fraud, to be alleged with particularity. And I don't see how these investors are able to bridge that gap and make the connection between, hey, wait a second, he had an obligation to tell me that he was gobbling up Twitter stock, and I wouldn't have sold my stock had I known that. Not the same as the technical regulatory violation.
But Randy, shareholders aside, Musk is no stranger to some of these squabbles with the SEC. Can we go into some of those in the past? Because he has been really, I guess, taken to the woodshed, if you will, by the SEC, not really with Twitter, but with his own entities, his own businesses.
I'm not certain that he's been taken to the woodshed. I think he's actually doing pretty well these days, but there are certain very high-profile people who I think to a certain extent enjoy the war with Twitter. So the war with the Securities and Exchange Commission. Certainly Elon Musk would be one. Mark Cuban would be another. It's like, listen, I don't care who you are. I don't care what part of the government you're from. Go ahead, bring it on. So certainly, I think Mr. Musk at times enjoys tweaking Twitter, certainly with some of the more outrageous things that he said. He's been accused of impacting the price per share, literally with just going like that. I mean, he's got what, 90, 100 million followers, but no, I don't believe that the Securities and Exchange Commission is anything more than to Mr. Musk a fly flying around his glass of wine like a little gnat. But sure, they enjoy going after him, and it's a big fish if they can catch him. And he, by the same token, I think enjoys, go ahead, come and get me. Let's see what you got.
Yeah, of course, this lawsuit coming after he's now majority, or he owns one of the largest now stakes in Twitter. What will you be kind of following as this case moves forward? Do you think it has staying power? Do you think it has legs?
I don't think so. Certainly, I could be jaded by the fact that the primary plaintiff right now, I think, invested a total of about $1,300. That in and of itself, I mean, it's kind of hard to keep a straight face when you think about, okay, who's running this show here? It happens to be someone who sold his Twitter stock for like $1,300. That's probably what Mr. Musk leaves at a tip if he were to ever to venture into a pizzeria. Having said that, again, I'm curious to see if this thing even gets past a motion to dismiss, where the defense, Mr. Musk, is going to come in and say, just because I may have technically violated 13D or 13G, that's not securities fraud. You got to prove a lot more than that. You've got to do it specifically. You've got to prove my evil state of mind.
Totally.
You can't do that. You can't prove reliance. And I wouldn't be surprised if we see a motion to dismiss granted.
All right, Randy Zellin, we'll leave it at that. We'll be following this alongside you. Thanks so much. Have a good night.
All right, Elon Musk making some major money moves, as my co-host just said a few moments ago. All right, guys, the time is almost 10 a.m. Let's take a 2-minute commercial break. We'll have more nonstop news right after this.
You can actually pull it up on YouTube right now. Watch. Just hit live now, Fox.
Welcome back to Live Now from Fox, continuing to bring you all the latest on that subway shooting incident. We're learning more about the now arraigned suspect, Frank R. James. He's now facing federal charges. Let's go out now live to Brooklyn, New York. Joining us. There we go. Joining us now live from Brooklyn, New York is Fox's Brian Yinnis. Hi, Brian. What can you tell us? What are the latest details?
Well, latest details are that we expect sometime between 12 and 2 o'clock today that Frank R. James, 62 years old, will make his first court appearance at federal court here in Brooklyn. We don't know if it's going to be an arraignment because that requires an indictment and so forth. It's technical, but at least he will make his first court appearance at any moment this afternoon. This is somebody who faces a terrorism charge specifically because he attacked a mass transit system, and there is a criminal complaint that lays all the evidence out against this person. And, you know, we'll see what happens, but we do know that he arrived at the Brooklyn Federal Detention Center last night and was processed just before 9 p.m. That is also, by the way, the same detention center where Elon Maxwell, Jeffrey Epstein, is also being held.
Brian, can you explain exactly how authorities came to the conclusion to process this federal terrorism charge? Because initially, during the early stages of the investigation, you remember authorities kept saying that they did not believe he was a terrorist or related to any terrorist group. So what's behind this move to change the charges?
Right, so we were a bit surprised at it, but you know, initially, if we take you back, the language about whether or not this was terrorism related or not, the NYPD Commissioner Keisha Sewell said initially that they didn't believe that this was terrorism related, but that they said that they were not ruling anything out. So they left the door open there. And I think once they started piecing together all of the evidence, they started to realize that they did have a case when it came to violating a specific federal statute, which makes it a federal terrorism charge to attack a mass transit system. And that is what prosecutors say Frank R. James did when he attacked the nation's largest subway system on that Tuesday morning.
And speaking of the nation's largest subway system, has New York City ever seen an attack like this? Because as you mentioned, unlike public transit authorities in other major cities, this is really a centerpiece when it comes to New Yorkers' daily lives. So has something like this ever happened?
You know, not quite like this. I think back in '93 there was 6 people were shot, I think, in the subway system. But in terms of a series of events here when it came to using smoke canisters as well as a handgun in which you had 10 people shot and then an additional up to at least 19 other people injured, this was different. I also think, given the context of when this happened, this is happening after a pandemic and during a crime surge in which people are already hesitant about getting on the subway. So this happened at a very particular time that I think hit home for a lot of people who were already thinking twice about getting on the subway. So, and you know,
the subway right now, I just saw him walking behind me, and he was mumbling and saying about
it's
the
really
FBI.
amazing the fact that this guy,
and
according
literally,
to a law enforcement source,
I was
told
telling
me that he really called the Crime Stoppers tip line himself, and that is how he was caught. He was at a McDonald's on the Lower East Side, and while he was at a McDonald's, called the police and said, "Here I am." And by the time the police arrived, he was not there, and then a bunch of New York Good Samaritans saw him walking about a block away, and they flagged the police officers, and that's how he was eventually caught.
Wow, it's remarkable to see the investigation of everything come together to his arrest. And before I let you go, Brian, I'm curious, what are MTA officials saying? Because again, you mentioned the largest public transportation system in the country, and as you can imagine, thousands of commuters now scared just to go about their daily commute. So what are officials saying when it comes to that?
Well, they are doubling patrols on the subway system. They're checking and rechecking some of these cameras that are operated on the subway system. About 10,000 cameras, I believe, throughout 472 stations and throughout. And as you know, the cameras were not working at 3 subway stations, particularly at the subway stations where this attack happened. Not only the 36th Street station, but again also the station in which the second train pulled in, and this is where Frank James allegedly made his escape. So when you're talking about the fact that this high-profile crime happened and the surveillance cameras that could have perhaps made this manhunt smoother were not working, that gives people a little bit of pause for hesitation as well. So they are reassuring New Yorkers that they're checking the surveillance cameras, which, by the way, are operated by the MTA, not by the NYPD. They have Keisha, Sewell, who is the NYPD commissioner, and other top brass at the NYPD also riding the subway system and putting that on social media to try to help people feel better about getting on the train. But I think doubling the patrols, which has been part of the process now for Mayor Eric Adams, will also help. We'll see. Crime is up 68% of the transit system. And now you have this high-profile situation. We'll see how long this sticks in the minds of New Yorkers.
All right, Fox News Channel's Brian Yinnis, thank you so much for joining us here.
Thank you.
All right, guys, moving right along, here's a look at top stories that we are paying very close attention to this morning on Live Now from Fox. Let's begin with day 50 of the Ukrainian war, or the Russian invasion of Ukraine, I should say. We're learning more about Ukrainian forces that are claiming to strike on a key Russian Navy vessel, as you see here, operating in the Black Sea. Now, according to officials in Odessa, Ukraine, Ukraine's military hit the guided missile cruiser, the flagship of Russia's Black Sea Fleet. The Ukraine's officials say that it was struck by 2 Neptune missiles. Now, Russian officials acknowledged damage to the ship, but claim it happened from ammunition detonating on board the ship. So the date of that claim, of that strike, isn't quite clear, but of course we'll bring you all the latest throughout the show here on Live Now from Fox. And of course, we broke this news for you this morning. Elon Musk is offering to buy Twitter. Twitter said in a regulatory filing just a few hours ago that Musk, who owns slightly more than about 9% of his stock, provided a letter that contained a proposal to buy the remaining shares of Twitter that he doesn't already own. So Musk offered $54 billion and 20 cents. I'm sorry, he offered $54.20 per share, totaling close to over $50 billion. So again, he said that the price he offered was his final offer. It will be extremely interesting to see how this plays out. And it looks as though we are getting a live image here at Live Now from Fox. Let's head inside of that Virginia courtroom. We're learning more about actor Johnny Depp and that defamation lawsuit against his ex-wife Amber Heard. Again, we're taking a look at these images raw and unfiltered. Let's go ahead and listen in. All right, guys, you know how these court proceedings go. It looks as though we're in a bit of a lull here, but again, we are closely monitoring inside of that Virginia courtroom as actor Johnny Depp sues his ex-wife Amber Heard for defamation. Now, if you are unfamiliar with this story, Live Now from Fox, this is going to bring us up to speed.
testimony from that childhood friend looking very different from what Amber Heard is alleging. She's saying there were several forms of abuse from Johnny Depp, including physical, emotional, verbal, psychological, and sexual. I want to bring in legal analyst Nicole DeBoard. Nicole, we've had you on the show for several cases and trials in the past, specifically focusing on sexual abuse and violence. And that seems to be a huge part of this case and will continue to be through the rest of the week. We're only on day 3. What are your biggest takeaways so far?
It is really amazing. You know, these absolutely beautiful, famous people are on really display in just the worst sort of way. And to me, the biggest takeaway is that neither of these parties are walking away looking particularly good. And I'm wondering if the jurors are just taking this all in and feeling the same way about both parties.
Yeah, we have several jury members that were selected. They were seated just the beginning of this week. And you're right, they're taking a look at 2 celebrities and more celebrities that are going to be taking the stand and speaking. And we're hearing on behalf of Amber Heard here past relationships, reported relationships that she's had, possibly Elon Musk and James Franco to be taking the stand. What are your expectations on what we could be hearing, not only from family members, but from friends and romantic partners too?
I think we'll continue to hear some incredibly personal testimony. As we've heard through the examination, we're hearing about text messages people sent one another in very personal context, messages that they never expected anyone besides the recipient to see. And I expect that we'll hear
friend looking very different from what Amber Heard is alleging. She's saying there were several forms of abuse from Johnny Depp, including physical, emotional, verbal, psychological, and sexual. I want to bring in legal analyst Nicole DeBoard. Nicole, we've had you on the show for several cases and trials in the past, specifically focusing on sexual abuse and violence. And that seems to be a huge part of this case and will continue to be through the rest of the week. We're only on day 3. What are your biggest takeaways so far?
It is really amazing. You know, these absolutely beautiful, famous people are on really display in just the worst sort of way. And to me, the biggest takeaway is that neither of these parties are walking away looking particularly good. And I'm wondering if the jurors are just taking this all in and feeling the same way about both parties.
Yeah, we have several jury members that were selected. They were seated just the beginning of this week. And you're right, they're taking a look at 2 celebrities and more celebrities that are going to be taking the stand and speaking. And we're hearing on behalf of Amber Heard here past relationships, reported relationships that she's had, possibly Elon Musk and James Franco to be taking the stand. What are your expectations on what we could be hearing, not only from family members, but from friends and romantic partners too?
I think we'll continue to hear some incredibly personal testimony. As we've heard through the examination, we're hearing about text messages people sent one another in very personal context, messages that they never expected anyone besides the recipient to see. And I expect that we'll hear the same as each of these witnesses, famous or not, takes the stand.
And of course, Johnny Depp's sister there really kind of taking the show today. I feel like she was the main focus. And they tried to kind of pigeonhole her and get her backed up against a wall because she was deeply involved in Johnny Depp's work, specifically booking certain gigs and being able to star in certain movies. And I'm curious what your thoughts are on what the angle is on that, why they were trying to do that with her.
I think that she knows the case, or she knows the circumstance and how he lived on a day-to-day basis very, very well. And I think the hope was that she could paint a picture of what was and was not going on in their lives and how Johnny Depp treated other people, including the other party in this case. And so I think that they were hoping to accomplish that. And what we can hear from the questions are just the details that they're going into to try to discredit her with personal text messages she ultimately exchanged with her brother.
Yeah, and there he is getting out of the car. His composure, something to note, as well as her composure from inside of the courtroom. Nicole, it's just so honestly great to have cameras inside to be able to capture both of their reactions, to actually hear the testimony firsthand, because that really does make a difference on public perception.
It does, and it's an interesting and very sad thing, quite frankly, to watch. But you know, as we watch them in the courtroom, you have to keep in the back of your mind that these are both trained actors, people who know what it means to be on camera and on display. And I, wonder if the jurors are thinking that that has some significance as well.
Yeah, I haven't even thought about that before. Well, of course, since they're involved in this, they're having to stay away from social media, which I can imagine is probably difficult for two celebrities. Amber Heard posting and saying, I'm going to go offline for the next several weeks. As you may know, I'll be in Virginia, where I face my ex-husband, Johnny Depp, in court. Johnny's suing me for an op-ed I wrote in the Washington Post in which I recounted my experience of violence and domestic abuse. I never named him. Rather, I wrote about the price women pay for speaking out against men in power. I continue to pay that price, but hopefully when this case concludes, I can move on, and so can Johnny. I've always maintained a love for Johnny, and it brings me great pain to have to live out the details of our past life together in front of the world. At this time, I recognize the ongoing support. I've been fortunate, and she goes on to just express her thankfulness to her fans. But this is becoming a bigger case because you'll remember this was during the Me Too movement, and they're alleging that Amber Heard utilized this to kind of skyrocket her career.
That is exactly what they're alleging. And keep in mind, too, that Amber Heard has sued Johnny Depp now for $100 million.
Right.
So she is coming into this not just as someone answering to an ex-husband, as she said in the public post that we've just read, but she is actually a litigant seeking to gain quite a lot of money.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, there's a lot of money on the line for this. And so I think that both sides are really going to go at it hard. As far as evidence goes, it's tough because you would imagine that we would have seen probably this evidence if there was videos or photos of the said abuse thus far. But do you think maybe they're waiting to present that during trial? This isn't their first go-around when it comes to lawsuits, though.
It isn't, and I do wonder if we'll see some photographs. There have been articles and talk of abuse and photographs that allegedly show that there was abuse, and I suspect that if Amber Heard has those, at some point those will come out. But as you pointed out, so far we haven't seen them, and there are no witnesses who can verify that there has been any sort of abuse that anybody else can have seen.
All right, Nicole DeBoard, any last thoughts going into tomorrow? As I said, only day 3 today, day 4, more witnesses to be taking the stand.
My thought is this is a train that really has left the station. And as people consider suing people that they're close to, that they care about in any way, this is what a court battle can look like in just, really horrific fashion. I mean, all of their personal life and detail is on display. And even if you're not famous, you go into a courtroom in this kind of a context, and it can be a real train wreck.
Yep. Well, we appreciate you coming on the show to break it down for us, and we'll be speaking with you as things develop here, and hopefully some pretty explosive testimony to be coming from, like we said, those big names, Elon Musk and James Franco, too.
Thanks for having me.
All right, a huge thank you to our very own Daytona Everett, bringing us up to speed on day 3 of that trial. We'll bring you all back inside of that courtroom in just a bit, but first, here's a live look at a live event that we are closely monitoring. Happening any moment now, we do expect Florida Governor Ron DeSantis to speak on abortion. I'm not exactly sure what the announcement will be. However, we do know that Florida just introduced House Bill number 5, which is a pretty complicated abortion rights bill, a 15-week ban to be exact, actually the state's most restrictive ban yet. So again, Florida Governor Ron DeSantis is scheduled to speak at this event coming from Kissimmee, Florida in just a bit. But for now, let's head back out to that Virginia courtroom where actor Johnny Depp is continuing to sue his wife Amber Heard for defamation.
You were paid for that work, correct? Very poorly.
What were you paid? Was it $1,500 a week to start?
Kidding?
Is that what?
I wish, my God. No, it was not. She paid me $25 an hour to start off with, and she finally agreed after screaming abuse at me that she would pay me $50,000 a year once I went to full time. And this was after me working for well over 10 years as a personal assistant. So it was very insulting to me, but I did it anyway because I had grandfathered in the ability to pick up my son from school and bring him to work with me at 3 o'clock.
And you could have left Ms. Heard's employment at any time, correct?
Yes.
You were based in Los Angeles when you were providing personal assistant services to Ms. Heard, right?
I have always lived in Los Angeles since 1999.
So you didn't travel with Ms. Heard when she was out of town, correct?
That was another part of our agreement, that I wouldn't travel with her because of my child.
And she was out of town quite a bit, right?
Not really.
Not really? How many weeks a year would you estimate Ms. Heard was out of town while you worked for her?
Well, you're talking almost 10 years ago, so I can't tell you quite honestly.
But when she was out of town, you wouldn't see, you never traveled with her, right?
No.
How much did you see Mr. Depp over the course of your employment with Ms. Heard?
Regularly.
How many times? Well, obviously you didn't see him when he was out of town, right?
No.
When he was in town, would you see him daily, weekly, monthly? What would you estimate?
There is no rhyme or reason to answer that question.
Now, you never witnessed any violence between Ms. Heard or Mr. Depp, right?
No.
And Ms. Heard never told you that she had been violent to Mr. Depp, correct?
No.
You had knowledge that Ms. Heard and Mr. Depp had arguments, correct?
No.
Ms. Heard never told you that she and Mr. Depp had arguments?
Occasionally she'd send a text message complaining about her mental state, but it's never clear exactly what was going on.
Okay, so you never...
I remember she would text me complaining about her mental state, and that was about it. I don't have any of the text messages, so it's hard to remember.
Do you recall hearing anything about an alleged incident between Amber and Johnny on a flight from Boston to LA around this time frame?
Like I said, I remember that day very well.
And to follow up on that, I'm not asking just about what Amber may have told you. I'm just trying to drill down generally to what you may have heard, whether from Amber or Johnny or anyone, about that flight. Does that make sense? So can you tell us, what do you remember hearing about that flight, or what happened or didn't happen on that flight from Boston to LA?
Don't know.
Sitting here today, you don't remember anything that you heard about that?
I don't know. I wasn't on the plane. I just know what happened afterwards, okay? When she asked me to come meet her at the shuttle.
Did you think to ask her if she was okay?
You know, I probably did, because that's my role, to play a caregiver. That's all I can imagine.
So what do you remember about this day that you alluded to earlier?
Mostly my surprise that they went to the Chateau Marmont, because Amber had an apartment of her own in West Hollywood that was like completely set up and available to her. So that was my biggest confusion. Like, why did she go to the Chateau? And then she asked me to get her bathing suit. I remember that. So I had to go to her apartment to get her bathing suit, which again seems strange to me. And then what also seemed strange is when I got there, she had a bunch of friends with her. And originally, I thought she was alone.
When you refer to Amber's apartment, are you referring to the apartment on Orange Avenue?
Yes, yeah.
And isn't it true that Mr. Depp would spend time in that apartment with Amber time to time, correct?
Well, I don't really know what the question is in relation to that. He wasn't there at that time, if that's what you're referring to.
Yeah, no, that's not my question. My question was just over the course of your employment, you have knowledge of Mr. Depp spending time at that Orange Avenue apartment,
They spent
right?
time there, and at his residences, they would go around different places as well.
Were you concerned about Miss Heard and her well-being on this day?
No, because it had become a pattern with her, and so I was merely placating her, I would say, and especially when I saw she was there with about 4 or 5 girlfriends and basically having fun, enjoying each other down by the pool. That's why she needed a swimsuit, and then they proceeded to hang there all day drinking while I sat around waiting with my son. Actually, I think it was a Sunday that day, I remember. We had to wait all day, and while they just hung around drinking by the pool. And then finally I went home, and finally she went back to her apartment, and then she wanted me to go back and pack her bag for her at about 10 o'clock at night on Sunday, and I said I couldn't go. By that point I'd already spent the whole day sitting there, so I said I couldn't go and pack her bag because I'd already put my son to bed, and she was very angry about that. I remember that.
Okay, so when you asked her if she was okay, you didn't actually care if she was okay. You said you were just placating her, right?
It was a standard procedure at this point. She was a very dramatic person.
So you didn't actually think that there was anything that Amber was actually upset, correct?
As I said, it just didn't make sense that she went to the chateau instead of going home. That was the first red flag for me that day. You know?
So you came to the conclusion that day that she actually wasn't upset. Is that what you're saying?
It's too much. I mean, I already answered once.
What I'm asking is, did you come to the conclusion that there was nothing wrong with Miss Heard that day and that she wasn't actually upset?
I don't know how to answer. I mean, it's such a strange question. Like they said, you already asked me and I already answered.
I'm asking you to answer it again. I don't think I asked the exact same question, but do your best, please.
Could you ask me the question in a different way or a clearer way that is not exactly the same as the last question you asked me?
Did you reach the conclusion that day that Miss Heard hadn't experienced anything traumatic?
Over the course of the day, I observed Miss Heard enjoying the company of her friends for several hours. That's all I have to say on that matter.
And would it be odd for someone who's experienced trauma to want to be around friends? To you?
Yeah, I don't know.
So in any event, you said you sat around at the Chateau Marmont, is that right?
Yes, well, she was deciding what to do.
Now, you were being paid for that time, correct?
Not overtime. It was a Sunday. I was not being paid, no.
Did you avail yourself of anything at the hotel? Like, did you order any food?
No.
Did you
I might have ordered some food for my son, actually, to be honest, now I think about it, because he was only little at the time. I think he was, 5 or something. So I might have ordered food for my son. I'm not a big eater. Food is not a huge priority for me.
Would you have put that on Miss Heard's tab that day?
Everything was on Depp's tab that day, so no.
On Johnny's tab?
Yes.
Let's bring up the document entitled, or that ends in 6151, please.
Showing exhibit 3 on the screen.
When she wrote, "I love you," and you wrote, "Love you too, hon, won't be long, X." Was that just placating Miss Heard?
Standard friendly text exchange in my role of work.
Were you trying to be supportive at all, or just placating her?
A bit of both, I guess.
Did you have any concern whatsoever about Miss Heard's well-being that day?
No.
When was the first time that you remember Miss Heard telling you that all wasn't right in the relationship between her and Mr. Depp?
I don't recall exactly when it started, but it was usually her complaining and crying due to, I would say, insecurities within the relationship more than anything else. She would be very, very insecure a lot of the time, and she would call me up crying. I remember one time she called me when she was alone in New York City, and she was crying and walking around the street crying. And he wasn't there. She was alone, but I said to her that she needed to go inside because I was worried that the paparazzi might take a photo of her, and she was in a very dysregulated state. And so just out of kindness, I said to her it was better if she went inside rather than walking around crying in public. I remember that, but I don't remember exactly when that was. It might have been 2012 or 2013. As the job went on, we called each other less and less and did mostly text messaging. It was all text messaging we did.
Did you ever believe that Mr. mistreated her?
No.
So, and why not?
Just never any evidence of it at all. I was there almost daily in both her place and then eventually at his place in West Hollywood, and then ultimately at the lofts downtown. It was a daily basis experience, morning, noon, night, all days of the week. So, I mean, I never once saw any evidence.
The time is now 10:30. You are streaming live now from Fox. Currently, we are listening in raw and unfiltered as day 3 of this lawsuit. Johnny Depp suing his ex-wife Amber Heard for $100 million, for $50 million. Heard herself, as you see here, she's countersuing for $50 million. Let's go out live now. Joining us is David Spunt. He's joining us from right outside of the courtroom. Thank you so much for joining, David. Can you walk us through exactly what's expected to happen today?
Sure, you're very welcome. I have my hand here just because it's a little difficult to hear you. But today, as you mentioned, is technically day 4 in the trial, day 3 for witnesses. So far, we've heard from Johnny Depp's sister. We've heard from Johnny Depp's personal friend of almost 40 years. Today, we are hearing from Amber Heard's former assistant, also Johnny Depp's social media manager, among some others. Throughout the entire trial, Johnny Depp and Amber Heard have sat fairly stoic in the courtroom, not reacting too much to anything. These have been long days. They start at 10 o'clock in the morning, go till 5 o'clock. The trial is not going to be on Fridays, but the judge has scheduled about 6 weeks for this trial because of the sheer amount of witnesses.
So, David, this is not Johnny Depp's first legal battle when it comes to disputing these domestic violence claims. I believe it was 2 or so years ago when he actually sued a British tabloid for referring to him as a wife beater.
Correct. It was in the UK. He sued the Sun because the Sun paper called him a wife beater over the Amber Heard allegations. He lost that libel suit in 2020. Sued them for a significant amount of money. This is also a libel suit, so Depp is hoping to, some would say, recoup his loss. Here he's suing Heard for $50 million, but he lost the case in 2020. That was in the UK. That was a completely different legal system. Lost that case there in those courts. In this case here, he is trying to win.
It will be interesting to see if that case kind of foreshadows what could possibly happen here in the United States. But let's talk about Amber Heard, because it's no secret that she publicly dated Elon Musk after she filed for divorce from Johnny Depp. This was back in 2016. Any word on if we could possibly see Musk testify in Heard's behalf?
Okay, so Elon Musk, yes, was in a relationship with Amber Heard. Elon Musk is on a list of potential witnesses. Both sides have to submit potential witnesses in case they want to call them or submit pre-recorded testimony. From what I understand, if Elon Musk testimony comes into the courtroom, it would be in the form of a video conference, which means that Elon Musk would not come here to Fairfax, Virginia. Of course, anything could change, and that's even if they call Elon Musk. So Elon Musk's name is on the list of potential witnesses. He may not be called. Same with actor James Franco, who also was in a prior relationship with Amber Heard. He may also be called as well.
Very interesting stuff. David, before I let you go, exactly how long is this trial expected to last?
Well, it's expected. The judge has set aside 6 weeks for this trial. It doesn't mean it's going to go 6 weeks. Typically, the way a trial works is that the plaintiff, who's Johnny Depp in this case, will put on his case first, all of his witnesses, and then when he's done, they will rest. Amber Heard, who's the defendant, her legal team will put on their case. They will rest, then the jury will decide. So based on the sheer amount of potential witnesses, the judge is setting aside 6 weeks, but of course it could be less than that.
All right, Fox's David Splint, thank you for joining. Let's head out live back inside of that courtroom. Thank you.
Your Honor, it's trial exhibit 844.
All right. And that's defendant's 844?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, 844. Any objection to 844? All right, if you want to approach, then no. If somebody has a copy of 844 for me. Oh, we'll get it. We'll get 844. That's all right. Oh, we'll get it.
All right, guys, you're streaming live now from Fox. A bit of silence there in that Virginia courtroom as we continue to monitor day 3. Actor Johnny Depp, he is suing his ex-wife Amber Heard for a whopping $50 million, alleging defamation. Now, if you are just now joining our programming, it's very interesting. We just had a live update from our Fox colleagues who are there in front of the courtroom, and a possible witness that could testify virtually is Elon Musk. Now, Musk and Heard had a brief relationship back in 2016, so he could be called to the stand virtually, of course, to testify on behalf of Heard, probably speaking to her character during this time. But as you know, we are monitoring several live events. Let's head out to Kissimmee, Florida. We do have Florida Governor Ron DeSantis. It looks like this event is just now beginning to get started. DeSantis is expected to make an announcement when it comes to Florida's abortion rights, abortion laws. So let's go ahead and listen in. All right, this event not yet underway. However, we're keeping a close eye on it. Any moment, Florida Governor Ron DeSantis to speak on abortion here in the Sunshine State. Let's take a quick break, and we'll bring you all up to speed on major news headlines that we're keeping a very close eye on here at Live Now from Fox. Our nonstop news coverage off to our colleagues in Phoenix. If you are just now joining us, we are live inside of that Virginia courtroom where actor Johnny Depp is suing his ex-wife Amber Heard for $50 million. It's a defamation lawsuit. Right now we are listening into witness testimony. I do believe that this is Amber Heard's former assistant who is being questioned right now. So again, live, raw, and unfiltered.
All right.
And Your Honor, with the stipulation that we'll prepare a redacted version to be entered into evidence that has other personal identifiers redacted, we'd ask for permission to publish, to admit this into evidence and publish to the jury.
All right. The objections are noted, and we will get the redacted copy. All right. So,
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. Yeah.
You just blow it up, Heather.
All right, sir. All right, are we ready to continue?
Ready to resume with the video. Thank you, Your Honor.
All right.
Do you see where he says, we'll hit you when I get back, doll, come over for a spot of purple and we'll fix her flabby ass nice and good?
Yep.
Come over for a spot of purple means come over for a drink of wine, right?
I don't know.
That's what you understood it to mean, correct?
I don't know.
Lucian, can you pull up the document labeled UK Trial Day 7 James testimony, please? And Ms. James, you remember giving testimony in the trial in the UK, right?
Well, there'd be something wrong with me if I didn't.
And in
I need order in the court.
When you gave that testimony, you gave it under oath, correct?
Yes.
Lucian, can you please go to page 39 of the PDF? And can you please blow up the page that is labeled 1221? And on line 7, Ms. James, am I reading this right? You were asked a question, and he is inviting you over for a spot of purple. What is that? Yes, is your answer. Question, what did you understand? And you answered, red wine, I imagine. Do you see that?
Yeah, I do remember that.
Remember giving that testimony?
Mm-hmm, yeah.
So is it your understanding?
All right, guys, we are monitoring several live events here. Let's step away from this courtroom and head out to Kissimmee, Florida. We do have Florida Governor Ron DeSantis. He's expected to make an important announcement when it comes to abortion rights in the state of Florida.
Representatives Persons Malika, Tomko, and Burton, Senators Bradley and Mayfield, and then Representatives Bell, Toledo, Trabulsi, Tuck, Federhoff, Byrd, Beltran, Barnaby, Harding, and then Senators Baxley and Burgess. So I want to thank all of you. We are also joined by pro-life advocates Heather Barwick, Terry Kellogg, Hope Kellogg, and Kelly Tarian. So I want to thank them, and you're going to hear from them when we get on to this. We are here today to protect life. We are here today to defend those who can't defend themselves. And in just a minute, I will be signing House Bill 5, which protects the rights of unborn children starting at 15 weeks. This is a time where these babies have beating hearts. They can move, they can taste, they can see, they can feel pain, they can suck their thumbs, and they have brain waves. And so this will represent the most significant protections for life that have been enacted in this state in a generation. And if you look what's going on in certain segments of our society, particularly amongst people who are affiliated with the far left of our political spectrum, of course, that's overrepresented in places like Hollywood, in the media, and obviously in one of our major political parties. But they are now taking the position that babies can be aborted up to the 9th month. Literally, you can go back, for you parents, and those are some of the most significant experiences of my life, to hold your child for the very first time. What they would say is, parent holding that child, if you just go back a day or two, then you would have been able to snuff the child out entirely. That is just fundamentally wrong. That is infanticide, and that has no place. And you see how that type of mindset has led to things that really shock the conscience in our society. We just saw this terrible scandal in Washington, D.C. Where is Mary Margaret here from the Daily Wire? There's Mary Margaret. She did this great expose. They found all these remains of babies, and they found 5 who were basically infants, premature they would have been, but they would have been able to survive, you know, outside the womb. And yet Washington, D.C. Is treating that just like we would treat the trash from our lunch or something like that. It's really horrifying to see that that could go on in our country, but particularly in our nation's capital. And so that is callous, that is wrong, and I want to thank her and Daily Wire for exposing this. And so what we're doing today is saying that we will not let that happen in the state of Florida. As I said, the bill today will provide protections for unborn children from abortion when the child reaches 15 weeks of gestational age. Of course, these are babies that have heartbeats and that can feel pain and can move, as we said. The bill also expands fetal infant mortality review committees across the state, which engage medical professionals and communities to review infant mortality cases and recommends reduction efforts tailored to their communities. Nearly half of Florida's counties are currently not represented within a review committee, and data shows that mortality rates are higher in these areas. So this bill appropriates funds for up to 11 more of these fetal infant mortality review committees to cover the entire state. HB 5 also requires hospitals with labor and delivery services to participate in Florida prenatal quality collaborative initiatives, which range from opioid recovery programs to reducing cesarean overuse in deliveries. This requirement will move Florida to a statewide standard for quality birthing services and evidence-based interventions around issues like opioid abuse that cause higher rates of infant mortality. So we are viewing this in terms of protecting life as something that we see through. Really, if you look at what we've done this week, we're promoting fatherhood in Florida. We want our kids to have dads in the home. We want the fathers present. Take responsibility. It's the most important thing you can do is to take responsibility for the upbringing of your kids. And If you look, probably one of the worst social trends we have. You go back to like the mid-1950s, you didn't have very many broken families. Now, it's increased dramatically, and it is in every racial or ethnic group. You know, there's some more acute than others, but it is increased across the board. So this is a society-wide problem. And, you know, I think back to prior to us having kids, my wife and I, and when we were married, we had a lot of fun. When you don't have kids, you can just kind of do what you want. You want to go to dinner? Just do it. You want to get in the car, go somewhere on the weekend? Do it. Fly, whatever you want, you can probably figure out a way to do it without necessarily, well, when you have the kids, man, that changes things because now you have responsibilities. And it's not easy. There's a lot of challenges with being a parent. But I can tell you that responsibility is something that I would not trade for the world. We have 3, 5, and under, and when we signed the fatherhood bill on Monday, which was really great work by Speaker Sprowls leading the effort, we, I had my 5-year-old Matt. She's an old pro at this. She's come to a lot of stuff with me. But my 2-year-old Mamie, it was her debut of being able to go to work with Daddy, and so she did. So, but so we have 3, and people will tell me like, oh man, I see you all around the state. You're working hard. You got to go home and get some rest. And I just want to let people know, when I'm at home, I am not resting. It's just the way it is. But what you do by being present, particularly, these dads who really need to be in their kids' life, you are providing that role model for these kids to be able to grow up and lead meaningful lives. And the statistics are overwhelming. When kids grow up without a dad in the home, the chances of them dropping out of school, getting in trouble with the law, drugs, you name it, that increases dramatically. And so we're really proud to be leading on fatherhood and to promote it. We're going to work with some great nonprofit groups to be able to do that. We also were able to sign this week a bill with probably, as Senator Simpson, correct me if I'm wrong, probably the strongest expansion of support for adoption and foster care in the modern history of the state. We believe that everybody counts. And we want to be able to have everybody have an opportunity to realize their dreams, to make the most of their God-given potential. And sometimes you need to have some folks that will step up and help with that. And so we're now increasing incentives for family members and close friends to adopt. We're providing financial incentives. We're providing more opportunities for kids that come through our foster system to have tuition and fee waivers to go on to some of our state colleges and universities. And so we're excited about doing that. And we believe that that all these kids deserve an opportunity. And so we're not just giving lip service to that. We're actually signing legislation and we're putting money behind these ideas. And so I think it's been a really exciting week. And then, of course, to be able to sign the bill here today is really, really meaningful. I mean, I think that just for all you parents out there, particularly parents that are relatively more recent, when I was born, they didn't necessarily have all the stuff where you can see and chart the progress as the baby develops, in the mother's womb. But this is really meaningful, and I want to thank all the legislators who had so much to do with this. It's a statement of our values that every life is important. Yeah. So we're going to hear from some folks involved in crafting the legislation, also from some of our pro-life advocates. And so I want to first bring up our Senate President, Wilton Simpson.
Thank you, Governor. I love to hear about the governor's children. I've heard that story a couple times now, and if you get to live to be old enough, then you have grandchildren, and the real fun begins. You know, this has been a transformative week. Our governor has signed into law 3 bills that will change lives and save lives in this state. How about that, right? We have a duty to protect life. Abortion kills children and forever changes the life of mothers, the father, and the entire extended family. Every unborn child is a special and unique human being deserving of protection from harm and the chance to grow up in a loving family. As an adopted child, I am proud to live in a state that not only protects innocent unborn life, but also supports children and gives parents the tools they need to choose life for their babies. Earlier this week, we saw the governor sign into law the Historic Fatherhood Initiative. Meaningful relationships with adults who set a good example, whether a birth parent, adoptive parent, or foster parent, we can have a lifetime of impact. I commend Speaker Sprouse for his dedication to ensuring every Florida child has the opportunity to have a positive role model in their lives. Thank you, Speaker. Also, our governor signed into law increased benefits for foster families and caregivers that are not relatives this week. When I was growing up, we also had foster children in our home, so it's something that was near and dear to my heart as we move through this legislation. Improving the level of benefits for family members and foster parents could mean all the difference when these folks are considering whether they can take in a vulnerable child. The earlier in life we can give children a safe, permanent home, the better opportunities those children will have for the rest of their lives. Government is a horrible parent. But we can and continue to make foster children a priority by identifying and supporting caring families for them. Governor DeSantis, our First Lady, Speaker Sprouse, Senator Sturgill was our hero on this bill in the Senate this year. And other amazing leaders in this effort. I am tremendously grateful for their support of this pro-life policy reforms that children and young adults in this state. Thank you, Governor, and thank you for your work.
Okay, House Speaker Chris Sprouse.
Thank you, Governor. What a day, what a week. Every child has the right to life. Like many of you, I believe that life is a gift from God. And as I look out into this audience, I see many familiar faces who have been warriors on the front lines of the life movement, whether it is ministry, whether it is ministering to young women, whether it is helping them as they give birth to their child in pregnancy centers across the state. You have been a part of this as much as every single legislator here, and for that we are very grateful. We are blessed to be Floridians because behind me stands the most pro-life governor in America. And if it was just today and the signing of this bill, that would be enough. But it's not enough for this governor, it's not enough for this legislature, because just this week, This governor and this legislature not only championed the right to life, that every child has the right to be born, but that they have the right to be born into a family that loves them. This is the governor and a legislature that fights for fathers to be present in the lives of their children. This is a governor and a legislature who understands that not every child is going to have the opportunity to be raised by their mother or their father, which is why he signed Senate President Simpson's vision about adoption and foster care, to make sure that we're lifting up people who can serve as mothers and fathers to the children, to the forgotten and the downtrodden among us. And over these past 2 years, whether it was last year in this legislature, folks like Chair Burton, who's here with us today, leading on maternal health care to make sure that women who are born, who give birth to children, making sure that they have health care for up to a year to make sure that their babies get to be healthy. I want to thank Representatives Grawl, Senator Stargel, Representative Burton, Representative Persons Maleka. You know, in every legislature, in every bill, whether it's fatherlessness or adoption or foster care, you need warriors to lead the fight, and these women have been the tip of the spear. I know my sister is watching. She couldn't come today, but she runs a program in Pasco County for pregnant teens, helping new mothers understand what it's like to be a parent, to fight for their children. And what we are doing here today, what the governor is about to do, is the legacy of each one of your fights. Each time that you have worked to save a child's life, each time you've helped a child who's been born be successful, to have contact with their parent, or to do well in K-12 education, all of that is a legacy that starts with life, and that is what we are doing here today. And the reality is, when you add up all those things, when you add up our commitment to life, this governor's commitment to fathers and adoption and foster care and new moms and making sure they're healthy, it all equals one thing, and that is this is the most pro-family governor and legislature in the entire United States of America. God bless you all.
All right, now the leaders, when they do the legislation, there's got to be an individual representative or senator, one in each chamber that spearheads it. So we're going to hear from the authors of this legislation. So first, from the upper chamber, close by. Do you have Osceola in your district, or is it all Polk? Okay, so nearby, next door in Polk County, Senator Kelly Stargel.
Thank you. What a day this is, what a week this has been. Honestly, what a legislative session it has been. I ran for office on family values and wanting to be able to do things to strengthen the family. And we have absolutely had the ability to do that this past 2 years in legislative session. President Simpson, Speaker Sprouse, our governor. You could not have a better team of people who worked alongside all of us to make sure this has been done. And I say all of us because I look out at this group, and many of you I've been working with on these issues for my entire 15 years in legislative process. When I ran for office, this was something I never dreamed that we'd be to a day where, A, we're looking at the potential of Roe v. Wade being overturned. And that we're protecting the life of every single baby past 15 weeks of gestation. Obviously, hopefully in the future there will be no abortions, that babies will be wanted no matter when they're conceived. My story was an unexpected pregnancy. As the song says, there is no pregnancy that's unplanned. God had a plan for every single child that he allowed to be conceived. And what we as a society need to do is surround those families and surround those children and make sure that every one of those children gets to meet their maximum potential. My daughter, who was the unplanned, served in the military and took out terrorists. Can you imagine what things would have been like had she not been born? It's an amazing day. I can't thank all of you enough for your sticking through and the advocacy. And again, I can't thank the leaders that we have with President Simpson and Speaker Sprouse and our governor to make sure that this day came to fruition. Thank you all very much.
From the House, Representative Aaron Grahl.
Thank you to all of you for your advocacy, for your prayers, for the support that you give to pregnant women, to families. I too look out and see a lot of friendly faces. People that I know have prayed for me, have prayed for our legislators because you've told me, and I feel those prayers. But people that I know are praying every day to end the horrific abortions that plague our country. What you do saves lives. We all know that once a woman becomes pregnant, two uniquely independent human beings exist. Life remains a life, whether planned or unplanned. Life remains a life, whether wanted or unwanted. Life remains a life, whether in the womb or outside the womb. The consequences of abortion are devastating, and we all know that firsthand, not only for the child whose life is being terminated, but for our society that becomes increasingly numb to the intrinsic value of human life. Abortion sanctions the killing of a child if a parent deems that child to be inconvenient. The message this sends to our children is reprehensible, and it's unacceptable. The reality of the Roe decision is that men on the Supreme Court proclaimed that women, in order to achieve equality with men, must be able to kill their own children. As a woman, I refuse to accept such a perverse version of equality. More than 60 million American children have been exterminated through the atrocity of abortion since 1973, and sadly, we will never know the contributions of those sweet children to our communities. Further, the barbaric act of late-term abortion subtracts from our humanity, and this law will end such evil practices. I'm proud to live in the great state of Florida, where we all stand up for children and families, where we value the dignity of all human life. Without a commitment to all life, nothing else that we do matters. The consequence of Roe versus Wade is that everyone in this room does love someone who has had an abortion or who has been touched by an abortion. But that doesn't mean we have to support abortion as an alternative to life. It means that we need to love each other and support each other as we seek to end this horrific chapter in our country's history. Thank you to my family for their courage and support in the face of evil and hatred. For us, it makes it clear that this fight is the right fight and the just fight. And I want to thank my colleagues for their courageous stand on this fundamental issue. Thank you to Chair Burton and Representative Persons Mullica for their leadership in the House. Thank you to Senator Stargel for being an incredible Senate partner and mentor on critical pro-life policies. She has led the fight for our most vulnerable, and her contributions to this state are profound. Thank you to President Simpson and Speaker Sprowls for your leadership, for your steadfast dedication to the unborn and to our families. And finally, we are grateful to live in a state where our governor's commitment to the sanctity of all human life is unwavering. And for that, we are so, so grateful. Thank you.
Okay, now we're going to hear from some advocates. So I have Heather Barwick to start.
My name is Heather Grahl Barwick. I am the sister who Representative Grahl has mentioned during past committee and floor discussions related to abortion. I am the person who she loves who has had an abortion. And let me tell you, she sure does get beat up on Twitter for sharing my story, but I want her to share it. I want her to share it because I want women and men who have been impacted by abortion to know that healing is possible. I held on to my painful secret for 20 years. That decision that I made when I was 21 years old shaped my life in ways that I am still uncovering. There are several things that led me to be honest about my past. The first is Erin's time in Tallahassee. I have watched her committee meetings, and there are two types of people that have led me to speak up. The women who say that abortion does not cause mental distress, and the women in their 70s who had abortions and testify that just now they're able to speak about them and the regret that they have felt for over 40 years. I was also able to open up because of my time praying outside of our local abortion clinic with 40 Days for Life. Standing on that sidewalk, I knew that I had to be able to reach out to women seeking abortions and let them know that I had been in their shoes, to let them know that they were going to be forever changed whether they had their baby or not. I also knew that I had to be honest for my daughter, my 6-year-old daughter, and my 19 nieces and nephews. I made a mistake that I cannot change, but I can let others learn from my mistake. And when the time is right, I will talk to my daughter about it. And I will also talk to all of her cousins when their parents are ready for that too, about my experience. I've only been able to speak publicly about my abortion over the past 2 years, which has finally allowed healing to begin. I am continuing to seek out ways to heal and discovering that I have a long way to go. I've been fortunate to find incredibly strong women and men who have experienced the ills of abortion to guide me and give me hope. Those praying with me on the sidewalks, those at my Rachel's Vineyard retreat, and those in my church. I have also been fortunate to be a sounding board for so many, too many, of my friends and the people in my community who have shared their abortion stories with me, but they're still holding on to their stories, and their secrets. Honesty has been liberating, and I wish more people felt that they could talk openly about their pasts. As sinful as it might feel to them, they certainly deserve peace. The bill that the governor is signing today, this bill will save babies. Yes. This bill will save mothers and fathers from the lifetime of pain and regret that I have suffered, and for that I am so grateful. But this bill will not save all babies, which means there will continue to be women and men anguishing from abortion. And I hope that hearing my testimony today gives them courage and comfort. Comfort to know that they can experience healing and that they are not alone. There are a vast amount of resources available to women and men who have been affected by abortion. Please seek those out and free yourself. Please talk freely about the devastation of abortion so we can one day stop talking about abortion. Yes. Thank
you. Okay, Terry and Hope Kellogg.
I'm Terry, and this is Hope. I want to tell you a little bit about how my daughter's life started. When Hope is an abortion survivor. When she was 10 and a half weeks gestation, that's the first trimester, her birth mother went and had an abortion at an abortion facility. And she left that day believing that she had had the abortion. And then, but God had spared her life, and she continued to grow in secret until she was 5.5 months, and then she felt movement, her birth mother felt movement, and then decided to choose life. And at that point, she chose adoption. and didn't know anything was wrong with her baby until she delivered 2 months early. Hope weighed 3 pounds, 6 ounces. She was delivered at 32 weeks. And she had a large injury to her forehead, back to her right ear, from the 10-week abortion, failed abortion, where the skull and the scalp had been cut and it was jagged, and her brain was exposed, and there was extra skin pushed down on one side, and that's when it came to light what had happened at the failed abortion from the instrument that was used. And Hope had many complications when she was born that God brought her through. That was 30 years ago. She survived, and then we came into the picture. She's a fighter. She's been fighting since the 10-and-a-half-week abortion, and until even the first month of her life, which she was fighting. She has cerebral palsy as a result, and she still has this scar on her head. And we brought her home. We adopted her when she was 3 months old, when she was discharged from the hospital. And she's been a blessing. She's a blessing to everybody that knows her. She's a friend to all. She describes herself that way. And she's an encourager. She's a peacemaker. Her life has great value. And we love her, and she loves talking. She would want to be talking right now too. It would be off topic, but so when I look at her and I see her scar, I'm reminded of how God spared her life. I'm reminded that she survived an abortion when there's 2,363 babies that don't survive it daily, and her scar, it gives evidence to what's done in secret, and I'm thankful to have her as my daughter. I'm thankful to her birth mother for choosing life when she was given a second chance. And I'm thankful. My heart is full to be here with all of you that have done so much to stand for life and be a voice for those that don't have a voice. And we're glad to be able to share our story too. And thank you for having us.
Okay, Kelly. Kelly.
Hi, good morning. My name is Kelly Thurian. I don't have a speech. I'm just going to speak from the heart. I found out I was pregnant. I was 38 years old. Nobody wanted my daughter. Her father said, "It's not mine." Haven't heard from over 4 years. My parents wanted nothing to do with the pregnancy. My mother even took me for the abortion. When I got there, I didn't do it. Instead, I opted for the ultrasound. I was 6 weeks, 6 days. I did everything by myself. I found out from J&J Pregnancy Center from my Healthy Start coach. I did all the classes by myself. I had nothing. I had nobody. You don't want to be out there begging. It's hard. But I did it. I was high risk because of my age. I did all the doctor's appointments by myself. I drove myself to the hospital to be induced for 3 days before having her. I drove myself home. My daughter's going to be 3.5 on the 17th. She's never met her father. My parents are in love with her. There are options out there. Abortion's not it. I'll be honest with you. I was pro-choice. But you know what? When you get in that spot, and it's you personally, it messes with your mind. And I'm against it now. I wouldn't have her. I wouldn't have her. You know, people will say, oh, well, it's a mistake. She was a mistake. No. She was a surprise. Okay? A mistake or accident, no. A surprise is something you weren't wishing for or you weren't expecting. I was told I couldn't have kids. Here I am. I'm 42. I got a 3.5-year-old. The kid knows what an octagon is. I don't even know what an octagon is. So she knows all her shapes, colors, everything by the time she was 2. I worked with her so much. So she's in school right now. She was going to come, but she wanted to do her Easter party, so. She's hunting eggs right now.
That's fun.
But thank you for signing this.
Yeah.
Thank you for having me up here. I really thought I was going to need an oxygen tank. I was going to fall on the floor when I saw all of you. But you guys are awesome.
Did really good.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
And now in the unenviable task of following that, we have our wonderful Secretary of ACA, Simone Marsteller.
Indeed, there should not be a dry eye in the house right now. What an incredible story, what incredible strength, and I think I saw a sign out here that says courage. And that's exactly what it takes for any woman, young, teenager, 20s, 30s, whatever, who finds herself at a crossroads and really has to make the toughest decision of her life, I would argue. I've been there. I was 19 years old. I had started college at 16, was on my way to graduating before my 21st birthday. Really, really enjoyed college, as you can imagine. Fell pregnant at 19 and went to a physician to confirm that. And I'm not even going to go into the detail, but suffice it to say that because of how I looked, right, certain assumptions were made, and I was handed a referral for abortion. I didn't get a conversation or counseling about prenatal care, none of that. Assumptions were made. And I think it's fair to say that almost on the strength of that, but I talked to my mother about it, and we decided no, not going to go that way. Kept my baby. And for those who are mothers in the room, I enjoyed being pregnant. I enjoyed getting stretch marks. I loved it. All right? I don't like them too much now, but I liked them then. And when that yelling, screaming baby was born and they laid her on my chest and she fell immediately silent, I knew that I had done the right thing. Not that I had had any doubts, but I knew at that moment that I had done the right thing. And, being a single mother has not been easy. It's been challenging, but I went back and I finished my college degree. I had to go on welfare to do it, but I did it. I went to law school. I lived on loans. I lost my house in foreclosure behind that, but it is what it is. You can survive that, right? And overcome it. And now, thanks to the good Lord above, I have the good fortune to be working for this man at this time, standing at this podium on this day. Right? And if the only reason, the only purpose that I have on this earth was to have been the vessel for the child that came out through me to serve her purpose, then I am more than happy that that's my purpose in life. But one more thing, and I'll hand it back to the governor. I hope and I assume that there is at least somebody out there listening to my voice who will be encouraged by my story, by the story you just heard. Don't listen to the narrative that people are trying to push on you. You're young, you need to do this because your life will be ruined, blah, blah, blah. That is not the case. There are people on this stage who are here to tell you to not believe that narrative. Make the choice, choose life, you'll be fine, and all will be well. Thank you.
All right, well, now I'm going to go over to the chair here, and we're going to...
Do you want to file in?
You guys get one. I know that. I'm going to do Joel, I'm going to do Aaron, and then live it up for all of our speakers, right?
The hard act to follow.
Today is the 14th? 13th?
14.
There we go.
You're watching Live Now from Fox, everybody. Governor Ron DeSantis signing that bill there, banning abortions at the 15-week mark there, saying that this is the strictest abortion bill ever signed in Florida. Also saying that DeSantis says that 15 weeks is a time when they have beating hearts, can move, taste, feel pain, and have brain waves for the baby there. You're watching Live Now from Fox, always in the mix here, giving you live, raw, and always unfiltered feeds from around the country. We're going to take a quick 2-minute break. Stay right here with us. We're going to have an update from the border. Governor Greg Abbott from Texas speaks next here on Live Now from Fox. appreciate you joining us here on Live Now from Fox. Coming at you on this Thursday. I'm your host, Mike Page. Thanks so much for joining us here on Live Now from Fox. Take a look at the Dow here as we are seeing up nearly 140 points there in the green. We'll continue to take a look at it. This is the last full day of trading for the week there. We're going to have a shortened trading day because of Good Friday tomorrow, and we'll continue to monitor it right here for you on Live Now from Fox. In the meantime, let's go out to Texas here. We had Governor Greg Abbott talking once again about border security issues. Let's listen right here on Live Now from Fox.
Good morning, everyone, and welcome to the Texas DPS Memorial Groundbreaking Ceremony. My name is Russell Molina, and I am chairman of Texas Ranger 2023. I would like to recognize all of the chiefs that are here today. Could you please stand and be acknowledged? Thank you for what you and your team do. Texas Ranger 2023, along with the DPS Foundation, can think of no greater way to honor and show support to the men and women of DPS and those officers that have fallen than by securing the funds necessary to build this memorial as part of the Texas Ranger Bicentennial in 2023, a project that I am very proud to be a part of. When work started on the Texas Ranger Bicentennial over 6 years ago, we could not imagine the impact it was going to have.
We're building this monument. It means so much in this profession we call law enforcement that we have the support of the public, and we have the support of the public. Texans everywhere care about law and order, and we're blessed to have their support. And we're also blessed to have a commander-in-chief that understands that when we lose, one of our men and women provide the ultimate sacrifice to this state, that there are others that sacrifice, including the family of our fallen. And every time we've lost a trooper or a special agent since I've been director, and since he's been commander-in-chief in Texas, Governor Abbott has time, always finds the time to spend time with the family of our fallen. It means a lot to our people, and thank you, Governor, for your leadership and all of law enforcement. On behalf of them, thank you for your leadership, and God bless you in the state of Texas. The Texas Department of Public Safety reports to the Public Safety Commission. These are men and women from the private sector, all experts in their professions that come together, appointed by the governor, confirmed by the Senate, that oversees policy and procedure for the Department of Public Safety. We're very fortunate to have the type of professionals that the governor has placed on this particular committee because it's so important to what we do. And we're also fortunate to have, Chairman Steve Mock as his designated chair of that Public Safety Commission. Well, has the honor of introducing the governor of the state of Texas. Chairman Mock is certainly a successful businessman out of Houston. He is a philanthropist. He and his family have dedicated much of their time and effort to supporting important causes, including the Houston 100 Foundation and other important foundations that recognizes public safety throughout the state of Texas. So we're very fortunate to have, as chair of the Public Safety Commission, Chairman Stephen Mock.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you, Director McCraw. On behalf of my fellow members of the Public Safety Commission, Nelda Blair, Steve Stodgel, and Del Wainwright, we appreciate all you do for the Texas Department of Public Safety and to keep all Texans safe. You, your leadership team, represented here today, and the men and women of DPS set a standard that other law enforcement agencies across the country strive to emulate. Again, we thank you. And my fellow commissioners and I are honored to be here with all of you on such a momentous day. It is my privilege to introduce our special guest. Nobody has been more steadfast and consistent in support of members of law enforcement and their families than Governor Greg Abbott. Because of his leadership, communities across Texas are undeniably safer, and the men and women who protect the people of Texas have the resources they need to uphold the rule of law. Time and again, he has been there for the men and women of the Texas Department of Public Safety, and today it is entirely appropriate and we are honored to have him join us for this groundbreaking for this important project that has been years in the making. Governor, thank you for all you do to protect Texans and for your unshakable commitment to those in law enforcement who serve every day to fulfill that mission. Please join me in welcoming the Governor of the great state of Texas, Greg Abbott.
Well, thank you all very much, and I want to express my gratitude to Stephen Mock for his service as chairman of the commission. He has done a fabulous job for years now, and also I want to thank all of the commissioners who serve tirelessly to work to ensure that the Texas Department of Public Safety will not only remain on the right track, but will continue to advance in ever-challenging ways to make sure that Texas is in the vanguard when it comes to public safety. I want to thank Director McCraw and all of the law enforcement officers and DPS service members who are with us today for their service. Let me make this point. Extraordinary people do extraordinary things. Extraordinary times cultivate extraordinary people. We are in one of those times that is extraordinary, that is cultivating extraordinary people to do extraordinary things. Many of those people are right here at the Texas Department of Public Safety. From the earliest Texas Rangers to the modern day trooper, more is demanded from the Texas Department of Public Safety than ever before. 2 days ago, we'll just give you a glimpse into the magnitude and complexity of the activities that we're involved in, as well as the ongoing involvement of myself with the Texas Department of Public Safety. Colonel McCraw, you will remember this. 2 days ago, we were earlier in the day planning for the ways that the state of Texas was going to respond to the federal government's elimination of the Title 42 expulsion program that would keep illegal migrants in Mexico. Then later in the day, he was providing me with information needed to negotiate with a governor from Mexico about improving border security from the Mexico side. And then not too long after we hung up after that, I had to call him back about something else. I'm sure he was thinking I was calling him about some border-related issue, but I was not. I was calling him because I had just gotten off the phone with the Williamson County judge who was dealing with a tornado that was sweeping across Gerald, Texas. And the Williamson County judge asked me if I would call DPS and ask them to send troopers to help shut down and control traffic on I-35. So you can see a large differentiation in the things that DPS has to respond to every single day. But just to emphasize one area, look at what they're having to deal with in an unprecedented fashion along the border. We live in a time with the most extreme and urgent border crisis in the history of the state of Texas. In just the past 15 months, there's been more than 1.6 million people come across the Texas border illegally. To put that in context, over the past 15 months, there have been more people coming across the border into the state of Texas than live in any city in the state of Texas, with the only exception being Houston. And with the elimination of Title 42, that number is only going to double or maybe even triple. What that means that over the next year, beginning on May 23rd, there will be more people coming into the state of Texas than even the largest city in the state of Texas. That is an extraordinary challenge for the state to deal with, and it adds to the duties and the responsibilities and the complexities of what the Texas Department of Public Safety has to respond to. Texas law enforcement is already responding prolifically to the challenges that they're facing. Just to give you some quick examples, over the past year, the Texas Department of Public Safety has been apprehending illegal immigrants that got away from Border Patrol, including previously convicted murderers, child rapists, kidnappers, drug traffickers, MS-13 gang members, as well as drug cartels. And go back to what I said when I began that sentence, and that is, these are people who got away from the Border Patrol. The point being this, and that is, had it not been for the Texas Department of Public Safety, these people would have completely gotten away in these previously convicted murderers and child rapists, etc. They would be roaming the streets of the state of Texas or some other state in the United States today. The streets of Texas are safer today because of the efforts of the Texas Department of Public Safety to make sure that we protect our communities from these very dangerous criminals coming across the border. Similarly, the Texas Department of Public Safety over the past 15 months, they have seized enough fentanyl to kill every man, woman, and child in Texas, in California, New York, Illinois, Florida combined. Had it not been for the Texas Department of Public Safety, there would be even more people losing their lives today because of exposure to fentanyl, where already it's been reported in Harris County, Texas, at least one person on average is losing their life every single day just in Harris County, Texas, because of fentanyl. And Texas is apprehending people crossing our border illegally from countries like China and Russia and Iran and Iraq, as well as more than 155 countries across the entire globe. The complexities and challenges of what the Texas Department of Public Safety is doing these days goes far beyond what they've ever dealt with in the past. And all of this is being done at a time in our history when they face a different challenge, and that is the challenge of people and communities across this country that are pushing back and showing hostility toward law enforcement in the first place by talking about things like defunding law enforcement. We've seen this unprecedented hostility toward law enforcement during times like the riots and protests about 2 years ago, where Director McCraw and I were on the phone multiple times every single day working on strategies to keep communities across the entire state of Texas safe during the times of those riots. But despite this appetite by some to try to defund law enforcement, we must remember this. This is Texas. Our values are built upon sterner stuff. And in Texas, we support our law enforcement officers, period. What the Texas Department of Public Safety does matters, and the people who do it are extraordinary. The history of what you have done here at the Texas Department of Public Safety, the history of those who have sacrificed their lives for our state, is truly extraordinary. The service, the sacrifice, especially of those who paid the ultimate price, must be captured and shared for generations to come. For Texans to be able to come here and see and remember the extraordinary people who have served the Texas Department of Public Safety. It must be memorialized properly. And that is exactly what Colonel McCraw and the Texas Department of Public Safety set out to do with this new DPS memorial. Today, we break ground on a new memorial, one that will bridge the gap between the Texas Department of Public Safety and the public, one that honors those who have sacrificed their lives for the great state of Texas, and one that more fully tells the story of the Texas Rangers and the Texas Department of Public Safety. Director McCraw has been calling for this new memorial since 2010. He was instrumental in getting this new one to the groundbreaking stage that we are at today. Please join me in thanking Colonel McCraw for what he has done, for his monumental efforts to get us to this day for this remarkable memorial. This new memorial will provide a reflective place for both DPS employees as well as their families. It will also help DPS educate the public on the sacrifices that have been made on their behalf. Also, as we begin the celebration of the bicentennial of the Texas Rangers, this new memorial from Clint Howard will better tell their story as well. Texas is a legendary place. and it's been home to some legendary lawmen throughout its storied history. With the remarkable work of Clint Howard, this memorial will honor those men and women. It will rival monuments that we see in Washington, D.C., honoring both the modern-day DPS troopers who are working throughout the 254 counties of our state, including those along the Rio Grande, and helping secure our border. And it will honor the brave Texas Rangers who helped settle the Wild West so many years ago. Without their efforts, Texas would not be the legend that it is today. This memorial also celebrates all that being a DPS officer is today. The monument will have a 77-foot circle of granite with an 11-foot tall bronze Texas DPS trooper, paying his respects to a tombstone honoring the first fallen peace officer in Texas, a Texas Ranger. It also features 3 granite and bronze panels depicting scenes from the history of the Texas Department of Public Safety. Each panel is engraved with the department's core values: protection, courtesy, and service. On the panels, the monument will honor the civilian staff of DPS, the Rangers, and the aircraft, drones, and K-9 units that the DPS uses to protect Texans today. So join me once again in thanking Colonel McCraw and the Clint Howard Foundry and everyone who's had a hand in this new monument at today's groundbreaking. Congratulations on what you have achieved. God bless you all, and may God continue to bless the great state of Texas.
You're watching Live Now from Fox, everybody. So Governor Greg Abbott there talking about border security issues, as well as honoring those that paid the ultimate sacrifice in the line of duty for state troopers in Texas. You're watching, of course, live, raw, and unfiltered here. Live look at beautiful Air Force One as President Biden heading to North Carolina today. We'll have full coverage for you a little bit later as well. And we're taking a look at the Dow here, seeing a dip here. We saw session highs as high as about 160 points in the green, and now we're just hovering above 35 points. So we'll keep an eye on it right here for you on Live Now from Fox. Let's take another quick 2-minute break as we take a look at beautiful New York City on this Thursday. Looks like a great day right there. Welcome back, everyone, here to Live Now from Fox. I'm your host, Mike Pace. Thanks so much for joining us here today. Well, are you ready to be motivated? We're going to go out to Boston right now. The Boston Marathon is happening on Monday, but they had a little fan fest to get the runners and the community all pumped up for the big annual event that is back from COVID-19. They had to take a hiatus. They had to run in the fall last year, and now it is back in its April position, and the runners are ready. And the fans are ready to support all 26.2 miles. Let's go to it right here on Live Now from Fox.
I am indeed Tom Groke from the BAA, and want to welcome all of you here to Copley Square today on a stage that soon will be used for all manner of free outdoor programming and panels over the next few days. And as we look forward to next Monday, that will be 1,099 days since we last had a Patriots Day marathon here in Boston, and we can't wait. And to see runners make that last turn. All of the other major marathons in the world finish in a park, and the sound kind of dissipates up into the air. Boston, very different. When people make that last turn off of Hereford Street, down onto Boylston, they head into this throbbing urban canyon with thousands of people there with nothing to do but cheer for them. It's an experience for runners that is unlike any other, and we are delighted to be part of that. Now, I'd like to start off by thanking those here on stage and elsewhere from the 8 cities and towns, as well as the agencies that have helped all of us through the unprecedented feat of 2 Boston marathons in 6 months. The last one was 139 days ago. We're deeply grateful for the collaboration of all of these groups and so many others that make this race possible. It is, in a large city, a community event here in Boston and in the other 8 cities and towns. Now, at the BAA, we've also worked closely with what we referred to in a rather lengthy name as our COVID-19 Medical and Event Operations Advisory Group in planning for Patriots Day. And in an effort to bring back our full field, which is 30,000 this time, and to restore as much of the race weekend and race experience as we could, we've required that all participants, all volunteers, all staff, and all vendors be vaccinated against COVID-19 or provide a medical exemption form. We're also offering optional COVID-19 testing for anybody who wants it up at our expo at the Heinz Convention Center, and we'll be enforcing Commonwealth of Massachusetts mask-wearing requirements for people on our transportation and in medical tents. And just as the advisory group guided us to a successful race in October, we're confident that their guidance will once again allow for a successful return here on Patriots Day. And we look forward not only to the return of the marathon to its traditional Patriots Day date, but also to our BAA 5K down at the Common here on Saturday, along with the invitational miles up here at the finish line on Saturday, and our youth relay in the afternoon. But of course, none of it would be possible without our partners that are here today. So again, to everyone here and all who you represent, we at the BAA and 30,000 runners and 10,000 volunteers and hundreds of thousands of spectators, thank you for your support and coordination over the last 6 months. Now, getting back to medical advisory stuff, I'd like to introduce Dr. Aaron Baggish. Aaron, one of our medical directors here, a cardiologist at Massachusetts General Hospital, and by the way, an occasional marathon participant with a best time of something like 2 hours and 36 minutes. So not just a star in the cardiology arena, but a quality jogger as well. Aaron.
Thank you, Tom, and good morning, everyone. I want to start by saying I don't recall in the last several decades of my life feeling as safe as I do right now. It's a pretty good place to be standing. I'll keep my remarks brief, and I'll just remind everyone that medical operations this year are fully set and ready to go. Our volunteer crew, which includes all of the clinical subspecialties that are required to take care of the runners as well as, when necessary, the spectators, which includes doctors, nurses, physical therapists, athletic trainers, and a number of other specialties, are in check, and everyone's ready to go. So too is the medical infrastructure, including all of the touch points which begin in Hopkinton and the medical aid stations and tents that are strategically located around the course, and obviously the major infrastructure here at the finish line. You know, as I reflect on where we are right now, I think here in Boston and our surrounding towns have all very much enjoyed the well-deserved easing of the mask mandates and the COVID requirements over the past month or two, and this is really a reflection of the fact that we're in a good place. Viral prevalence in the community is low, and we've done a good job weathering this storm. But there are two specific settings in which COVID restrictions have not eased, and these are in direct relevance to the Boston Marathon. And those include public transportation as well as healthcare facilities, both of which play a huge role in our race. I just want to emphasize that at all of the medical facilities that we staff, we will be following the same protocols that are in place in local hospitals, which include having all of our staff and patients masked to the most degree possible, emphasizing routine hand sanitation use, and setting up the footprint to maximize social distancing. And indeed, our course setup, inclusive of Tent A here, just to your left, is really a full-service hospital, which we will use to the max and try to keep people out of our local community hospitals. So I'm excited for the race and very confident that medically we're in a good place. Thanks so much.
Good morning, everyone. And good morning. And thank you for coming to see us today. My name is Jean Benincasa Thorpe, and I act as the Undersecretary for Homeland Security for the Executive Office of Public Safety and Security. On behalf of Terrence Reedy, Secretary, and my colleagues at EOPS, I am pleased to be here today to speak about the critical public safety preparations we have been making for the 126th Boston Marathon. It is my pleasure to stand alongside of our many partners and highlight the collaboration of so many who for years have played such an essential role in safety and security, planning, and race day coordination. As we saw from the events earlier this week in New York City, and we learned from our own history, a thorough, ongoing planning and coordination effort among our partners is crucial for large events such as the Boston Marathon. The planning between the BAA and dozens of public safety agencies at every level of government to prepare for this race has been ongoing since last race 6 months ago. The many meetings, calls, and coordination sessions bring us where we are today, ready to implement a robust plan to ensure a safe Boston Marathon for runners, spectators, staff, and volunteers. Today, our job is to describe our local, state, and federal partners' collaborations to protect the health and safety of everyone involved in this race. We've already heard from the BAA about the medical response plan in place. We will also hear from the state police and the FBI about a comprehensive public safety plan and support that will be activated to keep Monday's race safe. And we will also speak about the spectators and what we expect from them and how they can help us do our jobs. On the race day, as in the past, Massachusetts Emergency Management Agency will be the home of the Unified Coordinated Center at our headquarters in Framingham. The UCC will stand up at 6 a.m. on Monday and serve as the central coordination point for all the organizations working to maintain public safety. There is approximately 120 staff representing 50 local, state, federal agencies and non-governmental partners at the UCC on Monday, and we will coordinate virtually with other agencies. Our goal at the Coordination Center is to leverage every tool and system to provide our public partners common operating picture, situational awareness, from the start in Hopkinton to the finish in Boston. Platforms requesting resources and to coordinate decision-making for making a response. The Commonwealth has a proud history of strong relationships among our federal, state, and local law enforcement partners. Our unified approach and combination of resources support our collective ability to prepare, prevent, and respond as needed. We are grateful for the critical contributions from all of our local municipalities along the race route, including police, fire, EMS, public works, public health, all of which have deeply been involved in the public safety planning for this race. Our federal partners are also a crucial role in helping us to create a comprehensive safety and security plan. I would especially like to acknowledge the assistance of the FBI, who you will hear shortly from, the Department of Homeland Security, FEMA, ATF, and other federal agencies. Thank you. Of course, I'd like to highlight the contributions of our partners in the state, including in the committed team of professionals at MEMA, Massachusetts State Police, the National Guard, the Department of Fire Services, Mass DOT, Department of Public Health. All have critical advanced the planning for the successful race day and operations. I would ask everyone that safety and security are our shared responsibility. Please remain aware of your surroundings. And you'll see this campaign going on in the news, all over the paper. If you see something, say something. Call 911. Share the suspicious information with the police. As all of us go out to cheer for our runners, your attention to that shared responsibility of safety will contribute to what we expect to be another successful, happy, and healthy Boston Marathon on Monday. And now I would like to introduce to you my colleague, Deputy Superintendent Lieutenant Colonel Warrington from the State Police, who will provide information about the security planning and what the spectators should expect that race day. Thank you.
Good morning. Thank you, Undersecretary Benacasa Thorpe. I'd also like to thank the BAA and our public safety partners for being here today. At this time, we are aware of no credible and specific threat against this event. As we do in all large security missions, the Massachusetts State Police and our local, state, and federal partners will execute a robust, dynamic, and multi-layered operations plan for the marathon. It includes assets visible to the public, uniformed troopers, local police officers, National Guardsmen, and tactical units such as hazardous and explosives material detection teams. The State Police Air Wing will provide overwatch of the route during the event. The security plan also includes assets not apparent or visible, including undercover troopers and officers trained to recognize threat indicators. Another component is the rigorous joint intelligence gathering operation, which includes our Commonwealth Fusion Center, the Boston Intelligence Regional Intelligence Center, and the FBI. We will also man the UCC with our MEMA partners. We also will run our Massachusetts State Police Homeland Security Operations Center, where our law enforcement partners will monitor the race. Race spectators should expect enhanced security protocols at certain areas, including checkpoints and bag checks conducted by BAA Security. There are several types of items that spectators are urged not to bring, with them including backpacks and suitcases, certain types of containers, and props. A full list of these items is available on the State Police Facebook page. Also, FAA flight restrictions will be in place on race day, and public use of drones over the route is prohibited. Our drone unit will be available and will identify and address any person that is in violation of these restrictions by flying a drone over this route. Finally, we know the Tuesday shooting in the New York City subway has caused understandable concerns of the residents of this Commonwealth. But I can assure you that the state police and our law enforcement partners remain vigilant, and we are well prepared to respond to any situation. Furthermore, our marathon security operation is dynamic and scalable and can be quickly adapted as necessary. We wish the runners, Massachusetts State Police wish the runners and spectators a great race day, and remind the public if you see anything suspicious or something that just doesn't look right, please call 911. Thank you. I'd like to welcome Special Agent in Charge Joseph Bonavalenta from the FBI.
Thank you, Deputy Superintendent Warmington. Good morning, everyone. We are just days away from the 126th running of the Boston Marathon, And everyone participating in this year's race should know that we are sharply focused on identifying and stopping any potential threats. As life slowly gets back to normal and special events kick into high gear, I can't stress enough that this is not the time for complacency, especially now that everyone is resuming attendance at large venues and public gatherings. As you've heard this morning already, at this point in time, neither the FBI or any other United States government agency is aware of any specific or credible threats targeting this year's race, but we all know that can change in a heartbeat, which is why the expertise of all the agencies represented here today is so critical. As of now, the greatest threat that we face are lone actors who radicalize online and attack soft targets with easily accessible weapons, often with little to no warning. We are also concerned about homegrown violent extremists who are inspired by foreign terrorist organizations like ISIS and Al-Qaeda. Additionally, we've encountered domestic violent extremists whose personal grievances, from racial or ethnic bias to anti-authority or anti-government sentiment, has posed a significant problem, which is why we've surged resources to that threat in recent years. And we are seeing an overlap between domestic terrorism and hate crimes, where people are committing hate crimes to promote extremist beliefs. The bottom line is the threats we are facing from domestic and international actors are elevated at this point in time. Like past years, special agents and officers assigned to the FBI Boston Division's Joint Terrorism Task Force will be integrated throughout all aspects of the marathon route. Our highly trained specialty teams, including our special agent bomb technicians, evidence response, hazardous material response, and SWAT teams, just to name a few, will be standing by to respond to any possible occurrence that may require action on our part. They will be embedded within command posts and supporting our Joint Intelligence Center, which will be stood up at our headquarters in Chelsea to share intelligence, run database checks, and monitor and investigate any real-time threat information we receive. We've all heard the phrase, and you've heard it this morning already very appropriately, if you see something, say something. But I would just like to tweak that slightly to say, if you see something about someone, say something. It could be a neighbor, a coworker, or a classmate, someone you see in person or that you don't know but you see virtually on social media. Tips from the community are essential, because if we look at acts of mass violence, there's almost always somebody who saw the person change, a parent, a classmate, or a friend. When people speak up, history has shown that we can prevent tragedies from occurring. All of us are maintaining a high state of readiness in what is one of the most volatile threat landscapes in recent memory. I know this week's tragic events in New York City have some on edge, but as you've heard already, there is a robust security plan in place, and we encourage you and your families to have a great time as our city takes center stage again for the running of the Boston Marathon. Thank you. And now I'm going to turn it over to my colleague, Chief Kenny Green from the MBTA Transit Police. Chief.
Thank you, sir. Good morning. As we all should know, at this time, the CDC has extended its mask-wearing policy or mandate on public transportation through May 3rd. I believe that came out yesterday. With that being said, I want to remind everyone, especially our riding public, including those who are fully vaccinated, you are required to wear face coverings while on MBTA vehicles and at all indoor stations, facilities, bus stops, platforms for the commuter rail, subway, and trolley systems. The wearing of a mask is for your safety, for your fellow riders' safety, and for the employees of the MBTA's safety. Regarding transportation service on Marathon Monday, Copley Station will be closed all day. And from 10 a.m. to 6 p.m., the above-ground Green Line stops, South Street, Kent Street, and St. Mary Street will be closed in between, like I said, between 10 a.m. and 6 p.m. If more information is needed regarding service on the MBTA, please access our website at mbta.com, where you will receive the most up-to-date information. The Transit Police are well prepared for this year's event, as we are for every event that we perform. We'll have additional transit police officers throughout the system, both uniform and in plain clothes, to ensure the safety and well-being of our riding public. Currently, as it's already been stated, there is no intelligence, credible or otherwise, to suggest that the MBTA or the marathon itself is a target. With that being said, we will continue to be in constant communication throughout the day with our law enforcement partners at the state level, federal level, and our local police department. Please remember, and I know these are words that it's said day in and day out, the things that occurred the other day, if it wasn't for somebody saying something, this individual might have not have been caught, although there are reports that he might have called on himself, but at the same time, there was a witness who called police. If you see something, please say something. Anything suspicious, please call Transit Police at 617-222-1212 right away, and we'll send officers down there to investigate. Thank you.
At this time, we will open it up to questions. I would just ask that you speak very loudly. There is a lot of noise around us, and we'll do our best to answer it as appropriate. Yes.
Sure. Well, first, so that situation is being led by the Weymouth Police Department. Obviously, we're aware of it. Our involvement has been providing support and funding for rewards for potential identification and ultimate capture of the individual or individuals that were responsible for that matter. But obviously, that's a key piece of intelligence that not only us, but every other agency that's represented up here today will be on the lookout for as well, if there were ever to be any relation between that and the marathon.
I'm sorry, you're going to have to speak up, ma'am. I can't really hear you.
Question, are all the cameras working?
Yeah, as far as cameras go, we inspect our cameras all the time. If there's an issue discovered, we will address those cameras expeditiously. But as of right now, all cameras, as my knowledge, are working. So that's not heightened security for us. That's everyday security for us. We always have our EDU unit out there at various locations, our K-9s, and we have our uniform officers out there, as well as our plain clothes. The only difference is from the other day to what's going to the marathon and any large event is that we increase. It's all hands on deck for these major events, but every day, every regular day, we're prepared. We're out there. We're vigilant. We're alert, and we're visible. So we don't have the luxury to relax because an individual got caught on the subway somewhere else. We're on guard every single day.
Yes.
No, that was something already in the works prior to the incident in New York. That's a good question. You know, the way we look at it is, you know, the way that we have to look at all of these, what we would call grievance collectors, is there's so many of them out there, and they run along such a large spectrum, is that it would be a mistake to simply just focus on one item or another. We have to look across the board and monitor any threat intelligence that may come in and conduct ourselves appropriately.
Any other questions? Yes. Is that for DHS or
What is the question?
sponsored tweets? See something, say something?
He's saying that he's seeing sponsored tweets this year. Or see something, say something. Is that new, or have there been sponsored tweets before?
I would recommend just reaching out to the agency that you're seeing those tweets from. Yes.
You're watching Live Now from Fox, always worldwide, here for you as organizers getting ready for Monday's big event there, Boston Marathon. Back out worldwide here for you on Live Now from Fox, showing you a live look here at the federal courthouse in Brooklyn right here, where the suspect of the subway shooting is in court right now. Any updates, we'll bring it to you right here, of course, on Live Now from Fox. But I want to go out to Atlanta, getting an update on several violent crime arrests that have happened. Let's listen right here.
All right. Good morning, and thank you all for being here. We're here today to talk about some of the good work that has occurred with APD to crack down on violent crime in our city. Before I turn the podium over to Chief Bryant, I want to touch on just a few things. First and foremost, I want to say that the men and women of the Atlanta Police Department who wake up each and every day to put their lives on the line on behalf of our community to keep us safe, I just want to say thank you for all the hard work that you each do in this department. And here are a few statistics that I'm eager to share with you today. Year to date, APD has seized a total of 284 firearms. Think about that. That's 284 firearms that could have been used for violent crimes, and they are now off the streets. Arrests for aggravated assaults are up 18% this year. Arrests for murder are up 283% from last year. Arrests for robbery are up 47% from last year. And finally, our pre-arrest diversions are up 46% this year. Those stats are all, they should show solid police work and solid community work together. As a reminder, we just recently launched the Repeat Offenders Tracking Unit to hold career criminals accountable and to bring them to justice. We will soon make an announcement about our Court Watch program, where residents can keep an eye on cases as they make their way through the system. And with the information that Chief Bryant is about to share with you, it is evident that the City of Atlanta and our partners are leveraging all available resources to collectively keep Atlantans safe. When I first took office, I attended roll calls in each and every precinct, and on each shift, I kept hearing from our officers the frustration that they have when they apprehend a criminal. They go off to jail, but then they come right back out only to be apprehended again and again. We talked about this recently. This just has to stop. We're hoping that the rest you will hear about today will be indeed the very last time these individuals are arrested. Arresting repeat offenders and ensuring there is truly justice for the violent crimes that they commit in our courts is not only good for public safety, but it is good for police morale. I've said it before and I will say it again. Atlanta has the best police force in the nation, and I am grateful to each and every member of this police team. And it takes a special kind of courage to be a law enforcement officer and to have tragic incidents of violence reported on the news each and every day, and there's this tragedy that could be averted, and their bravery is standing there helping this public. And so now I would like to turn this over to Chief Bryant to update you on the significant arrests that have been made. Chief.
Morning. I'll start by letting you know we deployed the fugitive unit. They work hand in hand with our officers on the street on a regular basis. But what we initiated just before spring break, we had a collaboration of law enforcement officers throughout the metro area, and we recognized that we wanted to get ahead of some of the violence that we were seeing. Typically, we take a snapshot of what we see during spring break and devise our plan to go into the summer. We did something a little bit different where we implemented a more collaborative approach to addressing spring break, and the fugitive unit was a strong component of what we did this time. And so I think it's important that we talk about the great work that the fugitive unit did, and we're going to do it by a slide presentation. As you can tell, this exercise, this deployment was between March 12th and April 7th, so it encompassed most of what you would have had during spring break. We were able to issue out 57 fugitive packages. A fugitive package is an investigative file that is handed over to an investigator after a case has been devised, and and a warrant is now out for that individual. It is now up to a fugitive investigator to utilize their technology and skill set to go apprehend this individual. 12 of the fugitives were arrested for the offense of murder. On April 6th alone, the fugitive unit conducted a crime suppression units. Our federal, state, and local partners apprehended 13 wanted individuals in one day. This was a strategic day that we worked collaboratively with our surrounding agencies in the metro area. And so each individual department went out on this particular day to target fugitives, and Atlanta came away with arresting 13. Collectively, these suspects have been arrested more than 365 times. Again, this goes back to what the mayor talked about as it relates to repeat offenders. 365 times as we can all agree, is a lot of numbers. One of the suspects had 37 arrests alone. The second to that person had 36. Go to the next slide. It shows you the number of the numbers broken down individually as it relates to the crimes that these individuals were arrested for. It went everywhere from murder down to auto theft. Aggravated assault clearly was the number that stood out the most, where we arrested 31 individuals for aggravated assault, 12 for murder, 5 for armed robberies, 4 for cruelty to children, 2 for aggravated assault, 1 for child molestation, 1 for homicide by vehicle, and 1 for theft of stolen auto. The next one is a more significant arrest. This is the fugitive arrest of Brandon Williams and Demetrius Ross. These are the individuals that were responsible, were arrested for the arrest of the incident that occurred on the Beltline. Again, this is in collaboration with the great work of our homicide unit as well as the fugitive unit to make this arrest. Additionally, sadly, there are often times that we are after juveniles as well. And so this was, we had a significant shooting that played out at the fair that was near the Alterna Field. We were able to apprehend 2 individuals as it relates to this shooting as well. Antonio Lachlan was arrested on 3/24 for his involvement in an aggravated assault that played out on February the 26th. The uniqueness of Antonio Lachlan is he is the individual that had 37 prior arrests. And then our fugitive arrests of note. On 4/6/22, officers arrested another juvenile for his involvement in auto thefts. Auto theft tends to be a significant problem for us in the downtown space. We utilize our ACE, our auto crime enforcement unit, to really target individuals that are breaking into cars and stealing cars. And they too have their list of individuals that they find to be more prolific in their activities. This individual was a juvenile, and we were able to apprehend this juvenile as well. The Atlanta Police Department Fugitive Unit has closed more than 200 fugitive packages since 2020. And in various parts of crime are committed throughout the city. We could not do this work alone. We do this in collaboration with the federal marshals, Fulton County Sheriff, our federal and state partners, as well as our other local municipalities. Again, we do this in collaboration and understanding that criminals have no boundaries, that they are not specific to just the city of Atlanta. So it takes us working in unity and with them collaboration to make sure that we make this whole region safe. With that being said, I'll turn this over now to our new Assistant Chief Shearbaum.
Thank you, Chief Bryant. Mr. Mayor, as you're here today, you're seeing 57 individuals that this department has apprehended over the last few days. But what we do not want to forget, that there's 57 families who are victims behind these perpetrators. That our officers went to work, our investigators went to work committing hundreds of hours to identify who was responsible for these crimes. In addition to 57 families who were impacted, there were scores of neighborhoods in our city who their sense of safety and security was impacted and dealt a blow because of these individuals. And for hundreds of hours, not only did we identify who was responsible, then we sought to apprehend them. Not an easy task. And these 57 individuals were apprehended with no violence reoccurring within any of our communities. All officers came home safe, and all perpetrators were taken to a detention center safely. Also in those 57 apprehensions was the community's involvement. Tips of Crime Stopper, sharing of video cameras, assisting our investigators. So as we speak with our federal and state partners who were shoulder to shoulder with this, the community was with us, shoulder to shoulder, as we brought these 57 individuals to justice. But now these 57 individuals move to a courtroom. And it is our hope, our desire, and our request that the courts will amplify the work of this police department, the work of our partners, the work of the community, and the expectations of these families and community, that their wisdom and their action will make sure that safety is delivered to our neighborhoods because of the work of our officers. Thank you.
Good morning. Ralph Woolfolk, Atlanta Police Homicide Unit, was asked by Public Affairs to give a brief update regarding arrests having been made by our very elite unit this week. The men of the Atlanta Police Department Homicide Unit continue to work very hard. Despite the challenges of a 40% increase in homicide this year, we do continue to solve cases at a rate that is second to none. The men and women of this unit truly do some astounding work. This week, we did have a case at 990 Newtown Circle where Mr. Henderson, a 25-year-old male, was shot to death in reference to, once again, an escalating dispute. These escalating disputes continue to account for the majority of our homicides, and being 40% of our homicides are attributed to escalating dispute this year. This incident occurred at an apartment complex outdoor, which accounts for 38% of our incidents this year. So we continue to ask the apartment complexes to do what they can to ensure the safety of persons on their properties. Mr. Draymond Mitchell, 27 years old, with a 12-cycle criminal history, was brought into custody, and this was as a result of, once again, relentless work that involved 3 different entities of our homicide team, forensic cell phone experts, a team that deals with crime scene processing and biological evidence, as well as a team that deals specially with interview and interrogation and those specific skill sets. So this was a team effort once again. Another significant arrest regarding this week was at 1959 Metropolitan Parkway. A second individual responsible for that homicide was taken into custody in reference to Mrs. Lakevia Jackson, 31 years old, who was shot in a parking lot there. That too was attributed to an escalating dispute. This incident also involved a handgun that accounts for 88% of our homicides year to date. 88% of our incidents, there is a handgun that is used in reference to that murder. And this is Mrs. Amani Spears, 24 years old, and she was brought into custody with no criminal history, while her co-conspirator, Mr. Joshua Fleetwood, has already been arrested. He had a 16-cycle criminal history in reference to this incident. And finally, we had an incident at 899 MLK Jr. Drive back on January 29th, and where Mr. Zyquan Lee, 20 years old, was pronounced deceased on scene. This too was an argument, once again an escalating dispute in which a young man was pronounced deceased on scene. This involved a club establishment. 6 of 51 of our incidents this year involve clubs in our city, and once again involved a handgun. We arrested Mr. Quantavious Collier, 22 years old, with a 9-cycle criminal history regarding this incident, and also Mr. Tyree Peel, 20 years old, with a 4-cycle criminal history. So oftentimes what the public does not see on the back end, once homicide is able to do the excellent work in which this unit does, we bounce what is probably at times a more difficult task to our fugitive team, which is about to come and talk about what they do to bring these individuals in custody. So this is after these individuals are certainly running from some of the most heinous crimes in which they know that they are about to be processed for adjudication. And they're doing everything that they can to get away. But despite those challenges, this fugitive team does an exceptional job in delivering for us each and every time and providing us these individuals that we've taken our murder charges on. Thank you.
Hello, Lieutenant Brandon Pitts. I'm over the fugitive unit. The chief spoke briefly about what we do. They asked me to come speak a little further on that. So as Lieutenant Woolfolk and the chief spoke about, we've got some good detectives, great detectives on the Atlanta Police Department. And after they conduct their work and take out the warrants on violent felonies and crimes against children, come to the fugitive unit, where I have a group of men and women that I'm convinced are some of the hardest working detectives on the department. And we do everything within our means to take them into custody. Some of the things that do help with catching these criminals is Crime Stoppers. I can think of a few tips in the past week that have led, the past weeks that have led to arrest. and it's a crucial help to the fugitive unit. Our partners with Fulton County, DeKalb, United States Marshals, Secret Service are a huge help in the apprehension of these criminals. And as I said before, we'll do everything within our means to capture the criminals, one of which was today, Mr. Collier. This morning, we captured him. So I would just encourage the criminals within the city of Atlanta to turn themselves in. If you have a warrant out for your arrest, save yourself the hassle of us coming and looking for you, because we will find you. And Lieutenant Woolfolk, the chiefs, the mayor have all spoke about escalating disputes, people losing their temper, and it leading to gunfire or murder. I would encourage those that come and patronize the city of Atlanta to think about the consequences of your action before you act. A 1-second decision can lead to lifelong consequences. That's all I have.
We'll now take questions.
Any questions?
Chief, or whoever would like to answer this, is there a sense of frustration with repeat offenders when you are doing this hard work out in the community and you might learn somebody's, history in the system and just that they're back out on the streets? Talk about the frustration your officers must run into with that.
Absolutely. There is a significant amount of frustration when we are re-arresting individuals that continue to victimize our community. So it's not just a frustration on the police department side, it's a frustration to the community as well. Quite often the community are quite aware that these people have been arrested before. And so as Chief Sherbaum stated, we do as much as we can on our side. We're now hoping that the courts do their due diligence in addressing and adjudicating these cases.
So is there anything new on the Piedmont Park? I'm sure you've gotten a lot of...
What I can tell you about the Piedmont Park murder is it is still as open as it was day one. We are still getting in information, still going through a lot of evidence. So the case is still being very much worked by the elite team that Lieutenant Woolfolk talked about.
Atlanta Police giving updates there on what they are seeing out in the public, as well as arresting those that are breaking the law. You're watching Live Now from coming back at you right here on Live Now from Fox. We appreciate you joining us here today. Taking you out to Kentucky, where we do have Senator Mitch McConnell about to speak. Let's listen right here on Live Now from Fox.
Senator, that your senator has done for us. And it is such an honor for me to always welcome him here. And I'm just so thankful to have him with us today. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Senator. Thank you.
Are you functioning? Okay. Well, as you can tell, the mayor's never had a bad day, but if there ever was a bad day, it was December 10th of last year, and the devastation across Kentucky, and particularly here in Graves County and over in Hopkins County, was unbelievable. It was the worst tornado in Kentucky history. So the mayor and I were getting in the car and in and out the rainy day, looking at the devastation. And as she indicated, I think the first thing local officials here were concerned about was that after a brief period of time, 75% of the 25% of the match required for a lot of federal money simply was not going to be possible to raise here locally. So as the mayor indicated, I put in a bill that the president signed a little while ago, 9010, to give not only this community but other communities devastated by this tornado an opportunity to actually achieve the 10% match and move ahead with the rebuilding effort. This is my third trip here, and I'm inspired not only by the mayor but by the local leadership here. Everybody's upbeat and optimistic and building back to the future. And what I just heard in a meeting prior to coming to talk to you all is that housing is coming back and coming back quickly and on time. FEMA, I think, has done an excellent job, and Brent Howard of FEMA is here for any particular questions you may have of him. So with that, I'll be happy to throw it open and see where you'd like to take it.
Well, what's next on your agenda to help the communities hit by the tornadoes? If you said this is your third time here, do you plan to keep coming until what? What's next?
Well, me personally, I'm here to try to help when the federal government can step in, and our on-the-ground agency is FEMA. And maybe this would be a good time for you to just say, give them a briefing on sort of where we go from here.
Okay, sure. Be glad to, Senator. Right now, most of the debris is up throughout the state. There's still pockets of it out there, and that will go on for some time. We're looking at starting the rebuilding process in state government, for the local governments, to start bringing back those city and county facilities that were so incredibly damaged during this event. Housing is going. We're still working at housing survivors for the Commonwealth, and those, especially those down here in Mayfield and in Graves County. The good news is the Commonwealth and everybody, the volunteer agencies, did an exceptional job from the storm. That nobody's living in a car, nobody's in a tent. Everybody that we're dealing with now are safe and sanitary, and we're working to transition those into the FEMA Direct Housing Program, and that will go on, and that is an 18-month program. So we'll be doing that. Hopefully, we'll have everybody housed really soon in some form of FEMA housing, and the state is working their programs too and their sheltering program. But going forward, that's an 18-month program, so we'll be delivering that and working with those survivors to transition them into permanent housing. And with the great news that was talked about here in this morning in the meeting with the senator, and the housing initiative that's going on here is really timely, and it's started, and it's really impressive to see and watch, and hopefully transition some of these survivors that are in our units into some of those housing. And the rebuilding process for the schools and everything that's impacted will go on and continue for years. It's amazing what Mother Nature can do in an hour, 2 hours, and it takes us years to rebuild that, and it's going to take a while, but we're here, we're on the ground, we'll be here, and working with Mayor Nan and the senator, and leading the charge. So okay. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Other questions?
I do have an unrelated to tornado question for you, Senator. Are you satisfied with the amount of weapons and support that America is sending to Ukraine, or do you think something else needs to be done?
I think the administration is stepping up. I felt all along they were a little bit too slow, but I think the performance has improved. And what they have not yet said that I think is really important is what is the goal? The goal is to win, to defeat the Russians in Ukraine. That's the Ukrainian goal. It should be our goal. And I think we need to help them and stick with them until they defeat the Russians. It's actually possible. I think there was skepticism about that in the beginning, but I think it is possible. And there's actually some good that's come out of this. You may have seen that Finland and Sweden, who are not parts of NATO, are now seriously considering applying to get into NATO. We've learned that the Russians are still the same Russians we saw back during the Soviet period. Invading another country is not cost-free, and we need to continue to squeeze them in every way we can, not only by sending all the weapons to the Ukrainians that they need, but to imply every sanction we can think of to squeeze them economically as well.
Senator, with weather like last night, that areas that experienced the December tornado experience, do you have anything in mind for helping these impacted areas prepare for future storms, or is there anything you're hoping to see as people go forward and prepare for weather like what we experienced in December for tornado season?
I'm having a hard time understanding what you said.
Is there anything you're planning to advocate for or encourage in areas impacted by the December tornado for future storms with the upcoming tornado season and with weather we saw like last night in this region?
Are you talking about last night?
Yes. Is there anything you're planning to do to help prepare for future?
Well, we'll have to see whether, what kind of damage there was. I think.
You're watching Live Now from Fox there as Senator Mitch McConnell talking about Russia, Ukraine, as well as storm damage there in Kentucky, in his home state right there. Live look right now at the UN here, expecting maybe a briefing or a news update there from UN representatives. We'll bring it to you if it happens right here on Live Now from Fox. Let's take another quick 2-minute break, our last one here of this hour. Here we have the mayor and city officials talking about mental health when it comes to children in the classrooms, as well as just in everyday life as well.
On your behalf. Before I start, I want to talk about an incident that is taking place now in the Bronx at PS 69, where an intruder attempted, when you're on camera, it's difficult to get your tie straight. I just noticed that about an intruder who is attempted to enter a school. Of the preliminary information, attempted to assault a teacher, a heroic act by a school safety agent prevented it from taking place. She was slashed by the individual, and that individual will be brought to justice. It is unacceptable. Violence in our school will not be accepted. And I want to thank our school agents, safety agents all over the city. There was an argument and conversation during the campaign of should we have school safety agents in our school buildings, and I would say emphatically yes. I said it then, and I will say it now. They provide a vital service, and I just want to commend them for their actions. And when we think about school safety, you have to think about what happened yesterday in Sunset Park. Our schools were safe, our children were safe. Chancellor Bank, thank you for taking decisive action, particularly the 5 schools in the Sunset Park area that were locked down during that time. I want to be clear, our children are safe because of the action of the chancellor, the teachers, the principals all over this city responded in a heroic manner, as well as the other law enforcement first responders responded correctly. We will provide mental health and trauma support to those who need it, especially those 5 schools in Sunset Park. That includes providing crisis team on top of the social workers and social-based mental health clinics already available in our schools. And I will say it again, our children are safe and secure, and we are going to continue to ensure that that happens. Today's announcement is about securing their future and doing it correctly. The first time there will be a gifted and talented program in every school district in New York City. We are extremely pleased about this. Heard this over and over again, and I cannot tell you how important this day is. For far too long, we had districts in our city that did not have gifted and talented programs. We are giving every child in every zip code the chance that has been denied too often. I heard this over and over again on the campaign trail, and that denial ends today. We have gifted and talented students all over the city. There's no reason these programs were not all over the city. It's time for all our students to have access to the classroom programs that develop their full personhood and their full potential. Today's announcement is about expanding equity. Expanding. The chancellor has stated it over and over again. Let's expand the things that work. And this is a clear opportunity about. It's about reaching every child in New York City. Every year, the fight that parents must go through over a small number of seats, that fight concludes today. It should have never existed in the first place, and today we say no more. We are adding more than 1,000 seats to our gifted and talented programs. It's extremely exciting for us, and this is about our children receiving the opportunity from the earliest possible age. And we are making it easier for families to get access to the program, providing 2 entry points, kindergarten and 3rd grade, for every child in every district. This is how we are giving and allowing our young people the opportunity to grow, to learn, to explore their talents and imagination. We are making sure no child is left behind. I campaign on this, expanding opportunities for accelerated learners in every borough and district, far too many accelerated learners were being left behind, had to go outside their districts, heard stories of parents leaving their homes early in the morning so their children can go to another district or even another borough just to get the services that they need. I campaigned on this, I fought for this as borough president, and now as mayor, I fulfilled that promise. This is a big and long sought win for parents, families, and students across our city, especially in underserved districts. It is also just one of many steps the Chancellor and I are working on right now to transform our Department of Education. I have a great partner in doing so, and Chancellor Banks, I thank you for this exciting announcement and looking forward to the announcements in the future as we move our educational system in the right direction. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and we all are wishing you a speedy recovery, and we can't wait to get you back out here. We need you in the worst way. So first of all, let me just say good morning, and I want to also join the mayor in taking a moment to recognize the recent senseless acts of violence which have been perpetrated all across the city, too often impacting innocent children. On Monday, I visited the schools of our students who were killed or wounded by the shooting in the South Bronx. On Tuesday, I visited our schools, which were impacted by the attack in our subways. And yesterday, I spoke at a memorial for Cade Lewin, the 12-year-old who was killed while sitting in the backseat of his car with his family. Before our young people can reach their full potential inside the classroom, they must first feel safe inside and outside of our schools. Our educators and school safety agents work hard every day to create a safe and supportive environment where incredible learning can occur. As the mayor just mentioned, as we were making our way here to this press announcement, this terrible incident in the Bronx. And one of our safety agents is now at Jacoby Hospital, recovering, as well as one of our educators as well. So the details are still coming out. But again, for me, this is personal, not only as the chancellor, but many of you may or may not know that I used to be a school safety agent. And so when I hear people say that we don't need school safety agents, today is a perfect example of why school safety agents are critically important to ensuring the safety of our children. We need a lot of other things as well, more counselors, more support, but we need our safety agents. So let's not be confused about that. So when our young people do not feel safe in their communities, they bring those burdens into the classroom with them. We must end this gun violence. We must ensure that whether our students are walking on the street or sitting in a classroom, that they are safe. Now, we can talk about what we can do when our students do feel safe. And as the mayor just said, we're excited to announce a significant expansion to New York City's gifted and talented programs. In the past, some of our families felt that they might have to fight tooth and nail to even get access or be considered for these programs. Then if families were invited to attend, some were told that their young children would have to travel a long distance because there was no program available in their home district. And today, we are ending that scarcity mindset by offering 2 entry points in elementary school. We are expanding gifted and talented like never before. And we're doing this because we have been listening. We have talked to parents all across the city, and we are delivering on what they asked for. And they've asked the mayor for this throughout the months that he campaigned. He made a promise that he was going to make it happen. It was a promise that was made, and today it is a promise that is kept. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. We currently have 2,400 kindergarten seats for G&T. And we're proud to create 100 additional seats to our kindergarten program so kids in every single district have access to a program that's close to home. Additionally, we're going to continue our successful policy of screening all pre-K students for gifted behavior and not giving 4-year-olds one simple test. This way, a diverse group of young New Yorkers, all students with the potential to thrive under accelerated learning, will be identified and invited to apply and have access to this opportunity. But the big news today is that we are now expanding our 3rd grade gifted and talented pilot program to include all districts across the city. The top 10% of 2nd grade academic performers in every school will be invited to apply to gifted and talented programs, with preference being given to students applying to programs in their home district. By using academic grades from their 4 core subject areas, we're screening students for gifted behavior based off their total academic performance, not just a single test. When you talk to national experts on child development, they identify the 3rd grade as the best time to identify gifted behavior. And we are following that advice by investing in this additional entry point for our students. The expansion of our 3rd grade program is only a beginning. We will have at least one program in every district. Let me repeat that. We will have at least one program in every district. If the district has the interest and the capacity to host more than one program, we will work with that superintendent to make that a reality. So today, we are simply setting a baseline, not the ceiling. What this announcement does today is provide families in Soundview in the Bronx, East Flatbush in Brooklyn, Far Rockaway in Jamaica and Queens, and Port Richmond and Staten Island, with expanded access to gifted and talented programs, fulfilling our commitment to expand accelerated learning in our city. And you can just feel the energy in this room around how excited people are. The doors keep opening, people keep coming in. Welcome to our elected officials, continued CEC members. People are really, really excited about this because it demonstrates that you have a mayor, you have a chancellor who are listening to the people of this city. We're not coming to this with our own ideology. We are responding to what our community and our families have been asking for, and today is the beginning of delivering that. And so, at this time, I want to introduce, to give remarks, our council member, new council member and chair of the Education Committee, Rita Joseph. Thank you.
Thank you, and good morning, everyone. Good morning, Mayor, speedy recovery, Chancellor Bank, thank you so much, and my colleagues in government. My name is Rita Joseph, council member for the 40th Council District. Today is remarkable. Anyone who knows my journey, I've been an educator for 22 years. And today is such an exciting day for gifted and talented. For 22 years, I've been screaming access and equity. And today we stand at that threshold. And I thank you, Chancellor, and I thank you, Mayor, for inviting parents and stakeholders at the table when you make these decisions, and they're so important. So thank you for expanding this. Thank you. I'm looking forward to working with you and making sure as partners in this together to continue to expand and find ways that we can make sure we serve all families in New York City. Go gifted and talented. Yes.
Before I bring up our final speaker, I do want to acknowledge a couple of people that we have here in the room as well. Our first Deputy Chancellor, Dan Weisberg. Our Deputy Chancellor for Family and Community Engagement, Kenita Lloyd. And our Deputy Chancellor for Teaching and Learning Experiences, Carolyn Quintana. And Deputy Chancellor Quintana is really the person that will be driving the work of this gifted and talented program and the expansion, and she is really going to be our leader in the face of this on behalf of our parents and our families. So I want to thank her. And at this time, we couldn't have all of the parents speak, but we asked Mike Garcia to come here. He's from Queens, and he's a parent at PS 56 in Queens. Please welcome him. Mike, you want to?
Sure. Good morning. I'm Michael Garcia, Michael, Garcia, Garcia, and I'm from Richmond Hill, Queens. So I am very honored to be here today and excited. I'm the proud parent of two students, Maddox and Michaela, who are currently in school participating in Career Day. But I'm really excited about this announcement today, as we just learned that Richmond Hill's PS 56 will be one of the schools who will be getting a gifted and talented program. Really excited. You know, currently in Richmond Hill, we did not have an opportunity for a school with that type of program, so I was not eligible. But I'm really excited that this opportunity will now exist for other parents and families, as well as all New York City residents throughout the city. So I'm extremely grateful and excited for that. I also like to take this opportunity to say that I think that these type of programs make it really inclusive to get all the young people in and together. And so again, we're extremely happy to be here. We think when all these things go good, it's good for the school, it's good for the parents, it's good for the kids, and good for the community. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Deputy Chancellor Quintana, if you would just join me here, please. We're going to get ready to open up the Q&A. But before we do, I would just simply like to say this. This is still very much a work in progress. We are continuing to listen to these same families, and they have a whole host of opinions around how this program should be strengthened, the way it should be structured, and where we will continue to listen. That's why we said today is simply a baseline. But we will continue to improve on the program as well. So at this point, I think we've got a few minutes. Whoever's... Okay, Senator Sepulveda, would you please come and say a few words, please? Thank you.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
Good morning, Mr. Mayor. I hope you recover quickly. I come here with some level of sadness and, of course, some level of happiness. The student who was killed last week is a student in my senatorial district. And PS 69, where the incident occurred today, is also in my senatorial district. It's actually one of my better performing schools. So I really am grateful to the school safety agent, and I want to go visit her and thank her in person. I'm also thankful to the mayor, the chancellor, who have spoken with me about providing the resources that we need in our schools. The Bronx has the lowest graduation rate in the state of New York. On a good year, we graduate 75% of our students, where the rest of the city is hovering at 85 to 90%. And the mayor and the chancellor have told me that they are laser focused on bringing the numbers in the Bronx to the level of the rest of the city. And so I'm very thankful for that. But as you can see, PS 69 is in Soundview, where the chancellor indicated a program will be existing. And so I'll be happy to share that information with the students there. Many parents have told me in my district that they will not sign their children up for the program because it was too far of a commute. And so now we've resolved that program. So Mr. Mayor, Mr. Chancellor, I really, from the bottom of my heart, I really want to thank the efforts you're making on behalf of the students of the Bronx. We need to bring our numbers up. We need to make sure that that education gap diminishes so that our kids can go on and be productive, great college students in the future. Thank you.
Thank you. Council Member Oswald Feliz, would you please join us?
Good morning, everyone. Thank you so much for being here. I'm Councilmember Oswald Feliz, proudly representing the Bronx and also co-chair of the Black Caucus. And it is such an honor and a privilege to join our mayor, all of our colleagues in city and state government, including our mayor, our education chancellor, members of the city council and state legislature, to basically announce opportunity for some of our most vulnerable communities. For far too long, Some of our poorest communities have been left behind in so many different ways, including and especially in the area of education. And we have to do everything within our power to make sure that we are better serving those students and those children, and we're expanding opportunity. Our children have so much potential. They have unlimited potential. They can become lawyers, doctors. They can become lawyers, doctors, psychologists, and they just need the tools to be able to do so. And that is exactly what we are doing today, giving our poorest, vulnerable New Yorkers and our youngest children, as young as 3 and 4 years old, the tools so that they could be able to achieve their dreams. So it is an honor and a privilege to join all my colleagues, city and state government, and our New York City mayor for this very important announcement. We are expanding opportunity, and we're also teaching our entire country how good futures are built. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Assembly Member Jennifer Rajkumar, would you please join us? Okay, yes. How could I miss it?
Good afternoon. It is a great day to celebrate the expansion of the Gifted and Talented program. And this is personal to me. Let me be clear. The only reason I'm here today as an Assemblywoman is because of education. My mom was born in a mud hut in India. My parents came to this country with little. And it was because of educational opportunity that I was provided, that I'm able to stand here today before you. And now today we are expanding that kind of opportunity to children all around our city. There will be a Gifted and Talented program in literally every single district. This is huge. And we're going to be reaching out to all of the children, making sure that this program is accessible to all. So I want to thank our great mayor, the mayor of Getting Things Done, for this bold and historic initiative. And I would like to say that this is part of the mayor's larger leadership, which is serving as a national leader on educational issues. Because if we as a state and as a country are going to be globally competitive, we need to provide children with the kinds of opportunity. So thank you. Thank you so much, Mayor. Thank you, Chancellor. Thank you.
Thank you, Assembly Member. And finally, Assembly Member David Weprin.
Thank you, Chancellor. I've represented a very diverse district, starting in Eastern Queens in School District 26, going all the way down to Richmond Hill. And we in Eastern Queens have been huge supporters of the Gifted and Talented program for many, many years, and our students have excelled. But there are other areas in my district, other than Eastern Queens, that have not had the opportunity to have Gifted and Talented program. And this is a phenomenal announcement. We were so upset when the programs were being phased out last year. And this is a wonderful opportunity for every district in the city to get a Gifted and Talented program. And I want to thank the mayor for his leadership and the chancellor and for this announcement today. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. So at this time, Deputy Chancellor, if you join me, well, we'll take a few questions at this time.
Questions first. Chancellor, there have been lots of proposals to change Gifted and Talented education over the years to address the fact that the demographics of the Gifted and Talented program don't look anything like the demographics of the city's school system, which is more than 70% Hispanic and Black. The Gifted and Talented program is essentially reversed. And, you know, there was, they used multiple measures before they used the test. The test was supposed to help. It didn't go that way. How sure are you that these changes will give more equity to the program? And is that of concern to you, the demographics of the program?
Well, certainly the demographics were a concern to the mayor and myself. And it's part of the reason why we've rolled out this new plan, which is to, in fact, have a program in every district. We were working from a scarcity mindset before. And we had parents at each other's throats just to try to get to a handful of seats. And one of the first questions we asked was, why does it have to be so limited? Why can't it be expanded? Why can't you have a gifted and talented program in Ocean Hill, Brownsville, and Bedford-Stuyvesant? And so that's why we're here today to make this announcement. We believe that we will greatly increase the level of diversity in this program. As the mayor said, expanding equity and access is critically important for us. It's a big part of what we believe in as well, and we think that today's announcement does that.
Chancellor, I hear you talking about the scarcity. I guess just looking big picture, so you're moving from about 2,400 to 3,500 seats. Last year, I believe there were 10,000 students who were eligible and entered this lottery. There's 65,000 kindergartners. As you know, the previous administration decided that the only way to really address that was to do away with the separate classes altogether and provide what they described as some enrichment for all 65,000 kids. And so why did you move away from that approach? And can you say that this is addressing the scarcity when it's still such a small number relative to the total?
I appreciate it. It's a great question. We do think that we are, in fact, addressing the scarcity because our approach on this is really going to be, it's not this or that, it's going to be this and that.
We're going to take a quick 2-minute break here on Live Now from Fox. Stay right here with us worldwide.
Inaccurate. Mr. James is entitled to a fair trial, and we will ensure that he
those 4 core grades across at each school, and then those students will receive, the parents can elect to opt into wanting to apply for the program or not, and those children will all be part of a citywide enrollment process. From that citywide enrollment process, we'll give the priority to the children in that particular district. And so we'll have an opportunity for kids who may not have been nominated otherwise to be nominated, and it creates diversity no matter what, because you're starting at the school level and then at the district level for a citywide program.
I just wonder if you're concerned that there'll still be a lot of disappointed parents who were going to say, you know, my kid was asked to apply, but we didn't get in.
There may be. We hope that there are, because that would indicate that there's that great of an interest in the program, and then it would set a new baseline for us to continue to expand. So again, as we said, we want to really emphasize, this is just step one. The mayor was very clear when he established this program, which was to say this is our baseline. just the beginning. It'll give us an opportunity to see what the demand is. The demand will vary from district to district. There are some parents that don't want their children necessarily to be a part of a gifted and talented program, and we respect that as well. And so we are going to just continue to listen and follow where the interest is and the demand is, and we'll be guided by that.
The press release says you're going to do something in 4th grade and 5th grade. What's that, going on, the next year? What's that going to be?
So this is our first year, and I think really important too that we are starting with the number that we're starting with so that we can make sure that we're getting it right. We're providing adequate supports to the teachers. I have a fantastic team led by Jen Yonkers who's actually going to ensure that we have the right criteria in place. We already have professional learning set up for folks to begin in the spring. And so we want to make sure that we're building a robust program in the 3rd grade, and then we'll use what we're learning as we go to already begin to build that 4th grade program. As I mentioned before, we've already visited many schools. There are folks here in the room who have already embarked on that journey to create 4th, 5th, sometimes even 6th and 7th grade programs. And so we're going to learn from those to pull what works and make sure that we can replicate in the specific context of each of the schools. And so we'll continue to build up. We don't want it to be an entry point in 3rd grade that just ends in 3rd grade, but rather that you can continue to build until you have other opportunities.
So we're all aware of this enrollment crisis, and it's one that exists pre-pandemic, but picks up with the situation of right now. But I've spoken with some parents who are concerned that 3rd grade entry point comes too late in their child's educational career. They may have already opted for parochial schools, for private schools. What would you like to say to those parents who are trying to do some family planning at the beginning of their child's educational career?
Yeah, I think that's part of the reason why we're emphasizing that we have these 2 entry points. So we will continue to have the kindergarten entry point as well as the 3rd grade entry point. What we've also heard from families is that the decision on starting it comes a little late. Many families also, some families have opportunities to send their kids to private schools. And the decisions have to be made earlier. So we're hearing that as well. And going forward, we intend earlier in the calendar year to give decisions so that families can make the proper choices for their children. Listen, what we've just continued to hear over and over again is, I don't want to leave the public schools, but you've got to give us more options, more programs that would keep us. And I've heard that from every community across the city, and we're responding to that. We've lost in the last 5 years, well before this mayor came into office, we lost 120,000 families who've left our system. And so it's not about what my philosophy is or the mayor's philosophy is. Parents have been voting with their feet and have said, if you're not going to listen to us and be responsive, that we will make other decisions. And they have been doing that. And that is at great loss to our school system. And we need to provide as many opportunities. This is just the beginning. We have many more exciting announcements that will be coming in the coming weeks and months that we think will continue to change the narrative on our public schools. There are some wonderful and amazing things that are happening in our schools. We have to celebrate that. We have to lift that up. We have to scale, sustain, and restore what works. And today is an example of one of those things.
We're going to take Medina, and then we're going to go virtual.
Can you talk more about the teacher training component and the redesign in current schools, like what that's going to entail?
So that's still under development. Thank you for that question. It's probably the most important part for us in terms of developing this gifted and talented program. One of the things that we found was that there was not consistent training. Long ago, teachers could actually receive training through colleges as part of their teacher development or their teacher licensing. And so we're looking into different opportunities, different programs, and a consistent curriculum that has criteria not only for teachers, but also for leaders, so that we can really establish something that is, at the very least, common standards. We've also seen some really, really fantastic practices at our schools, and so we want to incorporate some of that. We're going to create networks of schools that can connect teachers to teachers, solve problems together so that they can share practices, visit one another's classrooms, and become a source of support for each other. And so while we're still developing all of that, we know that we need them to learn from one another, and again, to scale what is working where it's working, and also grounding our work in both research and evidence.
We're going to open it up to virtual questions. Our first question is from Lola from the New York Times. Lola, your mic is unmuted.
Thank you for taking my question. What needs to happen? Oh, can you hear me?
Can you repeat your question, Lola?
Hi, can you hear me now? Is this better? I said thanks for taking my question. I just wanted to know what needs to happen before this plan is implemented. Does the plan require any approvals? Yeah.
I think I kind of understood some of the things, the steps that have to take place before we actually begin to activate. Again, you may want to speak to that.
Sure, no problem. Thank you. And I don't know, Dan Weisberg, a lot actually needs to happen in order for this to take hold. And so I appreciate that question. Thank you for asking. We've already started, we've engaged the community. So we've started having conversations with parents, but we've also been visiting schools. We will continue to visit schools. We've also reached out to leaders across the city, having conversations about interest in hosting this program or other advanced programs that we will support as well. So that's a really big part of it. We're working together with the Deputy Chancellor of School Leadership, Desmond Blackburn, to make sure that during this reorganization and with superintendent support, that our superintendents are a big part of this work as well. We need to make sure that our enrollment processes are strong, and that means working with folks like Sarah Kleinhandler to make sure that the enrollment processes are clear, that they're accessible to parents, and that they're going to ensure that we get a diverse range of students. But then we also need to provide ongoing support once the programs are launched in September. So it's not just a matter of September, we're good, go. We'll need to continue to provide that development, that support, to have check-ins, and that looks like job-embedded support as much as trainings offsite, because it needs to happen in the context with the students, with the teachers. So there's a great deal that I probably missed in the process, right? There are resources and materials and all kinds of other things that happen, but it's multi-pronged, and the beauty of this particular administration is that we work across our divisions. This is not siloed work. It doesn't belong to my division alone. This is something that necessarily requires everybody. It's why we're here at City Hall today. It's a citywide effort, and so we're really happy to be part of this together.
Our next question is from Andrew Siff from WNBC. Andrew, your mic is unmuted.
Good morning, everybody. I just wondered, on the launch of the program using academic assessment of second graders, is there any concern that the academic assessment right now is somewhat muted because of the pandemic? A lot of teachers have been maybe not using the same.
And thank you again to everyone who's watching here with us on Live Now from Fox. Listening to officials in New York City, they're talking about mental health, especially in their public schools, focused on those students. I am going to let everyone know we're still keeping an eye also on some possible remarks after our subway shooting suspect got arraigned here today. So we will keep an eye on that here for you on Live Now from Fox. Right now, some of you are going to be seeing a 2-minute break as we continue to listen in to this press conference in New York City.
we're doing away with the test. So I wanted to see if I could better understand what kind of criteria we'll be looking at for those pre-K kids and how they'll be judged on this. And second, on the prospect of mayoral control, I just wanted to see how that may have played into this process, knowing that some changes could be on the way in the next few months. Thanks.
Great. Thank you for those questions. I'll tackle the first one. So the pre-K, we will utilize what is almost like a checklist, but it's grounded in research that comes from assessments that have been used in the past for problem solving, looking at topics like perseverance, looking at curiosity and other topics. There is a training that goes with this process. It's the process that was used last year for our gifted and talented programs in third grade. And I want to emphasize that these are the means that we'll use this year, because we are going to continue to research other ways to assess for gifted and talented entry. And so for this year, we will continue with this medium for pre-K and with the grades in second grade for third grade entry.
And the other part too around mayoral control, I don't know if the mayor wants to speak to that.
Our lawmakers in Albany are still going through mayoral control, and we have to pivot and shift based on what rulings are given to us, but we are prepared, and I see there's no other reason that the first African-American mayor, the first African-American chancellor serving at the same time, both public school educated, the former mayors that had mayoral control were not public school educated, and so this is an opportunity of two African-American men that are public school educated to have the same layout as the previous administration. So I am extremely hopeful that we're able to continue to have control of our school systems to move forward with a bold process of reforming our schools. And I believe Albany is going to hear that, and we will continue to dialogue with them to secure mayoral control.
Let me just say also, we refer to it also as mayoral accountability, right? Because this mayor will be the one ultimately held accountable. It's mayoral control in the law, but the mayor has said, hold me accountable. And we believe that that's the way that it should work best. And what I have heard from talking to parents and families and elected officials all across the city, that the number one pushback has been that parents have not felt involved. They have not felt engaged. They have not felt respected. They have not felt as though they have had a seat at the table. But under this administration, that is changing. And we are engaging parents like never before. We've only been here a few short months, but you have a full-on commitment that this administration is fully committed to listening to parents. Now, I've said to the parents often, there's not one single voice for parents. Not every parent agrees with the parent standing right next to them. Say amen, somebody. Amen. But I do believe that parents feel, even if I don't always get everything that I'm looking for, I want to know that I was listened to, and that you see me and you respect me and you're engaging me. And that is something that we are fully committed to doing.
Our next question is from Christina from Chalkbeat. Christina, your line is unmuted.
Hi, Mayor and Chancellor. Thanks for taking my question. I want to ask about the third grade programs and if you can provide more information about where they will be located. My understanding is that every district already has a gifted program because of these third grade programs, and the ones that already exist, I believe that where they do exist, maybe enrollment is a problem because they require parents to transfer schools to join at the third grade. So can you tell me a little bit more about the third grade component, where they'll be located, how that will work for enrollment?
Thank you for that question. So specifically, we are still figuring that out. We're still having conversations with leaders to make sure that we identify the actual locations of where those programs will exist. Currently, not every district has a program. Not every district has kindergarten or third grade, and so we want to make sure that we have a program in kindergarten and third grade in every district, and as the chancellor said, at minimum a program. But we have not identified each of the specific locations yet. That will come in upcoming announcements, and we want to make sure that we have them distributed so that folks have access. That's the biggest piece for us, is making sure that all of our students in every district have access.
I guess the question I would ask you, Mr. Chancellor, since you talked about the fact that the system has lost 120,000 students over the last several years, what effect do you think this will have on changing parents' decision to vote with their feet and leave the New York City school system?
I think if you spoke to, even when this press conference is over, to many of the parents here, I think they would let you know. I think the energy that you're feeling this morning is a collective sigh of relief and a sense of celebration. Not that we have fully arrived, but that we are on a trajectory toward the right place. And I think that is what you would hear, not just because of what I said, but I think if you talk to parents across the city, they would feel really good. It's a huge signal that we are moving in the right direction. There are many more announcements that we have to make. There's a lot more work that has to be done. This notion of dyslexia that the mayor has talked about throughout the campaign is something that is going to be a huge effort. We're spending a lot of time preparing that. The use of technology across our schools, virtual learning. These will, people have said, oh, should it be all in school or should we, use virtual learning? It's going to be both. We're going to figure out a way to create and develop a virtual and distance learning in a way that is perhaps different than anything that we've done before. We're looking at new, innovative, creative ways for our kids to be engaged and for our families to be engaged. And so you do that best by listening, and some of the best ideas that we get for this system come from our families and then young people themselves. And so if you're listening, they will chart the way forward. And today is simply an example of that, and it's representative of what they have been saying, and we will continue in that vein.
Our last question is from Roger Stern from 1010 Wins. Roger, your line is unmuted.
Yes, hi, Chancellor. I'd like to go back to the issue of diversity and how the program has not traditionally represented a cross-section of New York. I know you say that expanding it to more locations will go a long way to solving that, but I also want to address the issue, how will the selection process go a long way to making sure this program is representative of the city?
Well, when we said that we're going to place a significant priority in a particular district on the students who live in that district, I think it kind of goes without saying. If you got a gifted and talented program in East Flatbush, it's going to be representing a lot of the kids, right, who live in that district and the particular demographics. New York City is a beautiful city. The whole world lives here. And if you say you're going to put it, as we are, in every district, by definition, we fully expect to represent the beautiful diversity of our entire city. And that's the goal, and that's what we intend to see happen. Right? And just final word, that let's just ask everybody to join us in wishing our mayor a speedy recovery. We need him back out here for us.
A lot of well wishes for the mayor who is recovering from COVID-19. Do you want to show our viewers here? We've been keeping an eye on this shot here for you. This is outside of the federal courthouse where we did have our subway shooting suspect being arraigned here today. Hopefully we'll get some remarks possibly by prosecutors or others who were inside of that courtroom. That's why we have these microphones set up. So this is coming to you live from New York City. Also want to show our viewers a couple other live shots we have coming up here on Live Now from Fox. You can see the big American flag. This is going to be the backdrop for President Biden. He's going to be speaking today on the administration's work to try to resolve some of our supply chain issues. So we can expect some remarks from him coming up in the next hour here on Live Now from Fox. And finally, also coming up here, we're expecting to hear from attorney Ben Crump. Now, he is going to be speaking with the family of Patrick Lyoya. He is the one who was shot by Grand Rapids Police Department in the back of his head earlier this month. They just released some of that body camera video just yesterday. So as soon as we do have this press conference, we're going to be jumping into it live here for you on Live Now from Fox. So a lot of things to keep track of, but when we come back here after this break, we're going to be showing you some of the latest remarks coming from our United Nations Security Council as they give more updates on the war happening in Ukraine. We are now on to day number 50. It continues to be some gruesome photos and pictures, and the exhaustion of the Ukrainian people still fighting for their freedom is going to be something that they're going to talk about as well. So a lot to come right here on Live Now from Fox. You'll see it all here again in just 2 minutes. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. A beautiful picture of the Statue of Liberty. Wanted to show our viewers also the Dow. Looks like we had a little dip here in the market, but up more than 60 points here. As we heard earlier today from Mike Page, today the last full day of trading ahead of that break tomorrow. Not going to be a full day. They'll still have the markets open for a few hours, but then it will be going into a holiday weekend as we all get ready to celebrate Easter coming up on Sunday. Thank you to everyone who's been watching here with us on Live Now from Fox. I'm Christy Larson here with you as we continue to bring you all the top stories and latest news conferences across the country and even around the world. As I mentioned, we've been keeping a close eye on quite a few different press conferences that we have coming in here to our desk, including that in New York City, where we are expecting and hoping to hear from some of those prosecutors inside of the courtroom. It's a federal courtroom, so we weren't allowed to have cameras inside, but today was the arraignment for the Brooklyn subway shooter. Again, that was a 62-year-old Frank James who is being sentenced and charged with those crimes that happened inside of the subway system just the other day. So while we keep an eye on this, I'm going to pop us into a triple box so we can also keep an eye on this shot here. We are expecting to hear from attorney Ben Crump as well as the Lyoya family. They're going to be speaking out after Grand Rapids Police released some body camera and some different videos from that shooting that took place earlier this month. Patrick was shot in the back of the head by a Grand Rapids police police officer. That officer is still not identified, and it is a 26-year-old man who was shot in the back of the head. This happening after a traffic stop. So we'll keep a close eye on that here for you on Live Now from Fox. Looks like they're just getting some things shut down, moved around here, shot going in and out. But don't you worry, we have a couple sources that are inside of that room. So as soon as that press conference starts, we'll be on top of it here for you on Live Now from Fox. So let's go ahead. We'll jump into that triple box while we listen in with some of the latest remarks being made by our UN Security Council on the latest in the war on Ukraine.
Council just met to discuss the latest situations in Yemen and in Ethiopia, and I'll make some remarks in my national capacity. So on Yemen, we welcomed the truce brokered by the UN envoy Hans Grundberg, and the fact that all parties have put forward proposals and engaged in confidence-building measures to sustain this truce. So for the first time since 2016, I think Yemenis will feel what it's like to live in relative peace. And we fully support the UN-facilitated peace process, and we hope that a political solution can be reached. The formation of a presidential leadership council that reflects a broader array of political actors in line with UK draft resolution 2624 and the transfer of powers to the PLC by President Hadi are positive steps. So we hope the opportunity for peace will be seized by all involved. And on Ethiopia, civilians have borne the brunt of the conflict in the north, and almost a quarter of all Ethiopians will require life-saving humanitarian assistance this year, including 90% of the population of Tigray. In the north, people are suffering extreme hunger and the physical and psychological impacts of war. So we need to get aid into Tigray urgently. Less than 10% of what was needed was able to get in over the last year, and there has of course been a hiatus in the last 100 days since December. Meanwhile, southern Ethiopia is suffering from drought, with more than 8 million people facing shortages of food and water and seeing their livestock die. So we welcome the positive statements from the Ethiopian government and the TPLF on a cessation of hostilities and hope that this is a breakthrough. This couldn't come soon enough. Drawing out the conflict any longer will only cause more suffering, including the appalling sexual violence which the Council discussed yesterday, and prevent humanitarian agencies from helping Ethiopians in need. Thank you.
Questions, please. Thank you. Madam Ambassador, I'd like to ask a question on Yemen. Concerning the monitoring of any ceasefire, whether short or long, we have a history since, remember the RCC, the Redeployment Coordination Committee for Hodeidah, which had 159 members, and the task was to observe and report about the redeployment, etc. And when the Houthi opened fire on them, and the United Nations seems to be reluctant to be involved again in sending observers. But looking at the history of the Houthis in Yemen and how badly they behaved in other truce or ceasefire agreements, and even now there are reports of violations in Ma'rib and in Taz. How do you feel that the credibility of such a truce or ceasefire can be maintained without observer units or units, and leaving it to the parties to the responsibility for them to observe the ceasefire and to report on any violations? Is that the wise thing to do for going forward?
So I think the first thing to say is that we did talk about this in the meeting. It's obviously one of the things that the Special Envoy Hans Grundberg is considering. But he said that This truce is a breakthrough, of course, after 7 years of conflict, so very much welcome from that point of view. We very much welcome the efforts that have been put in place to bring it about, including, as Hans Grundberg emphasized, the efforts of civil society, peace groups, women's groups. It is fragile, we recognize that. We talked about some of the conflict that we've seen going on in Marib, but the point I think now is to try and consolidate and embed the ceasefire, and we hope that that will hold and then move forward into political talks, that we can put a process behind and get the peace process embedded.
What you say is considering, are they considering at the United Nations establishing something similar to the RCC, an observing force or observers to observe who's breaking or who's violating the agreements, putting the responsibility squarely on them, maintaining records, and enhancing this and giving it credibility, actually. Taking in mind and keeping in mind the record of the Houthis and breaking truces and opening fire on observers. Is the United Nations has left this behind now, the possibility of establishing an observer force?
So I think I would say again, this is an important breakthrough after 7 years of fighting, 7 years of suffering for the Yemeni people. The Special Envoy has got a huge number of things in play at the moment in order to try and help the truce hold and move it from being a truce into a political peace process that leads to a real hope of peace for Yemeni people. So I'm not ruling anything in or out, but at this stage, we're just trying to make these early signs work and then move on to the next one. Thank you.
All right, guys, as you can see, we do have a lot of people starting to file in here as they are going to be speaking about the police shooting of Patrick Lyoya. We are going to be sending our viewers off to their last 2-minute break of this hour as we get ready to listen in live right here for you on Live Now from Fox.
Ask your influence and your wisdom in these proceedings. God, your word said, when we face troubled times, you'd be a very present help. And so, God, we ask that you be that help that we need, that you be that strength and that comfort for this family as they must relive the difficulty of the moments that they've gone through since April the 4th. God, we know you are a good God. And the question is there anything too hard for you? The answer is no. And so, God, we thank you for wrapping your arms around us. Thank you for holding us up when we feel weak, God. Thank you, God, for wiping our tears away, and today giving us the blessed assurance that everything will be all right. In Christ's name I pray, amen. Amen. Welcome Commissioner Womack at this time.
Breonna Taylor, George Floyd, Ahmaud Arbery, Patrick Lyoya. From the time we come to this country, the United States of America, which we call home, we've been begging you just to let us live. We've been asking you to let us breathe. They just passed the anti-lynching bill into law. Does it take a law for humanity to understand that certain marginalized communities don't deserve to be lynched, shot, or executed? I would like to thank our community, the protesters and activists, for being peaceful and honoring the family's wishes that Patrick Lyoya, those that want to support him, be the change that we would like to see. The world gets a chance to see, as I keep this brief, the world gets a chance to see how in Grand Rapids we are approached by police. Before this officer said you are under arrest, he began to put his hands on an individual. Never said you are ordered to surrender. Use a taser up close. And taking the police training, getting a closer look at that I've had over the last couple years, we know that if you use it too close, it doesn't really work. So then you could say the taser didn't work. We can escalate to the next level. But I'm not going to get into that. I'm just going to tell you that in my community, I want to continue to be an example to our young people that when we are challenged even with violence, don't throw a brick, call Ben. I don't throw bricks, but I do build coalitions that tear down racism brick by brick. Amen. I had the honor to introduce to you today a person that has been the attorney for Trayvon Martin's family, an attorney for Breonna Taylor's mother, an attorney in the historic George Floyd case. And now he is here, the Black Attorney General of the United States of America, that we call when there is no one else to be a voice for us, when our voice have reached the leadership as high as it can in our city, and we're not getting results. All over America, we know we can call the Black Attorney General of the United States Mr. Ben Crump.
Thank you very much, Commissioner Womack, for stepping up. Womack didn't step back. He stepped up. And that's true leadership. Thank you. Thank you for being a voice for this family in this community. We salute you. I'm Attorney Ben Crump, along with Attorney Ben Johnson, Attorney Ayanna Hatchett, Attorney Robin McCoy, who is the president of the Michigan Black Women Lawyers, and her partner, Attorney Ed Taylor, and Attorney Steve Grimm. We have the privilege of representing the family of Patrick Lyoya.
Patrick Lioya.
We have present with us here
Tuko na hapa Sisi,
his mother and father,
baba yake na mama yake ya Patrick Lioya.
Peter
Peter Lioya
and Miss Adolphus.
Madame Dorcas, Mama Dorcas Lioya.
And they will address you along with their son at the end.
Na watazungumza na nyie kwa kumusho na mtoto wao. Kwa kumusho na mtoto wao.
They will express to you
Watawaambia
how very devastated
gesi biko wa kuvunjika moyo
they are
biko
at seeing,
kwa kuona
in their words,
mu maneno yao pekee
their son executed.
gesi mtoto wao walimuua kama nyama.
Before you hear from them, you're going to hear from Attorney Johnson and Attorney McCoy.
Mbele msikie kutoka kwao, mnataka msikie kutoka kwa Avoka Johnson.
And you will hear from the mother of Tamika, Breonna Taylor.
Na mtasikia kutoka kwa mama yake na Breonna Taylor.
Miss Tamika Palmer.
Madam Tamika Palmer.
Breonna Taylor was born here in Grand Rapids, Michigan.
Breonna Taylor alizaliwa hapa Grand Rapids, Michigan.
And her mother and sister did not think it robbery.
Na mama yake na dada yake hawakufikiria kama ilikuwa alienda kuiba, walikia kuiba.
To be here in their hometown.
Ni kufika mwa hii kwenye walizaliwa.
To stand with this family.
Na kushimama pembeni ya hii jamaa yenye iko nalia saa hizi.
Who is going through
yenye iko napiko wanapitisha
what she had to endure.
Ile yeye naye alivivre kama experience mbaya.
Another senseless killing.
Na kuko yeye banaua kitu yenye kukua ya lazima kuua mtu.
Of a black person in America.
Ya mtu mweusi hapa Marekani.
By the very people.
Na kwa wale watu
who were supposed to protect them.
Iliabidi baba proteger, kuwalinda.
So I want to thank Tamika
na mimi natafuta kuambia Tamika asante
for being here today.
Kuwa hapa leo.
Yeah. Brianna's spirit is in here with Patrick's spirit.
Esprit ya Brianna iko hapa na ya Patrick yote kwa pamoja.
It was very difficult to watch the video.
Ilikuwa nguvu sana kwangu kuona ile video.
And before I start, we also have the rest of Patrick's family here with us.
Mbele niendeleshe wala nianze natafuta kuambia kama tuko na jamaa ya Patrick hapa.
His brothers and sisters, if you would stand.
Ndugu yake piko pale, dada yake na wadogo yake piko pale.
And we have Bishop Gondar and Mr. Freddie, leaders in the Congolese community here.
Tuko na pastor mchungaji Ngandu na Papa Freddie wenye biko wa kichwa ya wanaongoza community Congolese.
Thank you all.
Asante mtana kuikala.
We pray with you.
Tunaomba na nyinyi.
This video
video
was very difficult
ilikuwa nguvu
to watch.
Kuona.
Because
kwa sababu
what you see in that video
unaona ndani ya hii video
is unnecessary and justifiable.
Iko kitu yenye iko ya muhimu na yenye hawezi kujustifie.
Excessive use.
Na walitumikisha nguvu sana.
Of fatal force.
Na ila kusema mpaka kufika kuua.
You see a police officer.
Unaona police askari
escalate
anapeleka shida
a minor traffic stop
kitu ya kidogo yenye ingefanya haisifike
into a deadly execution.
Mpaka nafika kuexecute mtu.
I want to thank City Manager Washington and the Police Chief Winston for being transparent.
Ninatafuta kusema asante kwa huyu chef wetu wa city Washington na kusema kwa mwongozi wa polisi Wilson kwa kuona kama walikuwa,
because transparency
kwa sababu uwazi
is the first step to get into the truth.
Na inakuwa step ya inakuwa pa ya kwanza kufika kwa kweli.
And truth is the foundation.
Na ukweli iko msingi
for us to get to justice.
Kufika ku justice.
Justice for Patrick.
Justice ya Patrick.
And when you think about what you witnessed in that video,
na ukifikiria uliona ndani ya hiyo video,
you see a confused person,
unaona mtu mwenye alikuwa akichanganyikiwa,
in Patrick,
na Patrick,
who never,
ule mwenye akufanya,
takes a violent act,
akupima hata kupigana
against the police officer.
Na ule ofisier mwenye walipigana naye polisi alikuwa wa polisi.
Yet the police officer,
lakini huyo polisi
escalates,
alipeleka shida,
and continues to escalate,
na akaanza kuipeleka tena yulu,
the situation,
na akapeleka tena hiyo shida akaipeleka yulu,
from a traffic stop.
Kwa kitu kama kidogo.
It was a traffic stop.
Ilikuwa kitu ya kidogo, alimshimamisha.
Think about it. This wasn't a felony offense.
Nataka muangalia haikuwa ni crime mkubwa.
This wasn't even a moving violation.
Na haikuwa alitoka munjia akafanya kitu kibaya.
It was a tag, inappropriate tag, allegedly.
Na ilikuwa plate moja yenye ilikuwa mzuri ndio walitia kugani.
I mean, when you think about all the things he could have done,
na ukikumbuka ukiangalia vitu yote mzuri yenye angifanya,
to avoid shooting Patrick,
na kwenda asimupige Patrick masasi
in the back of the head,
kumupiga masasi nyuma ya kichwa.
Just think about that for a second.
Mimi nataka ufikirie kwanza ile kwa dakika.
This officer,
huyu ofisier,
failed to follow the basic training.
Alianguka kufuata ile yenye wanawafundisha kwa masomo.
When he engages Patrick,
wakati alienda mbele ya Patrick, alifuata Patrick,
he goes and put hands on him.
Anamtia Patrick mikono kumwili.
And when Patrick goes to walk away,
na wakati Patrick alitafuta kukimbia kidogo, anatafuta kupita pembeni,
he could have just stepped back,
angerudia nyuma kidogo,
and called for backup.
Na naita watu wakuje kumsaidia.
I mean, he had the car.
Alikuwa na gari.
He had the passenger in the car.
Alikuwa na passenger mtu gari.
All he had to do
ikitu tu angefanya
was to call for backup and wait.
Angeita watu wakuje kumsaidia na kungoja.
And this matter could have ended so differently.
Na hii shida tungikuwa tunazungumzia namna nyingine leo.
But yet,
lakini
he went hands on.
Alienda akamtia Patrick mikono.
And when you look at him,
ukimwangalia mu video,
escalating the situation,
yuko napeleka hii shida mbele.
He was the one being violent.
Na yeye ndiye alikuwa violent mbele ya Patrick.
I mean, he committed multiple instances of violence against
Patrick. Sheria munjia mingi sana.
I mean, he kneed him multiple times.
Alimupiga vipasi mara mingi.
He punched him multiple times.
Mangumi mara mingi.
Yet Patrick did not retaliate.
Na Patrick kumrudishia hata kidogo.
Patrick, Attorney Johnson, didn't try to have combat with this officer.
Patrick akupenda akupigana hata kidogo na huyu officier Avocat Johnson.
He was simply trying to get away.
Alikuwa anatafuta tu kumkimbia.
And when you think about George Floyd and other,
na ukikumbuka George Floyd na wengine,
atrocities of
matendo machafu waliyofanyizia
by police,
matendo machafu ya polisi kwa watu wa mtu mweusi,
you can only imagine what was going through Patrick's mind.
Utaenda kukumbuka kuangalia kitu gani ilikuwa ndani ya mafikirio ya Patrick.
And he tried to get away from this officer.
Wakati alikuwa anatafuta kumkimbia huyu officier.
And then instead of calling for backup,
na kwa hiyo kuliko aite watu wa kumsaidia,
he takes his taser out.
Anatosha taser yake.
And instead of creating distance,
na ule akuwe mbali naye kuliko akuwe mbali naye,
which is the basic reason you have a taser.
Ndio kusema na wafundisha ndio maana unakuwa na hiyo taser.
So you don't have to have close
hands-on contact.
Hautakuwa naye pembeni wakati unatafuta kuitumikisha.
You have the taser so you can create safe distance.
Anasema unakuwa na teza juu tumikishe mbali mtu asikufikie.
And deploy the taser.
Na unakamata unatumikisha hiyo teza.
To do what it is supposed to do.
Na ifanye kazi gisi balijenga kufanya, kuitengeneza.
But when you are in close proximity,
lakini wakati uko pembeni na mtu,
then you are not following the basic training of taser use.
Hauko nafuata gisi walikufundisha kwa masomo.
As Attorney Johnson and I discussed, it is your natural instinct when
Avocat Johnson tulizungumza iko kitu yenye ko natural instinct.
When you're close to somebody and you go to put a taser, they go to move your hand.
Wakati uko pembeni ya mtu mwenye unatafuta kumtia teza, anapasha kukamata kutosha mkono yako, njoo kisi mwanadamu anakuwaka.
And that's exactly what Patrick did.
Na njoo kitu yenye Patrick alifanya.
And the officer deployed his taser twice.
Na ofisier alikamata alitosha teza yake mara pili, alimpiga mara pili.
And that model of taser
na hiyo modeli ya teza
only allows you to fire it twice.
Na kuona kupermettre upige tu mara pili.
And once, Attorney Taylor, you fired it twice.
Na wakati usha kuipiga mara pili.
And this is important.
Na hiyo yenye kwa ya muhimu.
Unless you have another cartridge to put in the taser.
Kama kuna bateri nyingine ya kutia ndani ya teza.
Commissioner Womack, it is ineffective.
Commissioner Womack haitatumika.
So, had the officer been paying attention to his training, he would have known that that taser, because he had fired it twice, was rendered ineffective at that time. So there was no reason for him to have any intimate fear of the taser being used against him. However, when you look at the video, you don't really see when he's on the ground that he has the taser. And we're going to look at the video and talk about the video. I'm sorry, we're going to talk about the video in just a moment. Especially the last 15 seconds. But before I get to that, even after he deployed the taser twice, if he had been following his training, that would have presented to him again another opportunity to de-escalate and call for backup. What was so wrong about him calling for backup? It wasn't like Patrick had murdered someone. It wasn't like he had robbed anybody. He was being stopped for a traffic violation. But yet, he still did not de-escalate. He escalated even further. And he was on top of Patrick. And there is nothing that we have seen in that video to demonstrate that he was an intimate fear for him to engage in deadly force to shoot Patrick in the back of the head. You know, right now, our leaders in
the United States of America,
waongozi wetu hapa ndani ya nchi ya Amerika,
we are condemning
tuko tunakondane nguvu sana
Russian soldiers
basoda ya Rusi
for shooting civilians
kupiga basivile watu population
in Ukraine in the back of the head.
Nyuma ya kichwa kuwapiga masasi nyuma ya kichwa.
Why aren't we condemning
wakati sisi tuko tunakondane ile
police officers
ofisia wa polisi hapa
here in the United States of America
hapa
shooting unarmed
anapiga masasi kwa mtu mwenye ana bunduki
black civilians
mtu mweusi
in the back of the head?
Nyuma ya kichwa.
It's a simple question.
Iko tu swali mimi natafuta kuuliza.
If it's wrong to shoot civilians in the back of the head in the Ukraine,
kama iko mubaya kupiga watu wa civile masasi mkichwa nyuma ya kichwa ku Ukraine,
it is wrong for police to shoot civilians in the back of the head here in Grand Rapids,
Michigan. Itakuwa mubaya polisie apiga mtu masasi nyuma ya kichwa kwa Grand Rapids, Michigan.
And when you look at
na wakati unaangalia
the video,
hiyo video,
and I know you in the media are able to capture just as our experts have started to capture the video. Especially the last 15 seconds. Which is the crux of the matter. Attorney McCoy and Attorney Johnson, as we understand,
McCoy na Avocat Johnson gisi tunasikia
that when you engage in deadly force,
wakati unaanza kutumikisha nguvu sana ya kuua,
you look specifically at that time frame while the officer is engaging in the force.
Unaanza kuangalia pale kwenye ule ofisi alitumikisha ile nguvu
to determine if it is justifiable use of deadly force.
Kuamua kama alitumikisha nguvu ya kuua mtu.
And based on what we see at the point where he shoots the
na kisi tunaangalia alikuwa ule civil,
it is clear.
Iko clear. Iko ya kuonekana.
Then you all may want to help me point this out. But it is clear.
Inaonekana kweli
when you
kwa macho.
When you look at this video,
ukiangalia hii video mzuri,
and you all
nyie wote
should analyze it carefully.
Na mimi nataka muiangalie na muichunguze mzuri.
Frame by frame.
Muiangalie vipande na vipande.
You see
unaona
that Patrick hand is on the ground.
Angalia mikono yake kwa udongo.
And his other hand is under him.
Na ingine mkono yake kwa chini yake.
Elbow and hand touching the ground.
Na unaangalia hii kude yake na mkono iko nagusa chini.
The officer
na officier
is in the far superior position.
Iko juu yake. Na anaonekana iko juu yake. Na iko na mamlaka juu yake.
Again, he has all the means to de-escalate the situation.
Tena iko na ile uwezo ya kufanya hii vitu visivilifika.
We see no
atuone popote
instance of intimate force of fear on Patrick's.
Atuone hata ngambo yoyote kama Patrick atanakuwa niko naleta intimidation ya kusema kuogopesha huyo ofisier.
We are listening in live here to this press conference in Michigan where this incident did happen earlier here this month. We're hearing translation because, again, his family is here, his parents. This is the parents of Patrick Lyoya, and they are immigrants from the Democratic Republic of the Congo. So that's why we have that translation happening here so his parents can hear everything that Attorney Crump is pointing out. We're showing you also that police video in that lower right-hand box that was released just yesterday. yesterday. Police spoke about the incident as well. We brought it to you here just as we're bringing this live press conference to all of our viewers watching here with us on Live Now from Fox. We're going to continue listening in here in Grand Rapids, Michigan with Attorney Crump after some of you return from this 2-minute break.
Fatherless. Equal justice requires it. Equal justice requires it. We look forward to working with the leaders of this city to get us through this crisis. We pray that the mayor, the city council, and the city manager, and the police chief will all have responsible leadership to get equal justice. Not asking for anything special. Just equal justice. Imagine if this was your child on that video. What would they tell his children when they grow up? That's why we fight for justice for Patrick. Because our children are watching. And they need to know that humanity matters. This is very emotional. You're going to hear from my most able co-counsels. And I'm going to ask Tamika Palmer actually to sit at the table with the family of Patrick's parents. Because then you will hear from all of them, and I know mother have comforted Tamika. Right now, I give you a great lawyer who hails here from the state of Michigan. I've had the true honor of
working on other civil rights cases with him.
Nilikuwa na heshima sana kutumika naye mu makesi mengine.
He is a champion for justice.
Na yeye anashimamia justice kweli.
Attorney Ben Johnson.
Nawapatia avocat Ben Johnson.
Good afternoon.
Habari zenu?
My name is Ben Johnson,
Jina yangu ni Ben Johnson.
president of Ben Johnson Law PLC.
Na niko mkichwa ya Ben Johnson sheria.
We have law offices in downtown Detroit,
Tuko na mabiro yetu Detroit.
downtown Flint.
Tuko na mabiro Flint.
We have 15 lawyers and 40 employees in every single one of them.
Na tuko na watumishi wenye liko 50 na bote 40 biko avocat.
Are here with me in spirit.
Na biko na mimi hapa mkiroho.
And to wish the family our deepest condolences and know that we
Na wanasema sana pole kwa jamaa, pole kwa jamaa.
that we are in their corner.
Na tuko ngambo yenu.
We have your back.
Na tuko na nyinyi, tunasimama na nyinyi.
I want to introduce Ayana Hatchett
Ninatafuta kuonesha Yana
of our office. That's AYA.
na anatumika na biro yetu.
NNA.
Anatumika na biro yetu.
Hatchett, Hatchett. Ayana Hatchett runs our Civil Rights Department at Johnson Law.
Na yeye anashimamia shida zetu zote kwa department yetu.
And Ayana will be right there with Mr. Crump and me all the way through.
Na Yana atakuwa na Mr. Crump hapa mpaka kumwisho.
Which will entail, of course, the civil portion of the lawsuit.
Mpaka kufika kwenye tutaenda kustaki.
In the early 1960s, while I grew up in Saginaw, Michigan,
Mu 1960 sana nilikuwa na komala kusaga Michigan.
of course I was very young,
Na wale wakati nilikuwa nikingaliki kijana.
Martin Luther King said,
Niliona Martin Luther King anasema,
injustice anywhere
injustice popote
leads to injustice everywhere.
na itapeleka injustice fasi yote.
Injustice anywhere
Injustice popote
leads to injustice everywhere.
na itapeleka injustice fasi yote.
Ladies and gentlemen,
Na mimi nataka kuambia wandugu,
on Monday,
siku ya kwanza
shortly after 8 a.m.,
ilikuwa après kipande ya saa 2 asubuhi,
when many of us were enjoying our morning coffee,
wakati si wengine tulikuwa tunakunywa kafe yetu,
at work, on the way to work,
na tulikuwa kukazi na wengine kwenda kukazi,
dropping kids off at school,
tulikuwa tunaacha watoto wetu kwa masomo,
whatever you were doing,
hiyo yote yenye ulikuwa unafanya,
Patrick was dying.
Patrick alikuwa anakufa.
Patrick was dying in what can only be described when someone is shot in the back of the head
Enye tutena kusema mtu alimpiga masasi nyuma ya kichwa.
as an execution style homicide.
Na ilikuwa execution. So give me a minute. Ilikuwa wanamuua kama mnyama.
At our firm we say,
Na yenye tunazungumza,
no justice,
kama hakuna justice,
no peace.
na kuenda kwa kimya.
Spelled our way, K-N-O-W.
Na tunazungumza vile.
People ask me, why did you do that, Ben?
People wanasema, babatu wanasema jua nini ulifanya vile?
Because this family
Kwa sababu hii jamaa
will never truly know peace
na hii jamaa hakuna siku mweta juaka kimya.
if we as a society
Kama siye societe
don't show them justice first.
atuwaoneshe justice kweli.
And we're here to make sure that happens.
Na tuko hapa kusema kama batapata hiyo justice.
This will be called, of course, an excessive force case. You all know that.
Na hii kweli tutaita kama nitumikisha nguvu ya kupita.
After Ms. Hatchett, pardon me, sir. After Ms. Hatchett and I and Mr. Crump talk about strategy,
Wakati mie na mama Hatches na papa Crump tulizungumza juu ya strategy.
likely to be filed in the federal courthouse right downtown.
Na tutaenda kustaki kwenye tutafika ndani ya kuu kwenye tutaenda mbele ya jije.
And what one of the major factors of that lawsuit will be
kwenye kutaenda kustaki tutafungula kese.
is one simple question.
Ni swali tu moja.
Did the officer,
ule ofisier
at the time when he pulled the trigger,
wakati alikokota masasi alikuwa anapiga,
did he have a reasonable fear
eske alikuwa anaogopa kweli
that his life
kusema kama maisha yake
was in immediate danger?
maisha yake ilikuwa inaenda kukua, ilikuwa mudanje pale pale?
That's the test.
Hiyo ndio test hii.
And I ask you,
na mimi nawaomba,
how can anyone be in reasonable fear for their own life when you're on top of somebody?
Kama ayejo tena kugopea maisha yako kama mtu uko juu ya mtu.
When you have both knees
wakati uko na magoti yote mbili
on the back of Patrick's knees,
uko nyuma ya Patrick, mgongo wa Patrick.
When you have one arm forcing him down on the ground,
na wakati uko na ingine mkono mwenye uko yuri yake
flat on the ground,
wakati uko chini kweli,
or even if Patrick pushed up, still on the ground and
wakati
under
hata
control.
Patrick alisukuma hivi alikuwa kingaliki chini.
Patrick had no weapon.
Patrick hakukuwa na silaha yoyote.
No gun, no
hakukuwa na
knife,
silaha, hakukuwa na
nothing.
bunduki, hakukuwa na kitu yoyote.
Patrick never.
All right, guys, we've been listening in, going to continue on with this press conference, but did just want to reiterate some of the points surrounding this story. Family members are joined by civil rights attorney Ben Crump. They're speaking out after yesterday. Police released multiple different videos. We've been watching them here on Live Now from Fox of that shooting incident that took place back on April 4th. Remember, it was just a traffic stop that the 26-year-old had been pulled over for, and Leoya was shot to death by the Grand Rapids police officer after there was a fight between the two. This again was a traffic violation for a license plate violation, and unfortunately there was not backup present at that time. The officer name has not yet been released. Just yesterday, Grand Rapids police did say that they will not be releasing the name yet because there has not been a charge to that officer quite yet either. So we're going to continue listening in as we are expecting the family to speak out here very soon. It's all happening live, raw, unfiltered, right here on Live Now from Fox. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. I did want to at least show our viewers, we're keeping an eye on some breaking news coming to us from the Phoenix area. At this time, we do know that there has been an officer-involved shooting. A Phoenix police officer has been shot. This happening near 27th Street and Beardsley. A suspect did flee the area after the officer was injured. We do have our public information officer who is en route to the hospital where that police officer had been been sent. Police are currently looking for a 2012 light blue Toyota Prius. It was last seen in the area of 27th Street and Beardsley. So I did want to at least pop up that license plate since we do have a lot of viewers watching here with us on Live Now from Fox. Again, that AZ license plate, they're up on your screen, 6NA8CG. And again, it is a 2012 light blue Toyota Prius. And so this video was captured by our Sky Fox that was up in the air earlier here today as we had this incident just taking place. Right now, again, police still on the lookout for that suspect who shot a Phoenix police officer. And obviously, if you have any information or you may see that license plate, you're asked to contact police. Don't get involved. That's been something that police have always reiterated time and time again, is if you do see that vehicle, don't try to follow them, don't try to get engaged with them, just alert police as to where you've been seeing that vehicle. So again, a light blue Toyota Prius, a 2012 with the AZ license plate up on your screen is who police are looking for. There's a very active still police scene, as now this is going to be a crime scene in that area. And for those of you watching here with us in the Phoenix area, this is near the 27th Street and Beardsley intersection. So you can see here that we do have quite a few police officers surrounding this gas station who are going to be out here investigating this incident here this morning. So thank you again for being here with us on Live Now from Fox, where we're always keeping track of the latest breaking news and stories happening across the country and even around the world. I do want to let our viewers know, coming up here, not only will we have a State Department briefing, we do also have a Pentagon briefing that's taking place, as well as President Biden. He's going to be making some remarks on trying to fix our supply chain issues that we've been seeing having a huge impact on inflation and a number of things happening right there in your grocery stores, at stores that you're shopping at, and even when you're shopping online as well. So we've been listening in to our press conference out of Grand Rapids, Michigan. We have civil rights attorney, Attorney Crump. He is speaking alongside with the family of Patrick Lyoya. He was shot in the back of the head after there was a fight between him and a Grand Rapids police officer during a traffic stop. They were fighting over the taser, and at one point during that, we'd been showing you the video, the officer pulls out his handgun and does shoot Lyoya in the back of the head. So police spoke about the incident yesterday. Now we have attorneys as well as the family speaking out today. I want to go back into that press conference, join them live as we're still waiting to hear from those family members. And you are going to be listening in live, raw, and unfiltered right here on Live Now from Fox.
The brutalization of black men, women, and children.
Na mimi nasema tuko tunalia na nyie na iko na traumatize kuona gisi ba polisi biko bana brutalize banamuke ya couleur batu ya rangi mwa inchi na kubaua.
Yeah, I first met Ben in 2015 at the National Bar Association's annual conference. And when they were talking about Know Your Rights, they were doing Know Your Rights programming. I was doing programming on what to do when stopped by the police. I'm an advocate for children, and I'm a criminal defense attorney. So I've been practicing for 20 years and primarily representing black males. And I would tell the black males, as long as you do everything that you're supposed to do, go to school, do your homework, everything's going to be okay. But in America, that's not the case. You're not safe. You're not safe like Breonna Taylor. You can't even be in your home. If you're a black person in America, you can't be in your home. You can't be on the street. You can't be in your car. You know, most cops, I think there are most cops that are good cops, but there are some racist cops that are out there. And it's incumbent that we root out those racist cops from our police department. When I started doing the programs on what to do and stop by the police, I would talk to the children. I would be in the middle schools. I would do them in the high schools, in the colleges, in the community centers.
Nazungumza na watoto kuanzia kwa masomo primaire, gardien primaire, unafika msecondaire mpaka kwa universite.
And I would partner with the police, with the prosecutor, with the defense attorney, the judges.
Na natumika na ba policier, natumika na ba magistrat, natumika na ba procureur, na natumika na ba juge.
And what I would do is, it's called What to Do When Stopped by the Police, but it's basically how to survive a stop. How to survive.
Na yenye ndakuwa nafanya ilikuwa kusema aye njonde na kutoka hapa mzima kama mimi nashimamishwa na polisi.
And what the children would say to me.
Na kitu gani wa polisi watoto walikuwa wananiambia?
You know, in scripture they say let the children lead.
Na kuko fasi kwa wanasema acha watoto waongoze.
And they also say my people perish for lack of knowledge.
Na wanasema
Hosea
kama
4:6.
watu wangu wanakufa juu hawana hekima, hawana akili.
But what the children would say to me, they say, Attorney McCoy, we appreciate you coming out here and educating us about our rights.
Na watoto walikuwa wananiambia sasa tunasema asante sana kwa kuja hapa kutufundisha juu ya sheria zetu.
But what about the police?
Na kusema sasa juu ya sasa na waskari nao.
They say, can you talk to the police and tell them to stop killing us?
Na utenda kuambia wa polisi wasitoke kutuua.
That's all we ask for, is that we stop being killed in one of the best countries in the world, one of the wealthiest countries in the world, that this genocide by cop, that it stops, that it ends right now.
Tuko tunaomba mwa hii pei yenyeko ya muhimu iko pei ya kwanza mdunia yenyeko ya rishi mdunia batu baache kutuua sie watu weusi ndio tunaomba.
Attorney Crump talked about the Ukraine. We're seeing violation of human rights. We're seeing the Russians that are brutalizing the Ukrainians.
Na tuko na Papa Crump alizungumza juu ya Ukraine. Sisi tunaona biko wanavunja sheria yote ya mwanadamu na gisi biko wanaua wale wa Ukrainian kuwapiga masasi mkichwa.
They're being brutalized, they're being raped, they're being murdered, they're being torn from their homes. They're not safe.
Biko banabapiga, biko banawaua, biko banabaviole, biko banabatosha kunyumba yao na habana usalama.
And we too in America, African Americans, black and brown people, we're not safe. We're not safe in the streets, in the car. Patrick was driving his car.
Na si hapa Amerika ni si watu weusi. Hatuko na usalama.
Like Attorney Crump and Attorney Johnson said, he was not committing a crime.
Hakukuwa anafanya crime yoyote.
Merely having an issue with his tags on his car. And I might add, we're in the midst of COVID. It's not easy for people to just go to the Secretary of State. It's not something that you can just readily do.
Anasema tuko mu period ya COVID, haiko tu rahisi kwenda ku Secretary of State ukamate plaque ya mpya.
And your failure to go get the tags, Attorney Taylor is here. He handles cases with traffic violations. We handle traffic violations. We do criminal defense. Your failure to go get the tags on your car should not result in your death.
Na kama wewe akwenda kukamata plaque ya mpya haiwezi kusema njoo inapatia polisi autorisation ya kukupiga masasi.
So what I say to you is that Black Women Lawyers is here. I've been getting calls from the members. You know, we're strong, 450 strong. We're here to do what we need to do to make this happen, to make the parents happy, to make this well, I don't know that they can ever be happy with the loss of their Patrick, but to wrong a justice that has occurred, to make sure that this doesn't happen to anybody else's family. So I thank you all for being here. I'm going to turn it back to Attorney Crump. And just remember, the children are watching us. The children are watching us, and they're watching our behavior. And we must do better. I mean, I'm running for state rep in this state in the 32nd district, and that's why I'm running. It's because the children have said to me, we must do better. We've got to do better in this state. We've got to protect everybody's rights. So thank you and God bless you all.
Thank you, Attorney McCoy. Thank you for your leadership. Now we're going to have the parents of Patrick and Mother Breonna Taylor all come to the podium if they could. And I'm so thankful to Tamika Palmer.
And as they bring the family up again, we are going to have the translator speaking. I am going to send some viewers off into a 2-minute break here as we continue to listen in live to this press conference in Grand Rapids, Michigan.
Right now we will hear from the father
Sahizi tunaanza kusikia kwa baba
of Patrick,
babake na Patrick.
Peter Iola.
Asante sana.
Thank you so much.
Mimi ni Peter Lioya.
I am Peter Lioya.
Baba yake ya Patrick Lioya.
I am the father of Patrick Lioya.
Patrick Lioya ni mtoto wangu wa kwanza.
Patrick Lioya is my firstborn son.
Alikuwa na miaka 26.
And he was 26 years old.
Kama mnaniona hapa,
the way you see me now,
sina mengi ya kuongea.
I don't have much to say.
Roho yangu inavunjika kabisa.
My heart is really deeply broken.
Sikuwa najua kama katika hii nchi,
I didn't believe that in this country,
kama kuko genocide.
That there was a genocide in this country.
Sikukuwa najua.
I didn't know.
Sikukuwa najua kama hapa mwa nchi,
I didn't know that here in America,
kunaweza kuwa execution ya mtu kwa kumuua.
There can be an execution style to kill someone.
Kwa kuua mtu na risasi.
To kill someone with a gun.
Tena uwawe na askari polisi mkubwa.
And to be killed by the police officer.
Kwa nia yangu mimi,
on my wish now,
nilikuwa najua kama ukikutana na polisi,
I knew that if you met with a police officer in America,
utakuwa umesave maisha yako.
You will be safe. Your life will be spared.
Lakini cha kunililisha kabisa kuona
what is making me cry more to see my son
ameuawa kabisa na askari polisi mkubwa.
He has been killed by a police officer.
Kwa kosa ndogo sana.
For a small mistake, fault.
Wakati nimeona video hii,
by the time when I saw this video,
roho yangu kabisa imevunjika.
My heart was really deeply broken.
Hapa naona kabisa ni maisha yangu, sina maisha.
Right now I'm seeing that I have no life. My life has come to their hand.
Maisha yangu ilikuwa tayari ni Patrick mtoto wangu.
My life was Patrick, my son.
Nilikuwa nawazia Patrick ndo sasa amenigomboa.
I was thinking that Patrick will take my place.
Lakini kuona kabisa ameuawa unyama na ule askari polisi.
And to see that my son has been killed like an animal by this police officer.
Kwa kweli kwa kuona hii video wametangaza.
And to see this video they show.
Hapa naona sina maisha, nimesikia roho yangu kabisa imevunjika.
I see that I have no life. I see my heart being broken.
Naomba sheria.
I'm asking for justice.
Naomba sheria.
I'm asking for justice.
Naomba sheria.
I'm asking for justice.
Naomba sheria juu ya Patrick.
I'm asking for justice for Patrick.
Justice for Patrick.
Naomba sheria juu ya Patrick.
I'm asking justice for Patrick.
Patrick ni mtoto wangu mtulivu sana.
Patrick was a quiet kid.
Hakukuwa na nia ya kugombana au mtu wa vita.
Patrick didn't like to fight. He was not a brutal kid.
Lakini nimeshangaa kuona ofisi mkubwa yeye ndo anampiganisha Patrick.
And I was surprised to see that it was the officer that was really beating Patrick.
Tangu Patrick amezaliwa mimi sijaona napigana.
Ever since when Patrick grew up, I never see Patrick fight.
Lakini hii video ya officer nimeona officer mkubwa amempiganisha Patrick.
And I see this officer fighting with my son.
Roho yangu imevunjika sana.
My heart is broken.
Kuona officer mkubwa gisa amemwikalia mtoto.
I see an officer being on top of my son
na kumpiga risasi kwenye kichwa.
And to shoot him on the back of his head.
Roho yangu imevunjika sana.
And my heart is really broken.
Naomba sheria juu ya Patrick.
I'm asking justice for Patrick.
Justice for Patrick. Justice for Patrick. Justice for Patrick.
Asante sana.
Thank you so much.
Justice for Patrick. And now you will hear from his mother, Dolphus.
Na mimi kwa majina naitwa Dorcas Lioya.
And my name is Dorcas Lioya.
Mimi ni mama mzazi wa Patrick.
I am the biological mother of Patrick.
Ndo mtoto wangu wa kwanza.
He is my firstborn.
Na navunjika moyo sana.
I'm really deeply hurt and wounded.
Nashindwa kujizuiza.
I don't know what to do. I cannot stop myself but for crying.
Wamama wenzangu walio wanajua machungu tunayopata kwa kupata mtoto.
All the mother here who are mother, you know the pain that we go through to have to give birth to a child.
Mimi kama mimi nilikuwa natumainia labda mtoto wangu ndo atanifika, lakini cha ajabu.
And as a parent, I was thinking maybe it was my son who was going to bury me. He will assist at my funeral. But what is so astonishing, I am the one burying my son.
Tulivyokimbia vita kutoka kwetu,
When we ran away from war from Congo because we were in an area that was not safe, there was a war.
tulizia tunakuja huku nakuja huku kuhifadhi watoto wangu watakuwa na amani.
And I thought that I came to a safe land, a heaven, a safe place.
Nashangaa sasa huku ndo watoto wangu wanaanza waua kwa nafasi.
And I start thinking now, I'm surprised and astonished to see that my son is here, that my son has been killed with bullets.
Nasikia moyo wangu kuvunjika sana.
I hear that I see my heart being broken really.
Yule alikuwa ni mtoto mpendwa, mnajua mtoto wa kwanza anavyopendwa.
So that was my beloved son, and you know how you love your firstborn son.
Na sitapata mwingine.
And I cannot have another one who's going to replace Patrick.
Basi kwa hiyo nataka sheria juu ya mtoto
And
wangu.
for that, I need justice for my son.
Justice for the parents.
Thank you.
You can just see the emotion that his mother still has, this wound still very fresh, and of course will never fully heal, but the family asking for justice for their son. We are going to be stepping away for our final 2-minute break. When we come back, continuing this press conference as Attorney Ben Crump now speaking once again.
Advocated after Breonna Taylor was killed, after Botham Jean was killed, Terrence Crutcher was killed, Michael Floyd was killed, Stephon Clark was killed, Ezell Ford was killed, Eric Gardner was killed, Walter Scott was killed, Alton Sterling was killed, and George Floyd was killed. We need police reform on the federal level.
Tunataka wabadilishe sheria ndani ya polisi kufika mpaka kule yulu kwa kichwa.
We can't afford not one more day to pass because, as Tamika Palmer said, how many more of our children have to die before we change the laws and change the policy here in the United States of America? And so we need President Biden to issue the executive order immediately. And we then need the United States Senate to finally do what they know in their heart
is the right thing to do.
Na tunataka Mr. anasema itakuwa muda ngapi katika tuweze kupoteza tena watoto wetu. Ndio maana tunalomba President Biden afike apitishe loi ya kusema kuprotege na Senat ifanye kazi yake gisi inabidi kufanya kazi.
How many hashtags do we have to have before they finally say enough is enough? And hopefully Governor Whitmer and the leadership here in Michigan and the leadership in Grand Rapids
na kusema kama huyu governor wetu mwenye uko hapa Whitmer na wale wa viongozi wote wa Michigan na Grand Rapids
can be the example for the United States.
Na batena kuwa mfano juu ya Etats-Unis d'Amérique. Anasema kama aliuliza alilomba ule procureur general alete astaki na wamufunge policier. Anafikiri kama taifanya ule polisi mwenye aliwa Patrick.
I will speak on that and I'll allow Attorney Johnson to also weigh in on that.
Tazungumza kwa ile kisha nakupatia neno kwa Avocat Johnson.
Based on what we see in the video,
kwa yenye tunaona mu video,
this officer should be charged and held accountable
na hiyo ofisi inabidi bana kufunga na banampeleka ku justice
for the unjustified killing
na kuona alimuua Patrick bila sababu
of an unarmed citizen.
Na kuona kama alimuua mtu mwenye akukua alimuua bila sababu.
It is that simple.
Akukua na bunduki iko simple.
As everybody knows, the Michigan State Police have been asked to investigate.
Na kisi mnajua waliambia Michigan State Police wafanye investigation uchunguzi.
Once they complete their investigation,
wakati wanamaliza uchunguzi yao,
they will then either ask for a warrant of arrest
na watalomba ili waende wamfunge
or not. And then it's ultimately up to the Kent County prosecutor to bring charges or not.
Na pale itatokea sasa kutoka mtu chef wa district ndio atakamata sa decision ya kumstaki.
On behalf of the family, we are, of course are saying there's only one conclusion here. Just like in George Floyd. Charges are merited. If the Kent County prosecutor declines to do that, then we will be obviously appealing to Attorney General Nessel, to the federal authorities, and others.
And I will say this. We saw Attorney General Keith Ellison in Minneapolis.
Tuliona Procureur General Keith ku Minneapolis.
And we saw the Attorney General in Kentucky.
Tuliona Procureur General in Kentucky.
And we would hope
tuko na matumaini
that the prosecutor example of Keith Ellison and having the courage
na procureur general wa hapa atapata example ya Keith na atapata ile courage
to make the American promise of equal justice under the law
na kusema atafanya ile
a reality here in Grand Rapids, Michigan.
Itakuwa kusema kama justice ikuwe egal.
Yes, ma'am.
So, Mr. Crump and Mr. Johnson, you can answer this as well. I spoke with the NAACP. They said that the officer, the man on the picture, had not been interviewed yet. Have you all heard that as well? And is this investigation 101? Like,
well, we would be shocked if over 10 days after he killed an unarmed civilian, he hadn't been interviewed yet.
Walisema kama swali kusema kama ule officier, ça fait presque 10 jours ya bayamfanyisha interview. Njoo anasema itakuwa vraiment choquant kuona kama siku 10 ishapita na bayamfanyisha interview.
That would be very problematic.
Na ile itakuwa vraiment shida sana.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. Now, from my understanding of what you just said, you said the state police was going to pick that up and try and take those charges the next play, right? That's what you just said. So my question is, how can we trust the next police officer when the first police officer or the police department didn't do their job?
Now, and that's a very valid question. And that's why we have to keep the young people engaged and the activists holding people accountable. Because remember in Ahmaud Arbery, it wasn't the prosecutors who
made that murderous father and son duo who lynched Ahmaud for jogging while black be arrested and brought to justice, because the prosecutors saw the video on day one. They saw it on day one. It wasn't until 74 days later when we the people saw the video and we demanded justice when they arrested him. So what we have to do is demand our leaders to follow the law and not have two justice systems, one for white people in America and another for black people in America. But we have to have equal justice for everybody in the United States of America.
Can I respond further to your question? Your question was basically, is this normal? Well, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to normal if it's a police officer involved shooting. So what happens is, because the police officer realizes, and everyone realizes, that criminal charges may come about, they delay it. They give him, in this case, access to a union lawyer who then consults with him. And in a situation like this, where they're obviously going to have to be concerned that he may, in fact, be charged, and then the Fifth Amendment right against self-incrimination comes in, there's all sorts of issues here. So is this normal? It's only, let's be honest, if this wasn't an officer-involved shooting, that gentleman would be in jail right now, and we wouldn't be having this conversation. But because he's a police officer, it's a whole different set of rules, I'll put that in air quotes, and delay, deny, defend.
All right, so once again, this video showing those tense moments between Lyoya and the officer. Again, the officer had been fighting over the taser, and unfortunately, after some fighting between the two, that's when the officer did shoot Lyoya in the back of the head. So that was a fatal shooting, and it did happen back on April 4th. Right now, Michigan State Police investigators are handling the case. As you've heard from our attorneys here, the officer right now on paid leave, but Attorney Crump, as well as many others, say that's not nearly enough. They want the officer to be charged and prosecuted for Patrick's death. We'll stay on top of this story here for you on Live Now from Fox, just as we've been staying on top of other breaking news coming to us out of the Phoenix area. Going to be talking about this scene here where a Phoenix police officer was shot after we returned from this 2-minute break. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. Wanted to show our viewers watching here with us that we are still on the lookout for a person who shot a Phoenix police officer just earlier here this afternoon. Right now, police do have 2 different license plates that they're trying to let everyone in the area know about, but it is a 2012 light blue Toyota Prius that they're keeping an eye out for. Just a reminder to all of our viewers, we're on top of breaking news no matter where it happens. This incident, though, coming to us from the Phoenix area, one Phoenix police officer had been shot. The suspect, unfortunately, did get away at this time, but they do have some other officers who are not only on scene with this investigation, but also a public information officer en route to the hospital where that police officer had been transported to. So this scene you're seeing here is off of 27th Street in Beardsley. And again, police currently looking for that vehicle of interest, and they do have a couple different license plates there. I wanted to at least show that, update our viewers who have been tracking this story here with us, that it could have a couple different license plates. But as we've mentioned before, we've heard this from police. You're seeing it on that tweet from Phoenix Police as well. When you do see a vehicle of interest, no matter what the case may be, they always say do not approach that vehicle. Don't try to follow it yourself. Just alert police. Call 911. Let them know what you're seeing, where you are. And of course, they'll be giving you step-by-step instructions after that. But wanted to give our viewers this update here as we've been tracking this story. Officer condition not known, as well as the description of that person of interest other than the vehicle that they did get away in. So thank you again to everyone who's been watching here with us. Day in and day out, we are on top of news stories happening all across the country, and that even includes President Biden when he's on the move. Let's go ahead and take a live look right now at the Dow. Right here you're seeing we're back into the red, unfortunately, but that doesn't mean that we couldn't jump back up here in this last hour of trading. So we'll keep a close eye on this, especially as right now we do have President Biden speaking about how his administration is trying to remedy this supply chain crisis that we've been seeing. He is speaking in North Carolina. I want to go ahead and bring that latest remarks to you. We're going to start it from the beginning as he is speaking right now to everyone in North Carolina. We're going to be listening in on Live Now from Fox.
Good afternoon to all in attendance. My name is Malcolm Hawkins, and I'm a senior electrical engineering student here at North Carolina Agricultural and Technical State University. I'm truly honored to welcome President Biden to this illustrious institution. When I made the decision to attend North Carolina A&T, I was excited for the journey to come. I look forward to learning as much as I could so that I would excel upon graduation. After being on campus for 4 years, I can certainly attest to the excellent education that an HBCU provides. I've been taught by dedicated professors and mentored by individuals who saw my potential to positively impact this world. I've interned at 4 different companies, participated in and won a national competition, and traveled abroad. This and so much more is possible by investment in HBCUs. North Carolina A&T graduates the highest number of African-American engineers, and they go on to have successful careers in government, industry, and academia. There is always a need for problem solvers who can tackle the most difficult issues, including those involving the economy, and HBCUs prepare students for the challenge. The key to this preparation is innovation, whether that's through our many centers of excellence or the new Harold L. Martin Senior Engineering Research and Innovation Complex. A&T students, regardless of major, graduate with the skills needed to transform their respective fields. Needless to say, as I graduate next month, I feel fully equipped with the knowledge I need to excel in all aspects of my life. I'm excited to see HBCUs continue to rise in prominence, and I can't wait to see how they impact America in the future. With that, please give a warm welcome to the President of the United States, Joe Biden.
Hello, Greensboro. Chancellor, please take a seat if you have one. I said that one day, take a seat. The press pointed out to me there were no chairs out there. Thank you very, very much for the opportunity to be here. Chancellor, thank you. And thank your wife as well for all you do for educating the future of this country. And I've been impressed. I've been on a lot of university campuses. Matter of fact, for 4 years, I was a full professor at the University of Pennsylvania. And this is really an impressive place with a lot of impressive students. And it's good to be here at A&T, and I thank you for your sharing your story, Malcolm. He's gonna, did you say where you're going? Am I allowed to say where you're gonna be working? You work at IBM, a little outfit, you know, that is. Just remember, when you're chairman of the board, remember me, okay? If I go by and say, hey, Malcolm, I said, it's Joe here. I don't want to hear Joe who, okay? Well, Mayor Vaughn, thank you for the passport into the city. It's great to be here with a congresswoman who delivers to the people of this district. Kathy, you do an incredible job. You really do. You really do. My dear friend, Congressman G.K. Butterfield. What did I see here? There you go, man. Stand up. I want you to stand up. This guy, he's done so much over this distinguished career for the last 20 years or so. I wish you weren't leaving, pal. I wish you weren't leaving, but I understand, and I thank for all you've done. And Congresswoman Alma Adams, where's she? There you are. I see the hat. What am I talking about? Alma, how are you? You're the best. Thank you for all the hard work delivered for HBCUs, not just this one, but all across the country. Thank you, thank you, thank you. And your outstanding governor, one of the best governors in the entire United States of America, I say that without reservation, Governor Roy Cooper. Gov. Roy has proved himself to be, not a joke, one of the finest governors in the nation. He's displayed so many talents. He's deployed funding for American Rescue Plan to deliver debt-free community college for young people in North Carolina. He's delivered high-speed internet in rural communities. He's delivered well-deserved raise for teachers and first responders. And thanks for making a difference for the families here in North Carolina, Governor. You're setting an example across the country. Thank you. And look, you can cheer. It's all right. There's a debate in my administration that we never seem to be able to settle. And that is that the vice president is incredibly talented. She's a Howard graduate. A great school. And I hear about Morehouse men from my senior advisor, Cedric Richmond, all the time. And then you got a great university here. But Delaware State. Delaware State. They launched me into my career, not a joke. As I got elected to the United States Senate when I was 29 years old, Chancellor. Had to wait 17 days to be eligible to be sworn in, true story. And it wouldn't have happened. And I won by a rousing 3,021 votes. And it wouldn't have happened without Delaware State. What most people don't realize is Delaware has the 8th largest black population in America. And the fact is that, as I say in Claymont, Delaware, where I was raised, a little steel town in Delaware, you all brought me to the dance. And but here's the deal. I got a member of my cabinet who also slightly partial in North Carolina, A&T, Administrator for Environmental Protection Agency, Michael Regan. Michael. Good. Of course, you never hear Michael bragging about the place, as long as you don't have your hearing aid on. But look, he's a proud Aggie, and welcome back to the campus, Michael. And let me tell you, talking about some incredible students here today, I know why Michael's so proud of this school. I really mean it. And A&T is an extraordinary university with a great tradition, an HBCU tradition. You know, more than 180 years of excellence, delivering on that sacred promise we made in America, that every American, every race, every background, every zip code should have a fair and equal chance to go as far as their God-given talents can take them. And you're providing that here, Chancellor. because there's so many great professors here, and the program here is so strong. You're giving people an opportunity to take advantage of their God-given talents. That's why I reestablished the President's Board of Advisors on HBCUs, with not one, but two North Carolina A&T alums on it. Willie Dees and Janine Yisrael. Are you here? Are they here? Stand up, Willie, stand up, Jay. Thank you. And also includes a proud North Carolina native, an NBA star, Chris Paul. He's on it. By the way, he's a hell of a ball player. Who supports the business course here at A&T and is a fierce champion for all HBCUs. That's why I signed an executive order to advance HBCU excellence across the entire administration, everything from policies to funding. And speaking of funding, we were able to deliver more than $5 billion last year to HBCUs and more to come this year. $5 billion. And they said we couldn't do it. But everybody's realized what an incredible asset the HBCUs are. We're also working to increase Pell Grants to help millions of Black students and lower-income families attend community colleges and four-year schools. The reason my wife is not with me today, she's a community college professor and she's teaching as we speak. And I'm here today to talk about my plan to create and expand HBCU programs in high-demand fields like cybersecurity, advanced manufacturing, healthcare, and so much more. And to talk about why it's so critical that we have to invest in American manufacturing. And if my dad were watching now, he passed away, but he's watching, he mad at me and said, "Excuse my back. I didn't apologize for having my back to you. I apologize. But excuse my back, but I'm looking at you." You know, why it's essential that the Congress take action quickly to support American innovation. I said today when I was, we were at the cybersecurity unit, that more is going to change in the next 10 years than changed in the last 50 years. Science and technology is moving so incredibly rapidly. It's all part of a broader vision that Vice President Harris and I ran on to build back a better America than even before the pandemic we hit. A better way with better pay, greater dignity for working people, easing the financial burdens of millions of families, and making it in America, as your Congresswoman said, with American manufacturing. The best engineers in the world, like so many here at A&T graduates, make up that cadre. From day one, every action I've taken to rebuild our economy has been guided by one principle: made in America. It means using products, parts, and materials built right here in the United States of America. It means bringing manufacturing jobs back and building the supply chains here at home, not outsourced from abroad. It means letting and betting on American workers, let them do the job and bet on them. And it takes a federal government that doesn't just give lip service to buying American, but actually takes action. Most people don't know, I know the Congresswoman knows, there's been a law in the book since the late 30s that says that you can use American tax dollars, and if your American tax dollars the president is spending, it should be spent on American products and American businesses. Every administration says they'll do it since the late 30s. But now, over time, Buy America has become basically a hollow promise. My administration is making Buy America a reality. We created Made in America in an office in the White House, a Made in America office to oversee these efforts. You know, what's happened is that the exception used to be if the president spends about $600 to $700 billion a year money on federal projects every year, from decks of aircraft carriers to so much more. And it's supposed to buy from American businesses and American products. But the fact of the matter is that there was an exception. If you couldn't readily find an American institution that either had this part of the supply chain and or the company, you didn't have to. You could buy it abroad. You could import it. Well, last month I announced one of the biggest changes in the Buy American Act in 70 years. Each year the federal government spends more than $600 billion on goods and services. And in the past, if the manufacturing product that you get purchased by the federal government says that it's substantially all made substantially all in America, it worked. But because of loopholes over time, you know what substantially all meant when I took office? It meant that 55% of the product was made up of American business and American product. It was substantially all an American product. Well, guess what? To me, 55% isn't substantially all. It's slightly over half. And so we issued a rule to raise the amount of domestic content required to be considered made in America from 55 to 75%. Substantially all is going to start meaning substantially all. And that's good for American workers and for American businesses, for communities like Greensboro. And I want to thank Congresswoman Manning who's been a strong, strong supporter of Buy American. Now we're seeing the results of our economic vision. Our economy created 431,000 jobs in the month of March alone. 431,000. 7.9 million jobs over the course of my presidency. More jobs in the 14 months I've been president than any president ever created in American history. Unemployment at 3.6%. It's down from 6.4% when we took office 14 months ago. It's the fastest decline in unemployment to start a president's terms ever recorded. North Carolina, thanks to the American Rescue Plan and the leadership of Governor Cooper, has added 194,000 jobs in the last 14 months. 194,000 jobs. Good job. That's 67,000 jobs ahead of where the state was before the pandemic hit. And unlike the past recoveries, this time around with the American Rescue Plan, we made a choice to bring everyone along. So not only has unemployment rate dropped at a record pace here in North Carolina and across the nation, but Black unemployment fell by more than 30%. More than 30%. Hispanic unemployment fell from nearly 9% to 4.2% in the year 2021, the fastest single drop ever recorded. We had the largest one-year drop in long-term unemployment ever recorded in American history. Look, folks, as the child tax credit, we've seen the lowest child poverty rate ever projected, an estimated nearly 40% decline in child poverty. The lowest number of home foreclosures ever recorded. A record low credit card delinquencies because families have more money in their pockets to pay their bills. The list goes on. All told, this economy grew by 5.7% last year in 2021, the fastest growth in 40 years. And in the process, doing all this, we still cut the deficit last year by $350 billion, just last year alone. And by an additional $1 trillion this year if the budget goes through. So folks, don't tell me this trickle-down idea is the only way to grow an economy. We're actually lowering the deficit, not increasing it. And after a long, tough stretch, Americans are back to work. Our economy has gone from being on the mend to being on the move. Now, I know that we're still facing challenges of high prices, inflation. I grew up in a family where when the price of gasoline went up at the pump, it was a conversation at the kitchen table with my dad. Putin's invasion of Ukraine has driven up gas prices and food prices all over the world. Ukraine and Russia are the 1 and 2 largest wheat producers in the world. We're number 3. They're shut down. We saw that in yesterday's inflation data. What people don't know is that 70% of the increase in inflation was a consequence of Putin's price hike because of the impact on oil prices. 70%. We need to address these high prices, and urgently, for working folks out there. And that's part of why what I'm going to talk to you about today, why it's so important. When we build more in America, we increase economic capacity, and ultimately it helps lower everyday prices for families. That's what we're starting to see. Look around. American manufacturing is coming back. Once again, we're seeing the pride that comes from stamping a product made in America. Companies are choosing to build their new factories here in America. When just a few years ago, as you all know, that wouldn't have been the case. They would have built the factory overseas. Intel. Intel is building the chairman of the board of Intel asked to come and see me a little over a month ago. He's building a semiconductor mega site just outside of Columbus, Ohio, investing $20 billion. And by the way, we invented this little thing we call about the size of a fingertip. And guess what? Every advance in it is because of us. We don't make them anymore here. You go to Taiwan and other places to get it. Up to 8 state-of-the-art factories are going to be in one place that Intel is building. 7,000 new jobs building the facility and 3,000 jobs running the facility. You know what the average salary of these jobs running the facility will be? $135,000 a year. Making computer chips the size of a fingertip that power the world in our everyday lives. Smartphones, internet, technology that doesn't even exist today. If Congress passes the Bipartisan Innovation Act, which the Congresswoman talked about, and it's on my desk, puts it on my desk right now, Intel is ready and they've committed to add, in addition to the $20 billion, $100 billion more. $120 billion in one site. That's just the start. And Intel alone, we're seeing it right here, thanks to the leadership of Governor Cooper and Congresswoman Manning. In last year's Thomas built buses at High Point, which I went down to see. It's incredible. What you all are doing is really incredible. They got the largest order to date in North America to build electric school buses, electric school bus fleets, which Administrator Regan can tell you will mean hundreds of thousands of our children will no longer be inhaling exhaust from diesel school buses. And they function and they roll. Volvo Trucks, with the research and development headquarters here in Greensboro, got the largest commercial order ever for electric trucks. And just a few months ago, Toyota announced it will invest $1.3 billion to build a new electric battery manufacturing plant right here in Greensboro. And folks, you know what that also means? Not just the factory, but the IBEW is going to be putting in 530,000 charging stations throughout America. 530,000. And when this plant comes online, it's going to produce enough batteries to power 800,000 vehicles per year with room to grow. It's going to create 1,750 good-paying jobs right here in the Greensboro community. And folks, by the way, you know, it's not just, there's a lot else happening. If I can divert just a second here. I had Mary Barra, the chairman of the board of General Motors. Remember when about 10 months ago, she was suing the state of California for having a higher standard required for gasoline, have to go more miles per gallon? She was suing them, saying you can't do what the federal government hadn't done. Well, guess what? We had a long talk. You know, no, I didn't know. I mean, it was her idea, not mine. But we had a long talk. Guess what? She decided not only did she drop the suit, but they're going to have 50% of all the vehicles made at General Motors electric vehicles by the year 2030. And guess what? Then Ford came along. They did the same thing. They're investing billions of dollars, 1.7. I mean, this is a major fundamental shift that's taking place. And America's finally deciding to catch up and lead it instead of being outpaced by China and other countries. All told, thus far, we've created 365,000 new manufacturing jobs in America just last year. That's the best year for U.S. manufacturing in the last 30 years. And even you students who are younger, how many, when you're coming up and hear your parents talk about manufacturing is dead in America? It's not going to happen. There's not a thing, not a single thing America cannot do. Not a single thing where we can't outcompete the rest of the world. I mean it. Not a single thing. We set our mind to it. Good paying jobs, jobs you can raise a family on, jobs that can't be outsourced. Announcements like these don't happen in a vacuum. They require investments. We know what happens when we stop investing in the future and the places like Greensboro. We really do. You or your parents remember what it felt like when industries like the textile industry started to decline. Delaware used to be a great textile state. It all evaporated. Good jobs lost over time. Well, guess what? What it did to families, what it did to neighborhoods was consequential because we stopped investing in our future for a while. We stopped investing in our people. I got criticized when I kept saying we're going to invest in the American people. Decades ago, we used to invest 2% of our gross domestic product in research and development. 2%. And we led the world. Today, we invest less than 1%. The United States of America used to be ranked #1 in the world in investing in the future. Now we're ranked number 9 in research and development. The United States of America. China was number 8 3 decades ago. Now it's number 2. Other countries are closing in fast. We can and we must change that. Not by hurting other countries, but by developing ourselves. We have a great opportunity ahead of us with the Bipartisan Innovation Act I mentioned, which is going to provide $90 billion in research and development, STEM education, manufacturing, all those elements of the supply chain that we need to produce end products right here in America. If I told those of you who are closer to my age in the audience, if we told your parents that we'd be here, they'd look at it like we were crazy. What do you mean? We're the leader in the world. Not so. Congress needs to get this bill to my desk as quickly as possible. Our economic strength is on the line, and national security as well is on the line. Companies are ready to invest in America, in American communities, in American workers, but they need to see that their government is capable of investing in our future. Other countries are racing ahead, but we can't afford to wait. So Congress, get this bipartisan bill to my desk. North Carolina needs it. America needs it. And let's meet this moment together. That's exactly what we did when we passed the bipartisan infrastructure law, which we worked like the devil on. Our infrastructure used to be rated the best in the world again. Now we rank number 13 in the world. Bridges, roads, etc. Rank 13. Why did we develop so fast, so well? Where are you going to build your factory? Near a port that can get everything out of that you manufacture and get everything out to the rest of the world quickly? Or something that takes 2 weeks or 3 weeks to get it there? It's all about speed. We can't compete for the jobs of the 21st century if we don't fix our infrastructure. But now, thanks to the infrastructure law, we're turning things around in a major way. We've already announced billions to improve the more than 3,000 airports in the 50 states that need serious help. I'll digress again for just a second. I was out when I was vice president at O'Hare Airport, and I was trying to get onto the Air Force Two and going up an escalator, and had a sign at the top, out of order, will be fixed in 2 weeks. Not a joke. The United States of America, one of the busiest airports in the world, fixed in 2 weeks. And I got in trouble because I said, if I took you into O'Hare Airport blindfold in the middle of the night and took you into one of China's airports blindfold in the middle of the night and said, where are you, China or the United States? You'd probably think the Chinese airport was ours. Because it's so modern, so different. Well, this year, $92 million is available to North Carolina alone to upgrade your airport infrastructure. $92 million. We're modernizing highways, roads, bridges, ports. And this year, North Carolina is going to receive $1.4 billion in funding for roads and bridges, another $99 billion dedicated to funding for bridges that are in disrepair. Folks, we're also building a national network of electric charging stations I mentioned earlier for vehicles powered by these batteries and are going to manufacture here in Greensboro area. And this year, North Carolina's eligible to receive nearly 16 million in electric vehicle charging stations. We're also getting rid of poisonous lead pipes that are in 10 million homes in America and 400,000 schools and daycare centers. And there's serious brain damage, not a joke. So kids and families can have clean drinking water. And this year, North Carolina will receive $199 million for clean water because of that man right there, the governor. Folks, we're going to deliver affordable, high-speed internet everywhere in urban America, rural America, suburban and tribal communities. So moms don't have to do this. I wonder if you ever thought this would happen in America. Remember 2-3 months ago when schools were still shut down? Showing pictures of moms and dads driving to the parking lot of McDonald's so they could connect the internet so the kid could do their homework? Not a joke. Not a joke. What the hell's going on here? All these investments in infrastructure, research, and development, and making it in America are really about one thing: empowering more communities to do what you're doing here in Greensboro, transforming yourself into a city of the future, not the past, where instead of shuttered factories, we're building clean energy technology that's going to power the future in America and around the world, helping America achieve true energy independence by creating good jobs and fighting for climate change. And if we continue this, we're not only going to be investing here, we're going to export billions of dollars worth of product for the rest of the world. One of the proposals I have I won't go into now is a Build Back Better world. So all those countries in Africa and Latin America and the Middle East who don't have the capacity to make it better for themselves. We cut down all our forests, we're doing fine. Guess what? We're part of the reason for the global warming. A lot of poor countries. Do you realize one of the greatest carbon sinks in the world, absorbing carbon from the air, is the Amazon? The Amazon absorbs more pollutants, more carbon into the soil and the water in the Amazon than are emitted in the entire United States in 1 year, every year. But they don't have the money. But what they want to do, they want to level it so they can farm it, they can produce things on it and use up that sink. You know, and even reinventing the legacy industries that Greensboro has been built on is a possibility. The 21st century smart textiles, they use chips and sensors to do things like regulate temperature in a garment. State-of-the-art facilities that make high-quality furniture. Above all, you're making Greensboro a place where the future is being written. Not a joke. The future is being written. Where students at great schools like A&T and other local universities and your incredible community colleges can lead learning, cutting-edge skills in state-of-the-art facilities, partnering with local employers. So look, so they can get out, help America lead the way on robotics and cybersecurity and so much more. And see that success reflected back home in their communities, not just in Greensboro, but across the country. So families can have good paychecks, good homes, great futures. My dad would say, my dad was a very well-read man. His greatest regret was he never got to go to college. And my dad used to say that everybody deserves just a little bit of breathing room. Just a little bit of breathing room. I was raised in a 3-bedroom split-level home. When we moved down to Delaware, when coal died in Scranton and jobs were gone. And with 4 kids, a grandpa, and my mom and dad. And I remember one day, you could always hear when Dad was restless in the room. I asked Mom on the way to school, "What's the matter?" He said, "Honey, Dad's company they said no more health insurance. No more health insurance." Not only deprives a woman or a man of their health, but of their dignity. Their dignity. Look at their child, their husband, their wife, who needs help. They can't get the help. One of the things we're trying to get done in the Congress is to pass legislation that won't raise taxes a single penny for anybody making less than 400 grand, and above that it'll only be a smidgen for dealing with insulin. You got 2,000 kids with type 1 diabetes. They don't get their insulin. Many of you may know somebody, or you maybe have type 1 diabetes. You need the insulin. It costs $10 a vial to make. Average price, $646 a month. Not only imagine what happens when you don't have that money because you don't have the insurance or the cash. Imagine being a parent, looking at your child with type 1 diabetes and know there's not a damn thing you can do. Deprives you of your dignity, takes everything away from you. Well, guess what? For little or nothing, we can limit that price to $35 a month and they'll still make 350% profit. Oh. That's a story we got to keep writing. And by the way, I'm a capitalist. I'm not somebody who doesn't think you should be able to go out and make $1 million or $1 billion. Just pay your fair share. Just pay a little tiny bit. Not a joke. The Fortune 500 companies, and I come from the corporate capital of the world. Not a joke. More companies incorporated in the state of Delaware than the entire United States of America combined. And I was a senator 36 years. But guess what? 55 of them last year didn't pay a single penny in tax, and they made $40 billion. So folks, look, we have to keep going on so many other issues to deliver the promise of America to all Americans. For example, equity and opportunity require more than just economic investment. They require police and criminal justice reform. Even though Congress isn't taking action, my administration hears and sees the people who need it badly. We're making changes in the federal law. Police need more money, not less, in order to have social workers and others with them, not just to teach them how to do their job better, but also we need rules that I've initiated federally. No more chokeholds, no more no-knock warrants, requiring federal agents to wear protective body cameras. We're going to sit back while Republican Congress stand in the way of justice. I'm sorry to be partisan about that, but they are. They're unwilling to do anything. We're taking action. Today, my administration has also released the first ever equity action plan, laying out more than 300 concrete commitments to tear down the systematic barriers that have been allowed to fester for far too long in America. Things like getting pollution out of low-income neighborhoods. You notice they're always the last to ever be touched. In Delaware, a big chemical industry. Well, guess what? The corridor that we run down, going down the state, the fence line communities, the cancer rate, we have one of the highest cancer rates in America. Why? Because all these poor communities live near these stations, near these places. When I was growing up in Claymont, Delaware, not a joke, we lived right on the Pennsylvania border. It was a steel town. More oil refineries in Marcus Hook, Pennsylvania, the bend of the Delaware River than anywhere, including Houston. Guess what? When it got to be fall, I was in 4th grade, and there got a little frost. My mom would get in the car to drive me to school, which is only 3/4 of a mile away, but it was on a highway. Turn on the windshield wiper, there'd be an oil slick on the window. That wouldn't have happened where I live now in a nice neighborhood. Never happened. We're making sure that minority-owned businesses can access capital they need to grow. So no community is locked out of opportunity. Look. And I'm not saying this because I'm an HBCU. I've been saying this my whole career. When I ran for office, I said, I'm sick and tired of trickle-down economy. I'm about building from the middle up and out. Because when the middle does well, everybody does. The poor have a way up, and the wealthy do very well. The bottom line is this. The United States is in a position to outcompete the world once again. We have an incredible opportunity ahead of us. We still face tremendous challenges. But if we can keep coming together, invest in the backbone of America, the middle class, our great universities, hardworking families, STEM education, clean technologies for tomorrow, there's simply no limit, I mean it, no limit to what we can achieve. So let's continue giving working families a fighting chance. Let's keep investing in the future of this country, of every community. And let's face these challenges head on. Let's keep building a better America, because that's who we've been. That's who we are. And we can do this. Still grow the economy, still be the wealthiest nation in the world, still reduce deficits by growing, 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 growing. There's not a single thing America can't do when we do it together as the United States of America. God bless you all.
And there is President Biden wrapping up there in North Carolina. You're watching Worldwide, always with us here on Live Now from Fox. Let's take a quick 2-minute break while we have it. Some breaking news out in Haven, Kansas. A gas plant fire right now as firefighters are responding to this fire, and we're bringing it to you right here on Live Now from Fox. This is northwest of Wichita right here. As you can see, the county dispatchers say K96 is closed east of Yoder and east of Haven right there. If you know the area, now you know. All right, everyone, let's just show you. We'll keep an eye on that. Get any updates that right there for you on Live Now from Fox, everybody. Here we go. Down 76 points. About 9 minutes left here of the trading day. You're watching Live Now from Fox, everybody. Let's go out to the Pentagon briefing that just wrapped up moments ago. We'll play it out.
Okay, a couple things at the top. You all have we talked about the $800 million security assistance package that the president authorized yesterday. We are hard at work at filling that package out. And while I don't have any shipments to speak to today, I can assure you that we're moving as aggressively as we can to source all those items, get our hands on that material, and get it on its way just as quickly as possible. The previous $800 million package that the president authorized is really only a few days away from closing out. So we're just going to keep moving, keep going forward. And in keeping with our consultation with allies and partners about capabilities that they have, that they could also provide to Ukraine, the Secretary spoke separately today with his counterparts from Slovakia and from Croatia, again, as part of this ongoing consultation with allies and partners. And we'll have fuller readouts of those conversations later this afternoon. But again, it's of a piece of the Secretary's personal involvement in trying to help consult with allies and partners about getting additional security assistance items. And I'm not going to get ahead of the readout just yet. Separately, I would like to note, off the topic of Ukraine, that on Tuesday, the Defense POW MIA Accounting Agency announced that U.S. Army Air Force's Lieutenant Colonel Addison E. Baker, who was 36 when he was killed during World War II, posthumously, awarded the Medal of Honor, was finally accounted for on the 8th of April this year. Lieutenant Colonel Baker was piloting a B-24 Liberator bomber during Operation Tidal Wave near Ploiești, Romania. His plane was hit by anti-aircraft fire and crashed, but not before he was able to drop his bombs on the target. Baker is the 17th airman identified as part of the Ploiești project, which began in 2017 at the Defense POW MIA Accounting Agency's laboratory at Offutt Air Force Base, Nebraska. And our thoughts and prayers continue to go out with Lieutenant Colonel Baker's family, but we're certainly proud and honored to be able to identify his remains and recognize his incredible service to the country during World War II. Okay, Bob, I think you're on the phone. You're first.
Yes, thank you. I am on the phone today. I hope you can hear me. Could you, on Ukraine, could you give your current assessment of the Russian ship incident as to whether it's your working assumption that it was struck by a missile? Is it still moving under its own power? And lastly, could you offer your assessment of what the significance of this loss is for the broader Russian campaign? Thank you.
So I'll just tell you what we know, and that's, to be very honest with you, that we don't know everything. We cannot confirm the Ukrainian reports that it was hit by a missile, but we are also not in a position to refute that it could have been a Ukrainian missile which struck the ship. We just don't have perfect visibility on exactly what happened. We do believe that there was a significant explosion on this cruiser, the Moskva, of the Slava class of cruisers in the Russian Navy. We do believe that that explosion caused a significant fire, which as of this morning was still raging aboard the ship. We do assess that at least some of the crew members evacuated the ship and were placed aboard other Russian Navy ships. I can't tell you if it's the whole crew. We just have a sense, we have assessment that some crew were evacuated from the ship. And this morning, we had assessed that the ship was underway under its own power. We are no longer able to make that certainty today, this afternoon. We're not exactly sure that the ship is actually still able to make its own way. So that's the update. That's the best that we can provide you in terms of what we know and feel comfortable speaking to. As for the impact on the Russian Navy, that's a little difficult to know with great certitude. They have and have had anywhere from a dozen to 24 ships operating in the Black Sea and the Sea of Azov since the beginning of this invasion. They have ports, as you know, on the Black Sea, so they historically have operated there. It'd be difficult to be able to tell you that this one ship being out of commission, what exactly the impact's going to have. And the reason I say that is because their naval component here to the war has been fairly limited to two things. One, cruise missile strikes inside Ukraine, and two, replenishment and resupply of their efforts in the south. They've only conducted one amphibious landing, and that was on an uncontested stretch of beach near Berdansk in the Sea of Azov. And they hadn't really made any concerted naval efforts towards Odessa. So I guess it remains to be seen exactly what the major impact is going to be. Again, that said, this is a cruiser. They only have 3 in this class. It's a ship that is roughly 600 feet long. It has a crew of almost 400, more than 400, almost 500 sailors on board. And it's basically designed for air defense. That's what this ship is designed to do, not unlike our own cruisers. So it's going to have an impact on their capabilities, certainly in the near term. Whether it has an impact on their naval capabilities in the long term is just unclear right now. And we don't have, as much as I know we'd like to have and you'd like us to have, we just don't have a better, clearer sense of the damage done and what impact it's going to have to the ship's future here in the near term. Whether she can and will be repaired and put back into service or not, we just don't know. David.
So earlier today, a defense official said that other ships in the Black Sea had, since this explosion, moved further away from the coast for whatever reason. Does that change the fact that these other ships have moved further away from the coast? Does that change their ability to launch cruise missiles against targets inside Ukraine, or are they still in range? I wouldn't take away from this that that's going to have a dramatic impact on their ability to launch surface cruise missiles into Ukraine. I mean, they have a long range, as you know, David, and the fact that some of them may have moved away from the northern Black Sea, away from Odessa and the coast, doesn't mean that they are completely incapable of maneuvering to other parts of the Black Sea and launching cruise missiles. I don't think we'd be willing to go that far just yet. Yeah.
We hear about the airspace still being contested. The sort of Sea of Azov, northern Black Sea, is that considered contested? Is that Russian hands? What's sort of the definition of that?
You mean the maritime environment?
In the maritime.
I think you would be going too far if you said, or we were to say, that the northern areas of the Black Sea were not contested, that the Russians had freedom of maneuver completely inside the Black Sea. I think that would be going too far, for a couple of reasons. One, the Ukrainian Navy, though small, still has operating craft. Two, they do have coastal defense capabilities. You saw the Brits had given them some coastal defense missile capabilities. We, in this latest package, are offering them some coastal defense unmanned surface capability. And three is the issue of mines. We know that mines have been a factor, particularly south of Odessa, and that some of those mines could be free-floating and therefore not moored to a specific area, and therefore could affect a Navy's ability to freely maneuver in that maritime space. So while they certainly, from just a purely naval perspective, the Russians have superiority in the Black Sea to the Ukrainians, more ships,
more firepower, certainly more naval capability. We would not assess that they have achieved, complete freedom of movement. Again, they have used the maritime environment to strike inland. They have used the maritime environment to assault the mainland in terms of an amphibious assault. And they have used the maritime environment to intimidate. And in some cases to try to, we think, in some cases, try to pin down Ukrainian ground forces near Odessa. So they still have quite a bit of naval capability available to them.
And just a quick follow-up. When the embassy in Kyiv was moved to Lviv and then to Poland, the Marines obviously moved out as well.
Correct.
Are they still with the contingent of U.S. diplomats in Poland, or have they dispersed? I guess what I'm getting at is the French have opened up their embassy, or have said they're going to open up their embassy in Kyiv. So if the U.S. were to make that decision, are the Marines with the contingent and able to move out pretty quickly back into Kyiv, or how does it work?
I can't say definitively how many of the Marine security detachment is with the now displaced embassy personnel. I suspect that there is still some physical security being provided them, even though they're in Poland. And I don't want to get ahead of the State Department's decision about their embassy in Kyiv and if and or when and how they might think about react. That's really something for the State Department to speak to. I would just tell you that without getting into the hypotheticals here, the Marines are very proud of their security responsibilities with respect to embassies and posts all around the world and support to our diplomats. That would be an active part of any consideration of bringing an embassy back up to speed. It would be force protection and security for our diplomats, and clearly the Department of Defense would be a part of that discussion. But there's been no decisions made. Tara.
Thanks, John. Of the few cruise missiles that have been launched by the Russian Navy into Ukraine, can you tell us, did these originate from the Moskva, or did some of them originate from the Moskva? And then I have a couple others.
I couldn't tell you for sure. I mean, this is a cruiser by definition. I mean, they can do lots of things, but they're basically an air defense platform. So typically, they're designed for air defense purposes, but I'm not suggesting that she wouldn't have offensive capabilities. We know, I would just tell you that we do know that some, not a lot, but some cruise missile attacks inside Ukraine have emanated from surface combatants in the Black Sea and the Sea of Azov. I couldn't tell you whether the Moskva participated in that and how much.
Okay, and then just two others. On the USVs that the U.S. will be providing to Ukraine, will these unmanned surface vehicles be armed, and kind of what will their purpose, or what will they be able to provide Ukraine?
Yeah, they're designed to help Ukraine with its coastal defense needs, and I think I'm just going to leave it at that. I'm not going to get into the specific capabilities, but they're designed to help Ukraine with its coastal defense needs.
And as the next tranche of $800 million goes in, is there any concern that because these are more advanced weapons, Russia may contest those supply lines? Can have those supply lines remain uncontested to this point?
Yeah, all I can do is tell you what we're seeing today, and flights are still going into to transshipment sites in the region, and ground movement is still occurring of this material inside Ukraine. That every single day there are security assistance weapons and material and support equipment that is getting into Ukrainian hands. And as we've said before, we're going to keep doing that as much as we can, as fast as we can. There have been we have not seen any Russian efforts to interdict that flow, and so we're just going to keep doing it. And as you know, we don't talk about the specifics of that flow so that we can preserve a measure of operational security, and we constantly look at it every day, monitor it, change it, adapt it as needed. Yeah, Sylvie.
You said that Russia has still naval superiority in the Black Sea.
Just in terms of numbers of ships and capabilities, I think that's a mathematical truth, yeah.
Okay. Do they block naval movements of other countries around the Black Sea, Romania, for an example?
I'm not aware of anything that they've done to affect the other sovereign states on the Black Sea. They have blockaded Odessa, clearly. They have prevented Odessa from its economic trade and flow of maritime traffic in and out of Odessa, but I'm not aware of anything they've done threaten or to pose a problem for the economies of other Black Sea nations.
I'm not thinking about economy. I'm thinking about how you are going to give those unmanned defense coastal ships to Ukraine. They have to go somewhere.
They'll get there. Travis.
Thanks, John. Is there any update from EUCOM on the plan for U.S. troops to train these Ukrainians on any of these systems?
I don't have any details to speak to today. As I said yesterday, we're mindful of the clock, and we're mindful that there will be a basic fundamental training need for some of these systems. I want to stress, Travis, that as I tried to do yesterday, perhaps not perfectly, while some of these systems, the radar, the howitzers, will require some familiarization and some basic training, it's not exorbitant. It won't take a long time. It won't require a large pool of trainees. We'll work it out. We'll try to get opportunities for a small number of Ukrainians to be familiarized with these systems, but we don't believe that it's going to be an onerous task or lengthy in time or in resources. General Walters was able to brief Secretary Austin just this morning on his efforts to work this out, and he's, believe me, he knows that it's a requirement, and he's working on it.
If I could just follow up, you had mentioned the identification of the remains at the top of the briefing.
Yeah.
And this question may come out of left field a little bit, but there are still thousands of U.S. service members missing in North Korea. And during the last administration, there was really a high-profile return of remains from North Korea to the United States. I'm just wondering if this administration still has that as a priority, and if it's working that in any way, or whether it's looks at the situation with North Korea now as just being unrealistic to expect some kind of agreement.
Yeah, I'm going to take half your question because I don't know what progress has been made with respect to the Korean Peninsula. So let me see if I can find out. I'll check with DPAA and see where that is. But on the larger issue that you raised, it's absolutely a priority for the Secretary. In fact, one of his very early visits to Hawaii, he took time to go visit DPAA and talk to them about their recovery efforts and walk through the laboratory, talk to the scientists and the forensic experts. It was quite a fascinating day, and he is 100% committed to doing everything that we can and he can to support DPAA in this mission. And it's not just Korea, it's Vietnam, it's from World War II. I mean, there's a lot of work that they're doing, and he's 100% supportive of that. He certainly understands and respects the closure that this offers to families of the fallen and the lost, and it's an incredible effort that has spanned multiple administrations, of course, going back. So I can tell you he's 100% committed to that. Now, exactly what that looks like on the Korean Peninsula, I'd have to get you a better answer. Yeah.
Thank you, John. I got my audience in Ukraine, so I got a question on behalf of my audience. You know, people just started to return to Kyiv right now because the Western embassies are returning too. It's a good sign. And right now, people are just concerned so very much, and I spoke with my colleagues on the ground, I spoke to politicians today about this Russian military threat to strike Ukrainian decision-making centers, including those in Kyiv. Possibly means Minister of Defense, possibly means Office of the President.
Sure.
So could you share your assessment? Firstly, is Russia, from military point of view, able to do it? And secondly, if it will happen and Ukraine will, strike back, might it be the significant escalation of the situation?
So, I mean, the first answer to your question is yes, of course, Russia still has the capability to strike Kyiv. I mean, even as we started to see their troops retreat from Kyiv and Chernihiv from the north, I said many times that we do not believe that Kyiv was no longer under threat, particularly from airstrikes. I mean, we said that many times in the early stages of this retreat and this repositioning of Russian troops. The Russians still have long-range airstrike capability available to them, whether it's through missiles or from air-launched cruise missiles. Ballistic missiles or air-launched cruise missiles. They still have that capability available to them. We never, for a moment, even as the Russians began to reposition, felt that Kyiv wasn't potentially still under threat. I can't and won't speak to specific intelligence assessments about what the likelihood is here, but we're mindful that not just Kyiv but other cities in Ukraine could still come under threat from Russian air attacks and missile strikes. Okay, yeah.
You know, it's kind of surprising that if Russia still has such strong capabilities of being able to strike in Kyiv and elsewhere, is the Pentagon surprised that they haven't tried to make an attempt on these weapons convoys? And was that part of the calculus going in of where these weapons are going in, that possibility that the Russians
we don't take any movement of weapons and systems going into Ukraine for granted, not on any given day, and that's why we're very careful about how much information we put out there about it. That's why we're careful to modulate that activity on any given day. We're not taking it for granted, and frankly, neither are the Ukrainians either. We get these things into their hands, and they're moving it inside their country. I think the less we say about that, the better. Yeah.
John, Ukraine says it reclaimed a checkpoint along the border with Belarus. So how important would that move be at this current stage in the war? And is Belarus still hosting those Russian soldiers, not only to resupply, but redeploy them?
I haven't seen the report that they've retaken a checkpoint, so it's difficult for me to go into much detail about that. We have not seen, continue to have not seen tangible efforts by Belarus to involve their troops inside Ukraine. Now, that said, they have housed Russian troops on their soil, continue to do so today. They have allowed missile strikes to occur from their soil. They have allowed for airstrikes to be launched from their soil. So clearly they are enabling the Russian invasion inside Ukraine. But in terms of their actual forces being involved, we just have not seen that. And again, I haven't seen this report, so it's difficult for me to assess the significance of this checkpoint. But it certainly wouldn't surprise me, given that that as the Russians were retreating from the north, the Ukrainians were in hot pursuit and doing the best they could to make that retreat more difficult for the Russians, more hasty than I think they wanted it to be. And of course, they had to do a significant amount of clearance because of concerns for landmines. So, yeah, back there.
Mike Stone at Reuters.
It was just yesterday, that's all. I just didn't know.
Just reminding you.
But I got it. Your face is burned on my brain. Mike Stone for Reuters, got it. Go ahead, Mike Stone.
Yesterday's package didn't include any Stinger missiles. Is there a reason for that? Did the Ukrainians rescind their request for Stingers? Or has the United States par stock been reached?
No.
You're watching Live Now from Fox, everybody. We are going to take a quick 2-minute break. We'll play out the Pentagon a little bit later, get you the latest updates regarding Russia and Ukraine. But when we come back, we're going to be talking about a deadly wildfire that continues to rage on in New Mexico. The very latest with Fox Weather coming up next. I'm your host, Mike Pace. Thanks again for joining us with top stories and headlines from across the country. Next story that we have here for you is, well, 2 people are unfortunately confirmed dead as a wildfire continues to rage in New Mexico. So far, the McBride fire has scorched more than 5,700 acres and has destroyed more than 200 homes. We are now going out live to Max Gordon joining us from the Fox Weather's West Coast Bureau in Los Angeles. Max, what do we know? Any additional new details about these 2 deaths, unfortunately?
Hey, Mike. Well, an investigation is still ongoing, and there aren't a lot of details. But according to the New Mexico Department of Public Safety, an elderly couple had been trying to evacuate from the McBride fire on Tuesday. Family members lost contact with them. Then yesterday, police and firefighters found 2 bodies at a home that had burned. Now, in all, 207 homes have been lost in the McBride fire. That doesn't include barns, sheds, or other outbuildings. The fire is burning roughly 180 miles or so to the southeast of Albuquerque in the Sierra Blanco mountain range. And at last update, it's chewed up 5,736 acres with no containment reported. This comes as the Nogal Canyon fire burns nearby to the north. It's burned 345 acres, destroying 6 homes and 8 outbuildings, and that fire is currently at 4% containment. In all, 250 firefighters are working to put out the 2 blazes. They have had to contend with high winds and dry conditions, but as of this morning, a Type 1 incident management team has been brought in to take over the 2 fires, and additional resources are being brought in from across the country.
Up with our hotshot crews, our engine crews, right along the Black's Edge. So we're trying to keep this fire as small as possible, especially it's right within the communities, as you have all seen, right? We've had a loss of a lot of structures here, so our crews are right there on the fire front, going as direct as possible to suppress these fires as small as possible. So.
All evacuation orders remain in place there. A local convention center has been opened up as a shelter, and emergency officials have also been working with hotels in the area for additional housing. Mike, back to you.
Hey, Max, thanks so much. You guys do such a great job at Fox Weather, and hoping that everyone continues to download the app. It's a great resource, and you guys do a great job covering it all around the country.
Appreciate it, Mike.
No problem, and we'll continue to bring you the very latest right here on Live Now from Fox. When we come back, we'll continue with our top stories from around the country. Continue to join us in just 2 minutes. And now to the State Department with their latest briefing on as $800 million in new U.S. aid comes to Ukraine.
COVID-19 travel health notice system. We here, the point is that our engagement has been consistent, it's been routine, it's been very deep to discuss precisely the issues that are of most important to us. How we can continue to support our Ukrainian partners and how we can continue to hold the Kremlin to account for its illegal war of aggression against the state and the people of Ukraine.
Is there a likelihood that Secretary Blinken will go to Ukraine?
I don't have any travel.
A great deal of talk.
I don't have any travel to speak to. What I would do is reiterate what I just said. Secretary Blinken, on very frequent occasions, has the opportunity to speak to his Ukrainian counterpart. He ends up speaking to Foreign Minister Kuleba roughly several times a week, most weeks. And in recent weeks, we've ended up seeing Foreign Minister Kuleba in person as well.
On the issue of diplomacy and diplomatic presence and so on, you spoke about diplomatic presence in Ukraine, American diplomatic presence. Can you update us on the U.S. diplomatic presence in Russia, in Moscow, and vice versa? Is there anything that is happening? Are you guys in contact with the Russians through Ambassador Sullivan, or are you here in contact with Ambassador Antonov?
That's the point of our diplomatic presence in Russia and around the world, to be in contact with the host government. So, of course, we do have a functioning embassy in Moscow. Ambassador Sullivan is in, as are Ambassador Sullivan's deputies and colleagues, in regular contact with their Russian counterparts on issues of bilateral interest. We have spoken not only in recent months, but throughout the course of this administration about the unfortunate actions that the Russian Federation has taken to limit our diplomatic presence on the ground in Russia. What we seek is parity in terms of the level of diplomatic staffing that we are able to have in our embassy in Russia, our embassy in Moscow, and what the Russians have here in the United States. We believe that the diplomatic relationship, the ability to communicate clearly, effectively, and oftentimes frankly, is important in all times, but it's especially important in times of increased tension and in the case of Russia's aggression against Ukraine in the case of conflict. Yes, Jenny.
The ICC Prosecutor General is on the ground in Ukraine right now. I know you mentioned repeatedly that the U.S. is supporting international mechanisms. Is the U.S. sharing information with the ICC on potential war crimes? And then can you just clarify, is the U.S. doing its own assessment of whether atrocities like genocide and war crimes have taken place in Ukraine?
Let me start with that second question, which I appreciate because I believe there is a misimpression about the process that is involved here. I think specifically there's a misimpression that the department would require a demand signal or an order from on high to undertake a careful review of what is transpiring on the ground in Ukraine. To be clear, there is a constant demand signal, including from Secretary Blinken, for insight into potential atrocities or atrocity crimes committed around the world. And as a matter of course, our Office of Global Criminal Justice and their colleagues, other experts from the department.
Okay, we're going to go to some breaking news right now out of Phoenix, getting an update where earlier a police officer was shot. Let's listen right here on Live Now from Fox.
In just a moment, Chief Jerry Williams is going to provide a statement about the incident that occurred today. First, allow me to introduce everyone that we have here in attendance. We're joined by Mayor Kate Gallego, Councilwoman Ann O'Brien, Chief Jerry Williams, Assistant City Manager Lori Bays, members of the Phoenix Police Executive Staff, as well as the Phoenix Fire Department and the Phoenix Law Enforcement Association. Chief.
Thank you, Sergeant Williams. Good afternoon. Here I am once again, standing before you delivering this type of news outside of a hospital. I'm angry, I'm tired, and I'm frustrated. Today, one of my officers was shot and critically injured. I'll remind you that I've had 8 officers shot and 13 injured during the 4 critical incidents that we've had in the last 4 months as of today. My officers responded to a domestic violence call this morning near Cave Creek and Beardsley Road. A woman told us she left her home and came to the gas station to talk to officers because she was afraid of the confrontation that might occur. While she was speaking to the officers, a suspect drove into the parking lot and fired multiple rounds at our officers at a busy gas station, striking one of them. One officer returned fire as the suspect drove away. We are working diligently to locate him and have released information and a photo of him. I will say this, I am confident we will find this man. The officer injured today is a 24-year veteran of the Phoenix Police Department. The officer's spouse is also a Phoenix police officer. This is a family of public servants to our community who have dedicated their lives to protecting and serving you. From the subways of New York City all the way to a gas station in Phoenix, Arizona, we are not immune to the violence against law enforcement and our communities that is plaguing this nation. I want to personally thank Mayor Gallego, Public Safety Chairwoman Ann O'Brien, Assistant City Manager Lori Bays, and all those who are behind me supporting us, as well as the Phoenix Fire Department and the dedicated hospital staff of Honor Health Deer Valley, who have always shown us incredible support. With the unpredictable nature of domestic violence and the complexities of mental health, the surge of violence across our country, particularly against law enforcement, now more than ever, we need to prioritize public safety. Those who protect our community need our support, and the folks standing with me today definitely support public safety. But remember this, public safety isn't just our safety, it's also community safety. Thank you for that, and if there are any questions, just so you all will know that the scene is still active, the suspect has not been located. To our community members, if you see the photo or see the individuals, please do not approach. Call 911, it's a very dangerous individual. I can tell you this about the officer. She's a wife, she's a mom, she's a dedicated public servant, and we're very hopeful and prayerful that she'll pull through just fine. So please keep all of our officers in your thoughts and prayers, as well as the dispatchers who take those dangerous calls for service. We thank you for being here today, and we'll update you when we have further information. Thank you.
Thank you, Chief. As the Chief stated, it's a very active, ongoing investigation. It's only a few hours old. I can attempt to answer some very basic preliminary questions. However, information is very limited at this time.